We have a vote of 16 yes, 1 no, and 2 not voting. Motion passed.
Yes, thank you, and I will read that. Privileged and confidential attorney-client memorandum to members and officers of the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council from Oglala Sioux Tribe Legal Department, date September 2nd, 2020, re. How to handle a single complaint against a majority of the members of the Tribal Council. Introduction. On August 26, 2020, the Secretary of the Oglala Sioux Tribe received a sworn written complaint against 12 members of the Tribal Council. The complaint does not seek particular sanctions against the named members of the Tribal Council, such as suspension or removal from office. On September 1st, 2020, at a regular meeting of the Tribal Council reviewed the complaint and, by motion, formally requested a written opinion from the legal department on how to proceed. The legal department issues this memorandum to advise the Tribal Council on the applicable procedures. The legal department takes no position on the merits of the complaint itself. Summary of the issues. The complaint presents several unique challenges because it is against a majority of the members of the Tribal Council. 1. A complaint against the majority of the members of the Tribal Council has the potential to shut down the operation of the Tribal Council. There are 21 members of the Tribal Council, and the complaint in this case is against 12 of those members. If the complaint were construed as an impeachment complaint under Ordinance Number 41-26, April 19, 1941, and if the complaint were accepted against all 12 named members of the Tribal Council, those 12 members would be immediately suspended from office upon service of notice of the charges against them by operation of Ordinance Number 41-26, Section 2, and the Tribal Council would have only 9 active members, which would not be enough to meet the 2/3 quorum requirement for meetings of the Tribal Council. See Constitution Article 16, Section 2. Quote, 2/3 of the duly elected members must be present to constitute a quorum, end quote. If that were to happen, the Tribal Council would not be able to hold meetings or conduct business on behalf of the tribe. Footnote. We note that the Executive Committee would still be able to meet to carry out business of the tribe as set forth in Article 13, Section 6 of the Constitution. However, the Executive Committee is limited to routine matters and other matters delegated to it by the Tribal Council. For example, it cannot adopt ordinances or approve contracts beyond the delegated threshold amounts. End footnote. The Tribal Council would not even be able to hold a hearing on the impeachment complaint against the 12 suspended members of the Tribal Council, since impeachment hearings are held at regular or special meetings of the Tribal Council. Footnote. Article 8, Section 2 provides that only the Tribal Council has the authority to impeach. End footnote. We are not aware of a single instance in which a complaint against a majority of the members of the Tribal Council has been accepted by the Tribal Council. Number 2, because the complaint is against a majority of the members of the Tribal Council, it is possible that the Tribal Council will not be able to get enough votes to take any official action on the complaint. Today, 19 members of the Tribal Council were present and 10 constituted a majority. If a single vote were run on the complaint, and if all 12 members who are named in the complaint abstained from voting, there would only have been 9 remaining Tribal Council members to vote on the complaint. Even if all 9 voted to accept the complaint, that would not have been enough to accept the complaint. Ordinance number 41-26 states that, quote, the concurrence of a majority of all members present shall be necessary to an impeachment, end quote. Ordinance number 41-26, Section 1. Council members who abstain are, quote, present, end quote. They contribute to the quorum and they count towards the number of members required for a majority vote of, quote, all members present, end quote. 9 would not have been a majority of 19, and the motion would have failed. Ordinance number 41-26 does not specify the requirements for dismissal of an impeachment complaint, but we believe the same problems would befall a motion to dismiss. There are two commonly accepted definitions of majority. 1, a majority of all members present, and 2, a majority of all members present and voting, provided that the number of affirmative votes is equal to or greater than a majority of the quorum. Under the first rule, with 19 members present, 10 would be a majority, no matter the number of abstentions. Under the second rule, the minimum number for a majority would be 8, a majority of a quorum, and that number might be higher depending on the actual number of members present and voting. Under either rule, if all 12 members who are named in the complaint abstained from voting, it will be hard to get a majority for dismissal. Number 3, when a complaint is against a majority of the tribal council, it may put the members named in the complaint in the awkward position of having to determine whether or not they should vote on the complaint. On one hand, if the named members abstain from voting, it is likely that no action can be taken on the complaint. On the other hand, if the named members vote on the complaint, they may be accused of acting improperly or violating the ethical standards of conduct in the Tribal Ethics Code. The Ethics Code, Ordinance number 16-05, February 17, 2016, sets forth, quote, high ethical standards of honesty, trust, confidence, integrity, fortitude, and wisdom, and to ensure that elected officials act for the public good of the tribe and not for personal or immediate family interests or other improper purposes. Ordinance number 16-05, Section 3B2. The Ethics Code required elected officials to avoid conflicts of interest. Each elected official shall avoid conflicts of interest and shall recuse himself or herself from any decision in which he or she has a personal interest that might reasonably be expected to impair his or her objectivity or independence of judgment. For purposes of this section, personal interest means the elected tribal official believes or has reason to believe he or she or an immediate family member will derive a direct monetary gain or suffer a direct monetary loss by the decision, provided that personal interest does not mean that a benefit or detriment could be expected to accrue to the elected tribal official or an immediate family member of the elected tribal official as a member of a business, profession, occupation, group, or community to the same or substantially the same extent, or in the same or substantially the same manner as any such benefit or detriment could be expected to accrue to any other member of such business, profession, occupation, group, or community. End quote. Ordinance number 16-05, Section 6E. Other ethical standards are set forth in the Ethics Code. Each member of the tribal council must determine for himself or herself whether or not he or she can or should vote on an impeachment complaint in which he or she is named as an accused. Historically, many members of the tribal council have abstained from voting on impeachment complaints made against them. For example, on November 26, 2013, a complaint was introduced against 5 members of the tribal council. A motion to dismiss the complaint failed, and a motion to accept the complaint was approved. The 5 members named in the complaint did not vote on either motion. After an impeachment trial on January 7, 2014, all 5 tribal council members named in the complaint were acquitted and reinstated in office. However, in at least one case, tribal council members who were named in an impeachment complaint voted to dismiss the complaint. That case involved a complaint filed by the former tribal court chief judge against all 19 members of the tribal council and the tribal court administrator and the tribal executive director. The complaint was filed on March 5, 2013, and considered by the tribal council on March 11, 2013. 17 members of the tribal council were present at the March 11, 2013 meeting. A motion was made, quote, to dismiss the complaint on the OGLALA Sioux Tribal Council in its entirety with prejudice, end quote. All 17 members voted in favor of the motion, and the complaint was dismissed with prejudice. Footnote. The current ethics code was not in effect in 2013. The ethics code in effect at the time, ordinance number 08-11, April 28th, 2008, required elected officials to avoid, quote, conflicts between personal interests and public responsibilities, end quote, and directed them not to, quote, take any official action or participate in any decision that involves immediate family or in which elected officials may have a substantial financial interest, end quote. Ordinance number 08-11, subsection 3D and 8. End footnote. Legal background. Article 8, Section 2 of the Tribal Constitution addresses the impeachment of members and officers of the Tribal Council. It uses the singular, not the plural, and does not appear to contemplate single complaints against multiple members and officers of the Tribal Council. It states, quote, any officer of the council or any councilman shall be subject to recall from office under due process of law for cause. Any complaint against any officer of the council or any councilman must be in writing and sworn to by the complainant. No person is to be impeached except by a 2/3 vote of the council after the accused has had due notice of the charges against him and an opportunity to be heard in his own defense. Ordinance number 41-26, April 19th, 1941, also addresses the impeachment of members and officers of the Tribal Council. It also uses the singular, not the plural, and it does not seem to contemplate single complaints against multiple members and officers of the Tribal Council. We are aware that, in some cases, complaints have been accepted and heard against more than one member or officer of the Tribal Council at a time, but we are not aware of any complaints that have ever been accepted or heard against a majority of the members of the Tribal Council. Discussion. 1. An ethics or impeachment complaint should be made against no more than one member or officer of the Tribal Council. We recommend that the Tribal Council clarify by ordinance that a single ethics or impeachment complaint may be brought against no more than one elected tribal official. If impeachment or other sanctions are sought against more than one official, a separate complaint should be filed against each official. This will allow the Tribal Council to run a separate vote on the complaint against each official. The legal department is working with the Law and Order Committee on a new comprehensive code of ethics and removal procedures that contains the following provision, quote, a single complaint may seek forfeiture of office, impeachment, or other sanctions against no more than one elected tribal official. If a complaining party seeks forfeiture of office, impeachment, or other sanctions against more than one elected tribal official, he or she shall file a separate complaint against each elected tribal official, end quote. Draft Comprehensive Code of Ethics and Removal Procedures, Section 6.1. This approach will avoid the numerous problems and challenges identified above when an impeachment complaint is made against multiple members of officers of the Tribal Council. 2. Whenever a single ethics or impeachment complaint is made against more than one member or officer of the Tribal Council can entertain a single motion to accept or dismiss the complaint, or in the alternative, it can entertain several separate motions to accept or dismiss the complaint as to each Tribal Council member or officer named in the complaint. Option 1. This case involves a single complaint against 12 members of the Tribal Council. We believe the Tribal Council can entertain a single motion to dismiss or accept the complaint. For all the reasons set forth above, it is possible that neither a motion to accept the complaint nor a motion to dismiss it will secure a majority vote of all members present. For example, if a motion to accept the complaint is made but is not approved by a majority of all members present, the complaint will not be accepted, the named members will not be suspended, and the complaint will not be set for an impeachment hearing or trial. No action would be taken. The complaint would, in essence, fail. Technically, there would be no need for any further action. If a motion to dismiss the complaint is made but is not approved by a majority vote, the complaint will not be dismissed, the complaint would linger, but technically no further action would have to be taken by the tribal council. Option 2. If these outcomes are not acceptable to the tribal council, we believe the tribal council can elect to entertain a separate motion to accept or dismiss the complaint as to each tribal council member or officer named in the complaint. Each motion would proceed as follows, quote, motion to accept or dismiss the complaint made by name of complainant against name of tribal council member, end quote. Each member would be able to vote on a motion to accept or dismiss a complaint against another member of the tribal council, provided the voting member did not have a conflict of interest. If the tribal council elects to run separate motions, the motion maker or the presiding officer may want to explain the reasons for doing so like this, quote, ordinarily, ethics and impeachment complaints are made against individual members or officers of the tribal council. Article 8 of the Tribal Constitution deals with impeachment and it speaks in the singular, not the plural. Ordinance number 41-26 also deals with impeachment and it speaks in the singular, not the plural. This complaint is against more than one member of the tribal council. In fact, it is made against 12 members. That number is greater than a majority of the tribal council. If the tribal council were to vote on and accept the complaint as is, and if the tribal council members named in the complaint were suspended from office, the tribal council would be left with 9 members, which is fewer than the number required for a quorum, 14. The operations of the tribal council would be shut down. We believe the better approach is to consider a separate motion to accept or dismiss the complaint for each individual named in the complaint. Accordingly, we will run separate motions. The first motion is to accept or dismiss the complaint against name of tribal council member, end quote. If the tribal council runs separate motions and if a number of complaints are accepted and members suspended, the tribal council should be careful not to run a motion that could result in the suspension of more than 7 members. 14 members must remain in order to establish a quorum. If the complaint is accepted as to 7 members, the tribal council should hear and decide those complaints before proceeding to the complaints against the remaining 5 members. The end.
Comment, Chair.
She has a comment. Richard Greenwald.
Go ahead, Mr. Greenwald. You have the floor.
I guess I'm a little disappointed because this did not even address the fact that the complaint is basically because of the way council representatives voted. Never have I ever heard of our council being brought to the table because of the way they voted. Somebody made accusations against our president and 12 of us voted to accept the complaint, to hear it, to hear if there was any legitimacy to it or not, and to have a complaint because of the way you voted was not addressed by our attorneys. And we pay you damn good money, and none of you could come up with an answer of that. You cannot be held accountable just because you voted on a situation. I didn't vote all day yesterday because now I have to worry about every damn time I vote, somebody's going to file a complaint on me because they didn't like my vote. What is wrong with this picture? That needs to be addressed here. Secondly, when this all came down to 12 of us that voted, we're talked about, it could be an ethical violation if we vote again on a complaint against us. Well, then there's another complaint coming because we violated the ethics. So you put our tribal council in a bad way. And not only that, you didn't even discuss the mere fact that the remaining 9 council representatives that voted in favor of the president at that time were the ones that were going to vote against us in the damn complaint in the first place. Talk about unethical. The remaining 9 council representatives would be able to vote to suspend or impeach us. Very unethical. And not one of you legal representatives have addressed that, and shame on you. The day that our council cannot vote, the day we don't exist anymore, and that's today. If this is how we're going to do it, we have no right to vote, because every time we vote, somebody that doesn't like it, hell, all the times that you guys voted and I didn't like it, should I have filed a complaint on all of you guys because I didn't like the way you voted on a situation? The council has to be able to do its job, and that's not being addressed here.
Well, any other comments?
Sure.
I'm going to address this issue today.
Glenn Gibbons.
Go ahead, Mr. Gibbons.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Council. Good morning, peoples. You know, there was some things brought up yesterday, and I hear everything that Mr. Greenwald has said, and a lot of truth to it. I mean, there's not anything that he didn't say was not true about voting and being what, you know, what if this turns out to go south and say the allegations, you know, went differently? Does that leave those 8 or whatever who voted not to vote? Does that make them susceptible? It's got to stop somewhere, guys. I think the point that Mr. Dillon brought out yesterday about that complainant not being a party to any of it, and from what I read this morning, a relative of Mr. Bear Runner, well, yeah, his family's going to be mad. Obviously, she's mad. She's mad at 12 of us. But, you know, the council takes a vote, and they take action, and we want to do it in the most fairest way, and we want to be, we want to ensure that our tribal members can come to the council with a complaint, and it can be addressed. But I think there's got to be a line drawn when something frivolous or a complaint with no merit. You know, we had talked about complaints getting screened for legitimacy prior to going to the after it leaves the secretary's office. You know, we've worked on that, and to put them all in perspective in a complaint process, if you will, and that needs work on it. But like I said yesterday, the merit of this on tribal council action, I'm not going to be afraid to vote. I mean, it's ridiculous. We're here to act in the best interest of the tribe and represent people. When we get limited on what we can do, or limit ourselves, or somebody else tries to limit us, we're not effective. We need to be responsive to people, and we need to take care of business. I'm all for making the motion for each individual named and go through the process with that person, that council person abstaining for no violations, and I think we need to dismiss with prejudice, and we need to move on. We got a lot of work to do. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Council.
Chair, may I address Mr. Greenwald's statements regarding the attorney's action not being disappointing in some way? Briefly.
Go ahead, you have the floor.
Okay, so if we want to look at the difference between a procedure on whether to accept a complaint and the act of voting, the tribal attorneys cannot ever tell someone, a tribal member or in any government, that the citizens don't have a right to file a complaint for whatever reason. The language of this complaint that was received by the council was about, as I read it, a process. Okay? At the point the complaint came before the council, the only process at issue was accepting it or not. As the council has decided to make this public, I will speak to the public on it as well as to you. When you make a vote as a council member, that vote, as long as it's in session, and I think, Mr. Greenwald, you're talking about legislative immunity from suit, which is not at issue here, because a complaint by a tribal member is not a lawsuit against the council. To that degree, you have the ability to vote your conscience, just like any other legislative body. The process on Mr. Bear Runner's suspension is what I read as the focus of this young lady's complaint. Okay, I don't know about any of the background. I don't know any of the family relations, but I can tell you that the legal opinion that was decided upon by all of us, every one of your attorneys, is legally correct under the law as it exists today. Now, if you want to address the issue of what does your vote mean from a legislative immunity standpoint, I believe I just summed it up. You have absolute legislative immunity unless you commit a criminal act. That's the general legal principle, okay? So at the point you all cast your vote for suspension, it was done. Again, as I read the complaint, yes, it was against the people who voted for it. I will never, as a lawyer, engage in the political back and forth about the voted against it versus the voted for it, because again, each vote of every council member is distinct and unique, and the attorneys simply cannot render an opinion on whether a complaint can be cast by someone for voting. Usually, the result of the voting is what's complained about, not the vote itself. And so I just think it's important to understand the distinction between the two from a legal standpoint. Again, the tribe's attorneys aren't here to tell you how to do your job. It's just to say, okay, we have this complaint. Where are we in the process? Right now, you're accepting it or dismissing it. And that is solely within the discretion of the tribal council. The legal issue was, how do you go about doing it if 12 council members are named in the complaint? That's what the legal opinion is about. And I apologize if it disappoints you that we didn't address the issue of legislative immunity, but there's no lawsuit pending. The issue is whether to accept or not this complaint. Thank you.
Ms. Mills?
Thank you. Yeah, I don't agree with doing the complaint individually, because the official complaint was accepted by all 12, or for the 12 council members. So I don't agree with doing that individually. If that individual wanted to do it that way, she should have did it that way. So I don't agree with that. And then the other thing is, I was hoping to see in this legal opinion recommendations to amend or fix our current law. That's one of the biggest things I've seen in this first term was we're so far behind with our laws, and they need updating and they need amendments, and this is a perfect example. All these complaints that came in this last year and a half to almost 2 years, we've had to sit here and discuss all these things relating to this process of complaints, and we shouldn't have to do that. Our law should fit that. So I hope with what's on our agenda today as a 2/3 item in reviewing that, I want to see that recommendation and this recommendation be placed in there as well. That's what I was hoping to see in the legal opinion. So we're not sitting here next term with the same kind of thing happening. We would know how to deal with it. Thank you.
Steve Gunn?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Councilmember Mills, we do agree with you. And there is actually a portion of the legal memo that does address recommendations that we've made to change existing law to provide clearer procedures in the future. And that part of the memo is on page 4 and page 5. And we've been working closely with the Law and Order Committee to revise and present a comprehensive code of ethics and removal procedures. And I think that you're right, that there is room for improvement in existing law. And this is one of the areas, which is why we devoted a significant part of the memo to addressing what we recommend as changes in the law for the future. And again, those are in the draft comprehensive code of ethics and removal procedures that is being reviewed by the Law and Order Committee.
I've been saying it the whole term. We need an ethics board in place.
Question?
Jackie says.
Go ahead, Ms. Sears.
Yeah, excuse me, and good morning to everybody. And I do have a cold, so bear with me. But in the Constitution, it states that a complaint can be filed, but it doesn't say to council. That's why I agree with Nakina. We need to change this process so it doesn't interfere with our every council meeting. When we have a council meeting, we have to go through this complaint process. So we need to get that away from council. There needs to be a process in place where it's accepted automatically, looked at, and to determine if there's merit there or not, then move it on if it's an impeachment to council. But, that process isn't there, and we need to fix it. Until then, it's going to be happening like this all the time. And, I do agree with Nakina, that's a group complaint on all 12 of us, and it wasn't sent separately. So I don't know. I don't know how we're going to remedy it, but we need to address it today, pretty soon here, and move on, because we do have a lot of issues that we need to deal with on the council agenda.
Mr. Meeks.
Here we go again. We're going to talk about this for a couple more hours. Let's just vote and get it over with. Either accept it or don't accept it.
I see that no one
Make a motion, and Jim.
wants the floor, so are we gonna go on and accept the legal opinion on this complaint, and also on the 12 council members? I feel we should go on. We do have a very large agenda. We have a lot of 2/3 items that were put on the agenda yesterday. So I feel we should accept or not accept the legal opinion of our tribal attorneys. So do we have a motion?
Laura has her hand up.
Ms. Whitehorse?
I was a little disappointed with the legal opinion too. And I was trying to keep quiet, but you know me. Anyway, I think that since it was filed as one complaint, it needs to be ran as one complaint. And it's up to each council person on that complaint whether they're going to vote or not. But keep in mind, you did not allow people who had complaints on them previously vote on their own complaint. But that's up to you. So I'm going to bite the bullet and motion to accept the complaint from Helene Gaddy on the 12 named council people.
We have a motion by Ms. Whitehorse. Do we have a second?
Oh, man.
Mr. Dillon?
I'm going to make a motion to dismiss with prejudice due to the fact that I believe that the complainant had no standing in this complaint at all. And how it got this far, I don't know. You can only complain on something if it happened to you. This is like law. You can't sign a complaint on somebody if you're not the victim, you're not party to it. So I'm basing my decision on that. I am making this motion to dismiss with prejudice.
We have a motion by Mr. Dillon, second by Mr. Meeks. Roll call.
Jim Meeks,
Yes.
Dwayne Yellowhawk,
Yes.
Garfield Apple, Garfield Apple, Glenn Gibbons,
Abstain.
Lydia Bearkiller,
Yes.
James Cross,
Yes.
Jackie Sears,
Abstain.
Vincent Tulance,
Yes.
Craig Dillon,
Yes.
Cora Whitehorse,
No.
Valentina Merdanian,
Abstain.
Ryan Jumping Eagle,
Abstain.
Bo Little White Man,
No.
Chancey Wilson,
Abstain.
Philip Goodcrow,
Abstain.
Randy Laisbad,
Abstain.
Richard Greenwald,
Not voting.
Nakina Mills,
Abstain.
Robin Tapio,
Abstain.
Jennifer, this is Garfield. My vote is no. And I do have a question or a comment.
Okay, hold on.
Okay.
I do understand your comment, Mr. Apple, but I feel all this should have been brought to the floor for this motion. And the second was made, but the vote came out, 6 yes, 3 no, 9 abstain, and 1 not voting. I feel this issue is over with, but I'll go ahead and give you the floor for one comment, Mr. Apple.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair. I was trying to get on before the vote, but the Zoom wouldn't let me on. I was hollering, but anyway, what I wanted to bring out is one point. I know it's over and everything, but the point is, what you're making, Craig, is that this woman wasn't there. And why should she be making the complaint? Well, the same happened with Julian. The mother, and the complaint should have came from the guy. He's 18 years old now. And that happened, what, 8 months ago? Almost a year ago?
Point of order. This isn't the hearing yet. You can say that in a hearing.
This is a comment. So,
Talk about that.
The complaint is the same. They're both the same, you guys. So we should have had a hearing, so I could have said this.
I understand that, Mr. Apple, but this is not a hearing. I feel this issue is over with. It was voted on. No legal complaint is on the council floor right now. No offense to you, Mr. Apple, but I feel we should continue with our agenda and deal with these 2/3 items. So I'm gonna call a point of order, and I feel this issue is over. No complaint is on council floor. So we're gonna move on and continue with our agenda. Mr. Yellowhawk.
It's already, yeah.
Yeah, I feel that's too late, Mr. Yellowhawk. It's already been passed, and the vote was already counted, and oh. But thank you, Mr. Yellowhawk. And we're going to move on with our agenda. Okay, moving to our agenda. We did, the last thing on the agenda before we recessed yesterday was Aberdeen Area Health Service. And the next item on the agenda is the Oyate Health Center, Geraldine Church monthly report. Is she available?
She's online.
She is online, so we'll go to Geraldine Church. You have the floor, Geraldine.
Hey, honey, watch day. So I prepared a full board report, which includes the Oyate Health Center as one of the components of the report. I also want to acknowledge that I have Sunny Colomb, our Vice President of Financial Operations, is also with me here today to go over the finance report. Do you want me just to focus on Oyate, or do you want to hear an overall report from the health board? Generally, I provide an overall for the health board.
The Oyate is on the agenda, Geraldine, so I
Okay.
deal with that.
Okay. So, all right, let me pull up the section on Oyate Health Center, and then I do have a couple of items that I need to get some feedback from the council on. It might be helpful if I share my screen. Would that be helpful to all of you?
Yes, please.
Okay. Let's see if I can figure it out here. One moment. A couple of things on Oyate, on the Oyate Health Center side of things that's significant are the updates to the on the construction. I'm sorry, I'm having difficulty with the Zoom ability to share my screen. Oh, here we go. Okay, can you see that?
Yes.
Okay. The first thing I want to go over is the construction project and where we are in that process. So 2 weeks ago, or maybe it was this week ago, we had our board meeting as well as our groundbreaking ceremony on the SIOUX campus. The notice to proceed was issued about 3 weeks ago, and they have begun the process of demolition and preparing the grounds for construction. If you go to our website, yesterday we put up some information for the community regarding some of the detours that are put in place right now as they begin that process. One of the concerns that we had real early on, we learned from IHS that typically there's a certain amount of funding that's set aside in a construction project that allows for alternative care sites during a construction project. And as you guys know, the funding for the construction is a IHS managed project. It's not an OHC or a health board project, but we are going to comprise about 78% of the new facility. What we learned was that funding was not made available to the health board for an alternative care site. So we have been looking at other resources to allow us to find another space to operate out of, because one of the first buildings that's going to go down is the Lakota Lodge, Building 30. Quite a few buildings. So we found a alternative care site. In fact, this just came about yesterday. We've been in negotiation with Pennington County to purchase a building on La Crosse that will be able to provide services out of. It has about 20,000 square feet. The offer, we provided a counter offer to Pennington County, and we learned yesterday that it was accepted during their county commission meeting. So that's good news. We were really concerned because the demolition is to take place in November. I also learned that there was some questions. So the county had came back with a counter offer of $1,200,000, and we settled yesterday on $1,125,000. So we were pleased with that outcome. What I understand from the last report from Bernie on at the HHS committee is that there was some questions about ownership of the existing structures. And I just wanted to clarify for council that those structures are IHS. They're not, we're using them to provide services, but they're the ones that actually own the buildings. So I think there was some questions about buildings that the tribe wanted to purchase. And so I just wanted to provide that clarification as well in terms of the some of the construction questions that came up. Let's see, what else? Let me just scroll down to the OHC side. Sorry. Scrolling ahead. These are all the programs at GPTCHB. Sorry. Oh, for crying out loud. Okay, I'm going to have to pull that up. I think what I'm going to do is have Sunny, if she's ready, go over the financials, and then I'll pull up the program report. I thought it was within my larger report here, but I'm not seeing it. It might be in a separate section. So let me do that. Sunny, are you there?
Yes. Hi, good afternoon. If I can share my screen as well.
Okay.
You can put it up on it.
I stopped sharing, so.
This is our third quarter financials for period ending June 30th. As of June 30th, we had received $25.4 million in IHS funding. I'm so sorry, my change did not update here. This is, I entered the third party revenue. My apologies. Oh dear.
Sure.
There we go.
Sure.
There you go.
That the report that was supposed to be for us, or do we all get to work on it together? I'm looking for preparedness here.
Yeah, sorry. I entered the third party revenue and it did not update on my screen. My apologies. So we had received $3.4 million in third party revenue, $24.6 million in contract revenue. As of June 30th, on the COVID response through the IHS, 4.4, and we've received $56,000 on revenue from our original AFA deposit. As of June 30th, we had expended $12.3 million. Please keep in mind that we have been continuously negotiating our buyback agreement, and we finally settled on it yesterday. So this $12 million in expenses with the $20 million available is not reflective of the $9.4 million that we'll be paying this week for our buyback agreement for utilities, shared expenses, IPAs, and MOAs, and the associated administrative fees. In terms of kind of being up to date, we are on our modification 9. Modification 9 is finally addressing, I know I've brought it up before, that they haven't been reconciling prior years. Modification 9 reconciles some of the prior year funding that we've been waiting for. So that will include the $890,000 in prior year funding. And again, this one is in process of being signed. So you'll see that we've gained about $10 million between the provider relief fund, which was 2.7, on modification 8. So is there any questions? I do apologize for the mathematical. It did not update there.
I had a question for the secretary. I'm not even seeing your data. So I don't know what, it went to microphone muted and video stopped. So I wasn't able to see your data on your graph.
Okay. Was anybody else able to see the?
Robin, it may be something on your side because I see it here. It's on the big screen.
Yes, we see it too.
Ms. Cologne,
Yes.
are you able to email that to the secretary
Yes, absolutely.
after your corrections?
Yep. It's corrected. Yes, I will get that right to her.
Thank you. That helps a lot.
I would also like to see the overall report, the written report too, as well.
Of course, all of it.
Yep.
So last week when we thought we were on, I sent out a link to all of the council members that will take you to the overall board report, which includes OYATE information, but the overall quarterly report for GPTCHB. For this quarter, of course, like everyone, our primary focus has been COVID response and activities. We began preliminary COVID preparations with fit testing for frontline staff as early as January when we first started hearing reports of a potential pandemic. Like many people, we weren't able to order N95 masks right away. We developed a Southwest clinic area in the main hospital for individuals that were presenting with symptoms, which allowed them to come into a separate door. Those services began on March 16th. We established an agreement for an isolation unit at the Travelodge where we quarantined positive patients only. We continue our COVID operations. What we found is that with the Travelodge, in the beginning, we had a number of people who needed to quarantine individually. Then as the disease progressed, we started seeing whole family alternative cares transferred from Travelodge to actually providing health monitoring and care in people's homes and treating of whole families. We've done a significant amount of curbside testing as well. We did 1,400 curbside tests, which we started doing on June 22nd. We have also done mass testing in other areas besides OHC campus, including Lakota Homes. And then tomorrow we're going to be at North Middle School. As you guys may have heard, Rapid City is opening schools, and we're concerned about our youth that are going to be in that environment. I already covered alternative healthcare site with all of you in terms of clinical operations. So far, we've completed about 26,000 documented patient care visits in the last year. One of the things I wanted to share with you that you guys have asked about before is the breakdown of our patients. So if I can, I'd like to share that with you as well. So can you see the page that has total number of patients served in the first year. Are you able to see that on your screen?
Yes.
Okay. So, OGLALA Sioux Tribe is represented by a little over 50%, and then Rosebud Sioux Tribe is next with 13.72%. That information regarding Rosebud members is something I shared with President Bordeaux recently. Some of you may recall that in the negotiation process of the 638 contract, Rosebud comprised about 17% of the user population. So what we're seeing with these numbers is that we are still, Oyate is actually seeing the majority of Rosebud patients, although IHS retained about 17% of the shares. And then, of course, the next largest group of tribal patients that are tribally represented are Cheyenne River. And then other tribes that are IHS, patients from other tribes that are IHS eligible is 8%. And then we also broke it down by members of our own tribes in our region. The other thing I wanted to share is our, do you have any questions so far on that? Okay. The other thing I wanted to go back to with the, that's related to the overall board, but also I need to get feedback from you all, is many of you received correspondence from me last month regarding Senator Thune's proposal to extend 100% reimbursement to the state for non-tribal and non-IHS providers. We are, prior to COVID hitting, we were really active in bringing together a work group to put forward some recommendations to the state of South Dakota on how they can change their Medicaid state plan to be more efficient and tribal friendly, and that would be more beneficial to our tribes in our IHS facilities. We sort of put pause on that, like many things, when we were hit with COVID. But Senator Thune's proposal was sort of a wake-up call that the state, and a reminder that the state, while they are benefiting significantly from the care coordination agreements between IHS and the major providers, much of the savings that they have been afforded are not directly benefiting tribes and not directly benefiting our IHS facilities. So I think it's really important that we continue to do that work that we were doing on the work group. And I wanted to ask the council if they would be willing to have Elliot Mulholland work with us on behalf of OST to bring forward those recommendations to the state and do that work on the state plan, Medicaid plan, to make it so that it's more beneficial for our tribes, and to make sure that the tribes in our IHS facilities are seeing benefit from that 100% FMAP we would also like to, we're going to bring on Sinoski to work on this on our end as well. But I think we really need some strong subject matter experts, legal experts, in order to hold the state's feet to the fire. As you recall, or may recall, the original intention for the 100% FMAP was for the state to expand Medicaid. And under this governor, she is strongly opposed to that. And so our best bet is to do a real thorough analysis of what's allowable under federal law and ask the state to make those changes before moving forward with any more care coordination agreements between IHS and the state. I don't know if that's, if you guys have any questions about that.
Question.
Yeah.
I think I'd like to entertain that motion to have our president or the vice send a letter requesting for Elliot's services and to continue working with the FMAP discussions with the state, and that it'd be working towards, I guess, for the tribes. Because I know that we the OGLALA Sioux tribe will benefit from that as well. And that working group, I was on the working group to a point where it was really beneficial for the tribes, not just Oglalas, but the Rosebud and Cheyenne River and the rest of the tribes too. So I'm going to make that motion that be drafted and be signed by Vice President as soon as possible.
For attorneys to draft the letter?
Yes. And they could contact Geraldine for the language in her.
Yeah.
Second.
We got a second by Philip Goodcrow.
Comment?
Oh, okay. We'll take your second, Cora.
Keep it short. Hello.
Hey, Rick, I'm still on the OST council meeting.
Davey, can you get Tom? Go ahead before we run the vote. We're waiting on the chair to come in.
Yeah, Ms. Church, now Great Plains Tribal Chairman's Health Board is a state entity, our charter. Are you just talking about OHC and that piece, or is that going to be IHS's responsibility? Or is that your battle, and you're wanting help with that, with the state?
No, it's for all of the tribes. I mean, it affects OHC certainly because the more that we are able to leverage from state Medicaid, the better it is for all of our tribal programs as well as the IHS programs. But this is this is a negotiation between the tribes in the state of South Dakota and the state. So in our the point of tension right now between the state and the tribes and IHS is that The state gets additional dollars by entering into care coordination agreements with IHS. They have not been using those savings as originally intended, which was to expand Medicaid and to directly benefit our tribal health programs. So the negotiation that we're in right now, that we want to resume, is the negotiation with the state to improve their and change their state Medicaid plan so that it benefits tribes.
So Jen,
yeah,
that was my motion, was to have the Oglala Sioux tribe draft a resolution and accepting or requesting this Elliot Mullen to represent and support the tribe's position on this agreement between IHS and the state. I think we need to have IHS work and for the tribes in negotiating this agreement with the state, and that they continue this care coordination with the FMAP items, and that we continue that the FMAP recommendations that came out in the past couple, 2-3 years. So that'll be my motion, is to draft that resolution, and Geraldine could give the background on the FMAP coordination information.
Okay, still your second, Cora?
Yeah.
Reflect on the motion, Mr. Goodkill, you had the floor. Did you wanna say something before I run the motion?
He was gonna wait till after my motion was run.
Okay.
So I put the time down right
We
there.
have a motion by Ms. Fairkiller, second by Ms. Whitehorse. Roll call.
Jim Meeks,
Yes.
Dwayne Yellowhawk,
Yes.
Garfield Apple,
Yes.
Glenn Gibbons,
Yes.
Lydia Bearkiller,
Yes.
James Cross,
Yes. Yes.
Jackie Sears,
Yeah.
Vincent Tulens,
Yes.
Craig Dillon,
Yes.
Cora Whitehorse,
Yes.
Valentina Merdanian,
Yeah.
Ryan Jumping Eagle,
Yes.
Bo Little White Man,
Yes.
Nancy Wilson,
No.
Philip Goodcrow,
Yes.
Randy Laisman,
No.
Richard Greenwald, Richard Greenwald, Nikita Mills,
Yeah.
Robin Tapio,
No.
We have a vote of 12 yes, 6 no, and 1 not voting. Motion carried. Mr. Goodkill.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Geraldine, I just have one, not a question, but more of a comment. And yeah, it's somewhat of a question, because I just want to thank you for all what you're doing for the Oyate Health Center and moving forward with the new clinic and starting the construction of the new health clinic for our people in the surrounding area of Rapid City and this, of course, down here in Rosebud, wherever else. But I wanted to know if there's the number of IHS patients. Would you know if they're increasing, declining, or just the same, or what's the issue with IHS hospital?
I think they're struggling. You're talking about the second floor, the portion that was maintained by IHS to run a clinic. Is that what you're referring to? So IHS retained, Rosebud shares, which were about 20%. And they're running a separate clinic on the second floor. Interestingly, IHS, I think, from the beginning, they are the ones that stood their ground that they needed to run a separate clinic, unlike what the two tribes were asking them to do, which was to design this contract like they did with Winnebago and Omaha, which is to contract with Oyate to provide those services to the remaining users. And so, we hit that 1 year mark. When we had the groundbreaking ceremony, the other thing that we did that same day is we had our annual staff picnic and our 1 year anniversary celebration. And in my conversations with Mr. Driving Hawk, I think that they're realizing that to split the clinic the way they have is not was not financially prudent. I think they're struggling a little bit, which is probably why we're still seeing the majority of Rosebud patients, even though they've maintained those shares. The other challenge with the split is around this construction project. They have they've not really have seriously taken into consideration recommendations that have been made through the PLT for some of the design changes that we recommended based on moving towards a patient-centered model. So there's still challenges with the split the way it is. However, despite a transition year is a tough year anyway, and then you add a pandemic on top of that. And despite those challenges, I think overall Oyate Health Center has done really, really well, both in terms of responding to COVID-19 and being able to keep people employed despite the huge drop in revenue in primary care, and the commitment that a lot of the majority of the Oyate health staff have shown towards the community. So despite those barriers, I think, we're standing strong and are going to only continue to grow and flourish.
Okay, thank you. You answered. I was going to ask a question, but you answered about the COVID, presenting problems, and of course it is a challenge. And I just want to thank you and just encourage you to move forward despite everything else.
Thank you. It's not been an easy job for any of us, including all of you. It's really been presented a lot of challenges. I know OST has had their fair share of challenges as well, especially being in a state where this disease is not given the due respect that it deserves in terms of the horrible impact that it can have on our families.
I want to thank you, Geraldine, for your monthly.
Chairman. Chairman.
I know I was going to get to you, Mr. Apple. We did make
okay, thank you.
And we did make a motion accepting a report. and we're still.
No, we didn't
What's
vote
it?
on the report yet.
We want-
We didn't do a motion or vote on the report.
Oh, okay. Okay, Mr. Apple, you have the floor.
Geraldine, this is Garfield Apple. I think you're doing a one hell of a job up there, and you need to keep going forward with all the roadblocks you run into. And I think you've been doing that, and I'm really appreciative of it because my grandkids are going to be using that hospital. Almost my total family moved back to Rapid City. We're originally from Rapid, and they all moved back. So they're gonna be able to use it whenever it's done. So thank you for doing your job for the Oyate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you again, Chairman, and are we gonna make a motion to accept your report?
I'll make that motion to accept her report.
A motion by Mr. Second by
Yes.
Mr. Dillon. We're gonna do a roll call.
Jim Minks? Dwayne Yellowhawk?
Yes.
Garfield Apple?
Yes.
Glenn Gibbons?
No.
Lydia Fairkiller?
Yes.
James Cross?
Yes.
Jackie Sears? Jackie Sears? Vincent Tulance?
Yes.
Craig Dillon?
Yes.
Cora Whitehorse?
Yes.
Valentina Merdanian?
Yeah.
Ryan Jumping Eagle?
Yes.
Bo Little White Man?
Yes.
Nancy Wilson?
Nope.
Philip Goodcrow?
Yes.
Randy Laisbad?
No.
Richard Greenwald? Nikina Mills?
Yeah.
Robin Tapio?
No.
We have a vote of 10 yes, 6 no, and 3 not voting. Motion carried. Got him on right now. Should wear my hat and stuff like that.
We're on to BAA.
Okay, next on the agenda is
Thank you, everybody. Stay safe.
Bureau of Indian Affairs, Pine Ridge Agency, their monthly report. Don, are you with us?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you have the floor.
Good morning, everybody. Just some brief items I wanted to make you guys aware of. We're continuing to work limited hours, obviously, because of COVID-19. And it's kind of placed a burden on the staff because of a lot of the pressure that we're getting on different projects from completion. So I think we're trying to do our best within the guidelines that are being presented by my bosses as far as getting our work done. One of the main issues that seems to have risen to the forefront in the last few weeks are easements. With everybody going to school and doing virtual learning, we're getting inundated with calls from folks that are wanting their easements because they have to get internet for the kids, which I totally get. But what we're finding is a lot of these folks that are calling didn't have an easement application in place. They generally will call Golden West, and then Golden West will touch base with the Bureau to see if there's an easement in place. Golden West will absolutely not lay down a line if there's not an easement in place, which we're finding. So basically, and in some cases, quite honestly, we're finding folks don't have home site leases. And these are leases that are home sites that are 10, 20, 30 years old. So we're trying to get by that. And what I'm doing now is, and I hope to have it done today, is I'm going to approve a provisional easement for probably 80 people to go ahead and have Golden West install their internet lines temporarily, and then we'll give these individuals 60 days to come in and get their applications done, whether it be for an easement or a home site. And we're not saying they have to be done and approved. We're just saying get them done and get them submitted to the Bureau so we can start working on them for them. So waiting for the list from Golden West on the individuals. We've completed, by the end of this week, we should have 20 of our own done. That's not what Golden West has sent to us. So those easements will be done. Like I said before, the only frustrating part is our staff are limited to how much they can come into the office. And then with the rule, not being able to take trust documents out of the building, that kind of hampers our ability to be able to get some of that stuff done. So I appreciate my staff coming in as much as possible, as allowed, to get the stuff done. I just try to let the folks know that call the agency, be patient with us for getting them done. I know I get texts and calls from some council reps, and we're doing the best we can under the circumstances. So we'll continue to do that and try to get a lot of these folks' easements done as quick as we can. Any questions on that? Okay. General assistance, we are working on September payments. I hope to have them ready for approval by Friday, and that will be for all of September. So if you folks get calls, I know I get a call every now and then, just let the folks know that I will have them hopefully approved by Friday, and then 4 to 7 days, just depending on when they actually get processed. So any questions on general assistance? Fire, we have been very busy on fire. I have to applaud our staff. I mean, they've been overworked. We've been working 16 to 20-hour days on a lot of these fires. I'm sure you folks have seen, the High Blue fire, the number 6 fire. We had 3 fires going the other night north of Loneman, and then out by Potato Creek, we had multiple fires. We've had to call in resources. I think we've gotten approval on 4 short-term severity requests through the region, which allows us to bring other resources in. I know we've used the motor fuels program on a few of our fires to help. So we've been extremely busy with fire. I know in a few of our fires were a result of ceremonies and sweats. I just encourage the folks out there, take precautions. I mean, if it's a very windy day, we've had some of these fires get away and out into these fields. I just want the public to be, safe as possible, and let us know if you even are going to burn, so we can have trucks in the area to try to minimize it. Fortunately for us, we've gotten to some of these fires fairly quick and was able to get them out, but it still has follow up to it. We still have to make sure the mop up's done, so it definitely keeps us busy. Our positions, if you read the report, we've got multiple positions that are being advertised right now, from range techs to realty assistants. Probably the most important one is the realty. We've had 3 vacancies in realty that are finally being advertised. So I definitely think that's going to help us be able to get some of these things done, for easements, for land, gift deeds, to our land sales. And what we've tried to explain to the community, in some cases where land sales are placed before gift deeds. And our tribal members, are looking for that revenue, or even the tribe in some cases. So we place just because of our staffing, we place the land sales ahead of gift deeds. So it's not that we're not addressing them. We're just trying to make sure that we get, these sales done, so the tribal members can get their their revenue or their income off of these land sales. We've been extremely busy. We've got a construction project going on at the jail. Out at AOF, we've had a roof replacement, which is over $2 million project, but we've had issues because of storms, and we've had to work through those to try to continue the project. Currently at the agency, we're actually having our HVAC system replaced, which also places a burden on the staff because of rules. I can't have the staff in the building at certain temperatures. And, last week was really hot, and unfortunately we were able to get some temporary units. But, for instance, in my office, it's 82 right now. So, it's a situation where we're trying to figure out, how we can get staff in here. We've been bringing them in the morning before it gets too hot, and then they can do a few hours, and then they have to go back to teleworking. So there's a lot of things going on that we're trying to get past so we can make sure that we're continuing to get the work done at the agency. We just got another probate position that started today. So we have 3 folks in probate, and I want to say, over 300 cases. And with the administrative law judge, just beginning in the last couple of weeks to start issuing hearing notices via teleconference, we're going to start getting some of these probate cases adjudicated by the ALJ. Any questions?
We do. We have a list of council rec.
What's that?
We have a list here
Okay. What kind of list?
of questions, comments.
Go ahead. That's essentially it for the agency. I'll open it up to any questions.
Shanty Wilson.
Okay. Good morning, John. Good morning, everybody. I guess my question is, John, a few weeks ago, the volunteer fire departments was concerned about their contracts with the Bureau. And I was just wondering if we've now gotten everybody squared away, or we're still having issues with some of the volunteer fire departments and their contracts.
Thank you, Chancey. Did I address that at land committee, or did I bring that up to council so I don't have to regurgitate the entire thing?
It was just at land committee.
Okay, I'll give the tribe and the community so they know. So essentially what happens is we enter into fire protection agreements with all of our VFDs around the area, and they provide added resources to the Bureau. So this year, region-wide, a new FPA was implemented just because the other one was, years old, hadn't been updated, and that's the off reservation. It's similar to the one you folks approved. Essentially, I informed those FPA or those VFDs that they would not be fighting fire on the reservation until they sign the FPA. And the reason why is due to liability. One did come in and sign it, and they're back working fires. We still have 3 that have not signed it. I have not heard from any of them since I issued the letter canceling last year's agreement and informing them they couldn't participate. But we want them all, and that's what I explained to them. We want all the help that we can get, and we've got Kyle VFD, we've got motor fuels within the tribe now. So this is revenue that's helping these programs and helping these volunteer fire departments. But they can't dictate how we operate our Bureau program or our FPAs. We want their help. Those rates that were set by the region, those payments, I saw some Facebook traffic, to be honest, and I think that's pretty juvenile if you're going to get into Facebooking an issue. I'm here all day. Everyone has my number. I get called 100 times a day, and I'll be glad to sit down with the VFDs and explain why the FPA had to be updated. But one of the comments that was made was that funding was cut. And it wasn't funding that was cut. We have nothing to do with the funding here at the agency level. That funding mechanism that's in place comes out of NIFC in Boise, Idaho. So all we do here is accept the invoices by the VFDs, and we send them on for processing, and we'll get them paid. But like I said, the rate, and I've spoke with the regional FMO after I received some of the concerns from the VFDs, and the rate, as I'm told by our regional FMO, is still better than what the state pays for machine services. So we have an FPA that pays machine hours only. So on these smaller fires, we'll have the VFDs that will come out And the process that's set up is they have to go, if they're called by anybody, they have to call the Bureau and get clearance to come out on a fire. If we don't know about it, we don't know they came out on a fire, if they came out of fire on their own, we won't authorize payment for that. And I've explained to the land committee that all of the VFDs have my staff's phone numbers, they have cell phones, they talk to each other almost daily. All we're saying is, look, call us and say, hey, I got called by Bennett County Dispatch or Winter Dispatch, and there's a fire over Potato Creek. As long as they call us and my guys say, yeah, go ahead and hit it, we'll be on our way too. That's all we were asking. And it's just helping, like I said, it helps with the liability portion of it. It helps to make sure that they get paid. And that's all it is. I mean, we're definitely wanting help from all the resources that are around the reservation just because of the size. But, you know, that's kind of what it is, Chancey.
Okay, and then I guess the one concern we did have, we touched on it land committee, but I think the council needs to be aware. The one of them that hasn't signed actually helps with a lot of structure fires. They have the equipment, even on big grassland fires and stuff, especially on this eastern end. They have the capability and the equipment to do structures and grasslands, and we still haven't worked out an agreement with them, and they are a vital very, very vital to this eastern end. Their fire department is. So I don't know what we need to do to help get this negotiated or get them back on track or what. But I think that fire department that hasn't signed yet they are a very, very vital part of this eastern side of this reservation.
And I totally agree with you, Chancey. I absolutely do. And the issue that's at odds here is this is a template agreement that was utilized on all of our reservations. It isn't specific to geographic, or it isn't specific to logistics, but we have to stick with it, you know. And you're right, we need them. We need all of our VFDs. You know, I mean, this is by far one of the busiest years on record for fires at Pine Ridge. We've had over 200 fires since January. And that is absolutely crazy. And I'll add to it in that I just received a memo last week because of the national fire danger and the national fire response level that we're on. They're also telling us to say, hey, look at your local resources and what can you commit to coming out on these national fires. And I've had to tell them, look, I mean, we're the busiest reservation in the Great Plains for fires. I mean, I'll look at seeing what we can send out as far as national resources, but quite frankly, our responsibility is here. So here at Pine Ridge. And fortunately for us, we've been able to justify through different protocols within the short-term severity requirements and met those protocols to qualify to have these additional resources brought to Pine Ridge. But it's an agreement that's there. They have to sign it. You know, if they want to fight fires, I will let the tribe know that there's been conversations with my fire staff by some of these VFDs that they're ultimately considering not coming out on structure fires here anymore because they're not getting paid. But that's just, you know, the point I made to my staff was, and to these VFDs is I said, you know, hey, make an appointment to talk to the tribe. I mean, essentially you're a VFD, you know, but if you're going to make an issue out of it that you're using your resources to come on and fight structure fires, I said, go talk to the tribe, you know, talk to finance committee and see, hey, is there, you know, anything you can do to maybe help, you know, compensate these VFDs for fighting all of these structure fires since the tribe doesn't have that resource in place yet. And I don't know that anyone has reached out to the finance committee, but that's one of the recommendations I made because, like I said, they are coming out from Interior, from Martin, from Rushville, you know, and I know our fire department isn't up and running, but maybe, and I don't know the requirements of that grant, maybe, you know, talk to whoever's operating that grant. Is it housing? And maybe talk to them to say, hey, can we compensate these VFDs for coming out on these structure fires? So I just wanted to make sure you folks were aware of that's some discussion that's out there.
Who's next?
Jackie's here.
Yeah. Hi, John. This is Jackie. you know, I did call you before on the fire, access to the fire through the Vitalises out there by Wolf Creek. And there's several homes out there that are really having difficulty time getting through there. And because, you know, due to the fire trucks going through there and back and forth, that it was just like a big old pile of, you know, fine dirt, and they were getting stuck, the people that accessed that road. So they needed to get that at least watered down. But I know I've called around and tried to get that done, and it just keeps coming back to, you know, the superintendent needs to give the okay, you know. So, but it still needs to happen. We was kind of hoping for rain, and that didn't happen. But is that possible to get that done? Because these people are calling, and they're needing that assistance to get that watered down, that road.
I know which road you're talking about. I was out there the first day of that fire, and I know the road that you're talking about. I mean, that's it's this powder, and if that was caused by our fire trucks going out there, and then I'll see what I can do to try to remedy that road. But it is powder. That's just the surface of that road out there.
Yeah, I think they said it just got, well, it was probably, but it got worse. That's what they were saying, because it's like real deep ruts now from those trucks. So that's why they wanted to know if they can get that at least watered down. I sure would appreciate it if you can look into it, John.
Yeah, let me see what I can do for you. Let me see what I can do for you.
Thank you.
Valentina, Daniel.
I'll pass.
Cora Whitehorse.
Thank you. John, the road maintenance building out there, that's still under BIA, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Okay, when are you planning on getting the sewer fixed? Because they don't have toilets and running water. And they're using porta potties, and that's kind of not safe or sanitary for those employees out there.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. The problem I'm running into is and I talked to Water and Sewer about it, or my facilities guys did, you know, and what they're telling us we need on our side is you need to have an engineer look at it, etc. And I've talked to the Water and Sewer guys, and he says that, hey, I have the ability to make that connection to rural water, because originally the maintenance office ran off of a pump in a well, and we replaced the motor in that in late 17, but it's just so old, you know, and it finally did give out. So, I mean, if you guys are okay with it, and quite honestly, it'll be done a lot quicker than what we're going to do with it. Ultimately, too, with, you know, the Bureau taking that program, I mean, the tribe says they're willing to connect for us, but they wanted somebody's blessing to be able to do that. Otherwise, like I said, they're telling me on my side, you know, we have to get an engineer to review it, and it's just taking forever, to be honest with you. If you guys are okay with Water and Sewer helping connect that line to rural water, and I talked to the rural water folks and they're okay, you know, we can have it done absolutely fast. But we have put, you know, washers out there, we put porta potties out there, but it isn't an ideal situation for sure.
So if we motion to have Water and Sewer connect it, you'll pay for the connection and all the parts that it's going to take?
He says they have the parts that they need. And he says that essentially they can do it just in-house, is what Mr. Pilley told my facility staff.
So if we have them do that, then they could send you the bill?
Well, I want to make sure that we can pay for it. Like I said, I mean, somebody somewhere will be screaming saying, no, that's our responsibility. So can you just give me a day to see if I can get a response from our regional facilities guy on if I can let the tribe just do it and if we can absorb the cost? Because I would do it that way too.
Okay.
I would definitely reimburse the tribe if it cost anything to get it connected.
All right. So can you come to the next maybe EB&D meeting and make a report on that? And then we can take action from there.
I'll get something hopefully today, and I'll have it for your meeting.
Okay. If you could email me, that would be great.
Okay, I can do that.
All right. Thank you.
You bet.
Any more questions?
I got one.
Jay?
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Vice President. John, we have a issue here with that's been. I think we've been the committee to April, but we the committee, actually the tribe, or the committee approved of 3 lease sites for 3 cell tower sites. One is the casino, one is Red Shirt, and one is Sharps. And they went through the process. They went through land committee, came back to the EB&D committee. They were sent to the bureau, the BIA, and Miss Yellowboy has all the information that she needs to approve of these. And so she did get back to the secretary and said that she needed a committee resolution or a letter with the minutes to back it up. And so we sent those to her, and then nothing happened. And so we reaffirmed our action again, and still nothing. And there is a deadline coming up, and so we really need these cell tower sites because of the coverage, bad coverage that we experience in these areas. And so if we can, I don't know if we need a council action today to get these leases signed, if that's what it is, if it is, or if you can take care of it. But we kind of like some time frames on these two.
I'll get you an answer before council adjourns today.
Okay, appreciate it. Thank you.
I'll get an update and get it back to you before you guys get out.
Okay.
Mr. Gibbons?
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Mr. Long. That was one of my concerns was clearing the way for those cell phone towers. I don't know. It is a window, but I've heard your response. But I'd like to also commend your fire department. I mean, they've been really getting after business, and if there's such thing as pats on the back or a handshake, pass it on for me, would you please?
I will. I appreciate it.
Motion to approve his report.
I have one more question.
Go ahead, Ms. White.
John, on Jackie's question about the roads, it's in the regs for the fire program or whatever they're called to repair everything like the roads back to normal, right? So
yes, anything that we disturb, if we're cutting blade lines, fuel lines, if that road is in existence and there's really no way to determine how bad it was before we utilized it to get to the fire, it's going to be tough. But like I said, I'll have our guys go out and look at it and see what we can do to try to correct it.
Okay, because if they were using it before, they should be able to use it after a fire, right?
Yeah,
if they can't use it, then that should be telling, right?
Yeah, I went out there that same day that when the fire first started, and I know exactly what spot you're talking about because it was nothing but powder going through it.
Okay, I just think that if they were using it before, they should be able to use it now. So if it's because the trucks did smash it, and trucks do that when they drive on dirt roads, then they should at least make it drivable and safe.
Yes. Anything else for me?
Any more questions for John? Okay, do we have a motion to accept the report?
Well, I got one yet, Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Gibbons.
Mr. Long, you know, we're getting behind on this and that, and you're kind of understaffed already. Do you see a point where you're gonna be opening up the bureau to provide services full time again?
The guidance that we're getting at this point, bureau wide, is they're saying November, December at the earliest of a potential reopening. Some of the things that we're putting in place locally so we can be ahead of the curve is that we've implemented desktop barriers at all the employees' desks. We've purchased fogging machines to disinfect our buildings, which include the jails. I now have a schedule that was sent to me by my staff. So we'll now start disinfecting not only 159 here, but we'll be disinfecting the Justice Center, AOF, Kyle JDC, Kyle Jail. And then, you know, just the general, we have hand sanitizers located on every wing. So some of those things I've already reported up my chain. As far as our agency, I think we're probably ahead of most agencies with respect to being able to move into phase 2 and eventually phase 3 for us. But nationwide on our calls, they're telling us that, you know, November, December is by far probably earliest estimate on us to resume full operations.
So everybody's basically working from home. Are they a lot of them working from home, teleworking?
Majority of our staff are teleworking. Like I said, I do have staff that are coming in Tuesday or Thursday or Monday, Wednesday, Friday. They're doing, you know, 4-hour increments. So I do have some coming in, but we're still limited by not allowing public contact. And I think with, you know, putting the barriers in place and ultimately being able to separate the customer from the staff, I think it's going to help us to be able to say, hey, I think we're getting to the point where we can reopen the building to our customers.
Thank you for that information.
You're welcome.
Second. Mr. Tulance, you have a motion to get his report. Do we have a second?
Second.
Who second that? Oh, Dwayne?
Yes.
All right, roll call.
Jimmy? Wayne Yellowhawk?
Yeah.
Garfield Apple?
Yes.
Glenn Gibbons?
Yes.
Lydia Bear Killer?
Yes.
James Cross?
Yes.
Jackie Sears?
Uh-huh.
Vincent Tulance?
Yes.
Craig Dillon?
No.
Cora Whitehorse?
No.
Valentina Merdanian?
Uh-huh.
Ryan Jumping Eagle? Ryan Jumping Eagle? Oh, Little White Man?
No.
Chancey Wilson?
Yes.
Philip Goodcrow?
Yes.
Randy Laysbed?
No.
Richard Greenwald? Nikina Mills? Robin Tapio?
Yes.
We have 13 yes, 4 no, 2 not voting. Motion carried.
I have one quick item, sir, if I could address the cell phone issue. So we apparently received 3 site locations from AT&T, and they submitted 1 map, and we're still waiting for the 2 other maps on the location of where they're going to put these towers. So there's a contact that we can make contact with, or from the tribe or somewhere, if we can get those other maps identified with the 2 other maps.
You can, Vice Chair, just respond to John. You can, I'll have Steve Puyer get a hold of you, and he'll have all the information that you need for these other 2 sites.
Okay.
Because we're waiting on this, so when the Bureau signs it, we turn it over to the TIPO office so they can clear those sites, and we're kind of looking at October or September, October to have those towers up, So I'll have Steve.
My realty officer said that she was going to check with Dr. LeBeau if there's allotted land within those, just to see if we were good already to go on the environmental and the ARCs. So that may not even be necessary. If there's tribal or allotted land within any of those sites that they're identifying, we can touch base with Dr. LeBeau to see if they're already good to go. Because I'm sure if they're disturbed, they probably will be good to go.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you, guys.
The next report.
Okay, thank you. BIA. And the next on the agenda is the OGLALA SIOUX Lakota Nursing Home, their monthly report. Do we have anybody from a nursing home here today?
Yes, good afternoon. This is Tiffany Shangru, and I have Ali Ott, our Director of Nursing, here with me. I believe everybody has a copy of our report. I'm just going to go ahead and read it, and if you have questions, you can let us know when I'm done. We currently have 37 residents. We are taking resident inquiry applications and accepting new residents at this time. We have a few scheduled to come in already. They will be COVID tested before coming in, and we will also put them in our gray zone for 14 days before moving them into a room. Our memory care unit is also ready for use. We are actually moved a resident into the memory care unit from our current unit on Monday. We will be moving a couple more over as we have criteria that has to be met. So as long as the criteria is met, we might have a couple more that will be moving over there. So we're also taking applications for the memory care unit. It's advertised in the paper and on our website, I believe. We had an issue with COVID testing at the beginning when we first started baseline testing everybody, but we got it worked out. Our first baseline testing was on June 15th. We had IHS and Public Health come out and test everyone. They tested the residents first, and then they tested the staff. They used rapid testing, so the next day we were notified that one of our residents, one of our staff was positive. She was currently working and asymptomatic, was sent home for 14 days. Everyone else tested negative. We did a second baseline testing on July 20th. IHS and Public Health again came out and performed the testing, but I don't think they made it aware that they did the 3-day testing where they send it to peer this time. We didn't hear anything back, so we called that was on Monday and Tuesday we tested. We called on Thursday. We didn't hear anything. We thought, well, no news is good news. They told us that they were sent to Pier and they should have them back hopefully the next day. We still didn't hear anything. And South Dakota Pier had frozen them and sent them on to, or was waiting to hear from Nebraska. It was kind of a miscommunication. They said they notified us or tried to get a hold of us, but we didn't get no phone calls from them. They finally got a hold of Panhandle Public Health in Nebraska. So Nebraska had them FedExed over to them, and we got all of our information on our end to Panhandle Public Health. The tests were run, and 21 days later, on August 10th, there was 20 tests left. One of them was a positive resident. This resident showed no signs or symptoms. We put everybody into the yellow zone, and we retested. Gordon Hospital was able to send some tests over, so we retested everybody the following 2 days, and everybody was negative. We were advised not to test the resident and the staff member from before because they can still test positive for up to 12 weeks. As long as they show no symptoms, we didn't have to retest them. So we no longer will be using South Dakota because of the miscommunication. They didn't want to run our tests because we're in Nebraska. So Allie, our DON, and Marquet, our infection control nurse, are now trained in doing the swabbing themselves. So we'll just continue doing our own testing and sending it to the Omaha lab. We're also waiting for CMS is sending us a swab machine to actually do the swabbing and run the tests ourselves to get our results right here in the nursing home. So we're waiting for that machine. I'm hoping everybody got a copy of the report. We attached the COVID timeline and our phasing plan with that report. And we were, other than that, had a few problems with visitors. It was just a few residents. Their family was coming out during the day. We told them they couldn't do that. So they would wait till nighttime, evening, when the nursing staff was busy and nobody was around in the front offices, and still continuing to come out to see their residents. So we did hire, what is John Musso's security outfit to come, and we have security here now in the evening 7 days a week. So, and yeah, that's all I have. Any questions? Does anyone have questions for I or Ellie?
I do not have no hands up at the moment.
Okay.
Motion to approve the report.
We have a motion to approve report, seconded by Jimmy. Ready to vote? Jimmy? Wayne Yellowhawk? Garfield Apple?
Yes.
Glenn Gibbons?
Yes.
Lydia Bearkiller?
Yes.
James Cross?
Yes.
Jackie Sears?
Not voting.
Vincent Tulance?
No.
Craig Dillon? Cora Whitehorse?
Yes.
Valentina Merdanian?
Yeah.
Ryan Jumping Eagle? Bo Little White Man?
Yes.
Chancey Wilson?
Yes.
Philip Goodcrow?
Yes.
Randy Laisbed?
No.
Richard Greenwald? Nakina Mills,
Yeah.
Robin Tapio,
Yes.
eleven yes, 4 no, 4 not voting. Motion carried.
Get my vote.
No, I didn't, Ryan.
It was yes.
Okay. So that's 12 yes, 4 no, 3 not voting. The chair stepped out the chambers for a minute. Maybe we can just go into the HR report with Michelle Porter.
Good afternoon, Tribal Council and Executive Board. My name is Michelle Porter. I'm the OGLALA Sioux Tribe Human Resource Director. For the record, I'm here to present my monthly report per Ordinance 1822 that was submitted to the Secretary's office. Is there any questions in regards to that report?
I have one. Chairman.
Garfield Apple?
Yes, Michelle. This is Garfield. My question is there directors performing duties of the programs that we have that are under the tribe that don't have degrees?
Garfield, that would be a question of the Chief of Staff, but what I can tell you in regards to the Human Resource Department, every employee within the OGLALA Sioux Tribe have met the qualifications required of the position they were hired for under our department.
Okay, but there is
Garfield, are you there?
I've got a question, Jen.
Go ahead, Glenn.
Good morning, Miss Michelle. Say, are in what, you know, we're putting more and more demands on water and sewer, and they can do this, they could do that. Are there any positions vacant right now in that department that because they're expanding? I mean, they're becoming responsible for a lot more stuff as rural water lets it go. Are there any vacant positions in the water and sewer piece?
Hello, Glenn. Honestly, I can't answer that question. That would be your program director, your chief of staff, and your AO that would be able to respond to that.
Oh, okay. They're coming. Thank you, Michelle.
Okay, Michelle, this is Garfield again. I lost connection there for a little while.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Okay, so my question is, according to our policies, there shouldn't be anybody out there running a program without a degree. And you told me just now that all of our positions do have the required degree for the program they're running. Now, my question to you is there people out there with no degrees running a program within the tribe?
Okay, Garfield, I'm going to reiterate what I said earlier. Every employee within the Oglala Sioux tribe have met the qualifications in which the position that they were hired under. Again, I would refer you to the chief of staff in regards to what you're asking, because I do not know if other programs are doing services for other programs. That would be a chief of staff question.
So I'd have to go. You can't answer that, right? And you're not going to. So I would go with Cindy to ask you.
I'm referring you to the chief of staff. She would be able to answer that question if that is the case that's coming forward, because I don't know if any other employees are doing duties for other programs. No, I don't. That would be her decision.
It's a human resource. And I don't know why you can't answer it, but okay, I'd have to get the report from Cindy then. So I would like, Chairman, I would like to make a motion to have our CEO, or Cindy, bring a report back with all of our programs and who the directors are, and look at their qualifications for the Oglala Sioux tribe, to see if what Michelle just said, meeting the qualifications. I need to see that in writing. So I'd like to make that a motion.
I do recognize your motion, but we have Mr. Gibbons.
I have a question, comment.
Okay.
Ryan, jump in.
You know, so we hire the chief of staff, HR, to make them determinations. I don't know why we're trying to get into it. I just don't see why we need to see if every director is qualified. You know what I mean? I think that falls on the human resource and the chief of staff.
Do we have a second to Mr. Apple's motion?
Motion, Chair, to approve HR report.
Okay, that, Mr. Gibbons? Was that your motion, Mr. Gibbons?
Yes.
We got a second to that. We got a second by Mr. Tulance. Roll call.
Jim Means?
Yes.
Dwayne Yellowhawk?
Yes.
Garfield Apple?
No.
Glenn Gibbons?
Yes.
Lydia Bearkiller?
Yes.
James Cross?
Yes.
Jackie Sears?
Uh-huh.
Vincent Tulance?
Yes.
Craig Dillon? Cora Whitehorse?
Yes.
Valentina Merdania?
Oha.
Ryan Jumping Eagle?
Yes.
Bo Little White Man?
Yes.
Chancey Wilson?
Yes.
Philip Goodcrow?
Yes.
Randy Laisbed?
Yes.
Richard Greenwald? Nikina Mills? Robin Tapio?
Yes.
We have a vote of 16 yes, 1 no, and 2 not voting. Motion carried.
Thank you, Tribal Council. Have a good day. Stay safe.
To the Chief of Staff's report.
Next on the agenda is the Chief of Staff.
Good afternoon, Tribal Council. For the record, my name is Cindy Gallego. I am the Chief of Staff for the OGLALA Sioux Tribe. I sent my report out to you via email. I did send it out both in a PDF and a JPEG, so a picture. I'm hoping that you guys were able to open it in that format. I know that a lot of times when we send emails out in to your emails, sometimes they show up. So I sent it both ways. Currently, the Chief of Staff's office continues to work diligently with our programs. In your report, you will receive our recommendation regarding the extension of the administrative leave from September 5th to September 30th. That was presented to the Law and Order Committee, I believe, last week, and was approved, and it's on the tribal on the agenda for the council meeting today. We did work with and complete the case management document that is within that report as well. It's just a way we were asked by Tribal Council to develop a case management plan. And it was really nice this morning meeting with the treasurer and the comptroller, because things that are going to help us with the checks and balances of the CARES funding can be documented and utilized through that case management plan, along with other documentation that the COVID task force and the COVID director have developed. So that was reassuring this morning to hear that. So that was very nice. I have also attached, currently we are still working on that ordinance to separate the law and order and the economic and business development programs under two separate AOs. So we're still looking for the documentation and the minutes from Tribal Council requesting that from us. So that's one thing that's holding that up. As I mentioned last time I reported, that the job descriptions and how those were going to be realigned under the 4 AOs have been approved by the standing committees. We're just working on that ordinance itself. The ordinance itself, so in the documentation that I have submitted to you, Tribal Council, that includes the supervision of those programs right now. So in there you will see that who is the supervisory personnel over each of those programs. And so what we did was, between myself, AO Price and AO Ross, we divided them up amongst us so that we can work with those programs. After that, I believe you'll see the individual administrative officers. I would like to go on record and say, currently out of the 51 programs that we are working with, there are only 6 that are on the administrative leave. We attached the essential and non-essential programs list and how many individuals are considered vulnerable. I must also state for the record that even though we do have vulnerable population, within our programs, majority of them have returned back to work, and they are working either on a telework or flex schedules within those programs. So that's where that is at. And also you will see, okay, well, I went through that, the supervision of the programs under there. We continue to work with the COVID director, developing their job descriptions and working with the HR director, ensuring that happens. So that's pretty much in a nutshell what we have been working on. We do currently have 3 of our programs this week that have been closed for decontamination from either exposure or positives within that program. Last week we did have 1. We closed the program, decontaminated it, and then reopened it for business this week. So same thing's going to happen with these 3 this week. And we continue to work with the task force as well. If there's any questions for me, I'm available to answer.
Nakina, you had your hand up. Did you have a question?
Well, I mean, just hearing the numbers of the employees that are on administrative leave, and it sounds like a majority are back to work. Are you, but you're still going to be supportive of, because that's on the agenda, the discussion of the administrative leave for another extension? Yes. And you're still in support of that, correct?
Yes, because what that does, and I believe I wrote that in my recommendation to council or to the Law and Order Committee. What it does is it protects those individuals that are vulnerable, and there's a few of our programs that are not open. Those 6 programs, 3 of them have 1, 2, and 3 employees that work in those programs. But what we have is we have flex schedules that those individuals are using. So what happens is that some of the employees come in and they work Tuesday, Wednesday, and half of Friday. And then the other programs will come in Wednesday and Thursday and half of Friday. Or they will come in later in the day. Some of them come in on Saturday and Sunday. So to reduce the number of exposures within that program, so there's not so many people coming in and out of the building, and you're in contact with less people. That administrative leave fills in the gaps for those individuals. So they may be working Tuesday, Wednesday, and half of Friday, but they still will receive a full paycheck because the administrative leave will cover on Tuesdays and Thursdays and the other half of that Friday. So it assists those individuals to stay safe, but they are still completing what needs to be done. Oftentimes they will work on telework or work on things at home, but some things cannot leave the office, and we don't want them to violate any of our HIPAA laws by taking files home with them or anything like that. So they do have to come back into the office. So that's how that protects all of our employees. Even though they are open and they are working, that still fills in the gaps for them.
Okay, thank you. And then my other concern, so those programs that are that have the issues with positives going through them. There was a Facebook post about the child care and providers not getting those, they rely on that. Is there a plan to somehow aid with that, or have you guys discussed that yet?
No, we are actually working on that right now. So that was a topic of conversation early this morning. So we will be working on that, making sure that those services continue. It's just closed down right now so that the building can be decontaminated. We did have to put some of our employees on leave for right now, just to make sure that the spread of the virus doesn't move, make sure they're safe, make sure that their tests are come back okay. So we're working through all of that. We will make sure that the services continued as with what we had done with the other programs. It's just a temporary halt right at this moment, and we're working on ironing out all the details for that.
Okay, and I know, I mean, I get tired of saying this all the time, accurate information getting out there to the public in regards to these programs and the services that comes along with them, and how important that is.
Yes.
Because I'm pretty sure other council reps got messages. Some of those people rely on those checks, and I think about CPS too, and the foster parents and that situation. So, and that's when we talk about, okay, if you do get a positive, there's got to be a backup plan. There's got to be, so that we can still make sure. And you understand that. I just wanted to make sure that was being addressed. And I think that was all I had. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Lydia, is that you with your hand up?
Yeah, I was gonna ask her on this, the programs that are out there, are they still entitled to the hazard pay? And are they still getting hazard pay?
The ones that actually come into the office and are exposed to the general public, yes, they are getting hazard pay.
So does that include childcare too?
Yes. Well, actually, so I know that's a whole nother issue, and we are working on that. That was a topic of discussion this morning with childcare. So we are addressing the issue that you are referring to, Councilwoman Bear-Killer.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Are there any more questions?
Gibbons.
Mr. Gibbons?
Good morning, Miss Cindy. Good morning.
Good afternoon.
Oh, it's afternoon. My goodness.
Yes.
Hey, I appreciate the work you do, and I depend on your input as we go further into this agenda. So it's a lot of work. Chair, motion to accept the Chief of Staff report.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr. Gunn.
I think included within the Chief of Staff's report was the data sharing agreement with the CDC, and I wanted to make sure that we're able to address that.
Okay.
Ms. Gallego, do you mind if I say a few words about that?
Go right ahead. Actually, Mr. Zephyr is on the line, and he's available for any questions regarding that.
Okay. The tribe, of course, has been working with the CDC, and the CDC has offered to provide valuable services to the tribe in tabulating and analyzing data concerning COVID-19 on the reservation, and helping the tribe to use that data to advance its mitigation activities. And in order to facilitate that, a data sharing agreement was prepared, and that agreement was presented to and reviewed by the Finance Committee, Law and Order Committee, HHS Committee, and it was also presented to the Reservation Research Review Board. The HHS Committee on August 18th approved a motion to refer the CDC data sharing agreement to the council. And so I believe that was included on the Chief of Staff's agenda for council, and that a copy of the resolution and the agreement have been forwarded to the tribal council. I'm happy to answer any questions that people may have. I also, can read the resolution for the council. I did want to just highlight a few points, which are included in the resolution and the agreement. But let me just go ahead and stress them here. The agreement would allow the tribe to share certain COVID-19 related information with the CDC in exchange for the CDC's agreement to prepare summaries, reports, charts, graphs, and recommendations concerning COVID-19 on the reservation and the tribe's mitigation activities. The agreement does not allow or authorize the sharing of any personal identifiable health information. Instead, it allows for the sharing of non-personal identifiable information and aggregate statistical information. The agreement makes sure that the tribe owns all of the information that is shared, and that the CD is required to return the information and destroy any copies when their work is finished or when the agreement expires or is terminated, whichever occurs first. The agreement requires the CDC to hold all information confidential. It does not allow the CDC to publish or disclose any information or data provided by the tribe or any summaries, reports, charts, graphs, or recommendations prepared by the CDC without the express written consent of the tribe, signed by the tribal president, pursuant to duly enacted motion or resolution of the council. The length of the agreement is short. It's only 90 days, and it can be terminated earlier. The CDC will provide its services free of charge, and nothing in the agreement waives the tribe's sovereign immunity. I see that Stacy Tulance is on the call. Stacy, were you able to send that, make sure that everyone has the resolution and the agreement?
It was forwarded on in your email. Yes, I did forward it to all executive board and tribal council members.
Thank you very much. So I know that the recommendation was made to present this in the context of the Chief of Staff's report. It looks like Ms. Puyer is available, and Mr. Zephyr, if you have any questions concerning the working relationship between the CDC and the Public Health Administration or the tribe's COVID-19 response. If there are no questions, I can read the resolution into the record. I suppose if a motion is made, or I can read the resolution, then a motion can be made. Mr. Chair, would you like me to read the resolution?
Go ahead, Mr. Gunn.
Okay, thank you. Resolution of the Tribal Council of the Oglala Sioux Tribe approving a data sharing agreement between the Oglala Sioux Tribe and the CDC Tribal Support Unit Field Team 2019 Novel Coronavirus Response. Whereas the Oglala Sioux Tribe adopted its constitution and bylaws by referendum vote on December 14, 1935, in accordance with Section 16 of the Indian Reorganization Act of 1934, 25 U.S.C. Section 5123. And under Article 3 of the Constitution, the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council is the governing body of the Oglala Sioux Tribe. And whereas pursuant to the Constitution and bylaws of the Oglala Sioux Tribe, the Tribal Council exercises legislative powers to enact and promulgate resolutions and ordinances. And whereas Article 4, Sections 1F, 1K, 1M, and 1W empower the Tribal Council to manage the economic affairs of the tribe, protect and preserve the property of the tribe, adopt laws governing the conduct of persons on the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation, and adopt laws protecting and promoting the health and general welfare of the OGLALA Sioux tribe and its membership. And whereas Article 4, Section 1A empowers the Tribal Council to negotiate with federal, state, and local governments on behalf of the tribe. And whereas there is a global outbreak of a respiratory disease caused by a novel coronavirus named SARS, the disease it causes has been named Coronavirus Disease 2019, COVID-19, and the World Health Organization declared the outbreak to be a public health emergency of international concern and a global pandemic. And whereas on March 10, 2020, the president of the OGLALA Sioux tribe declared a state of emergency for the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation, and thereafter the Tribal Council affirmed the president's declaration of a state of emergency on the reservation. And whereas in response to the COVID-19 pandemic and the risk posed to the health and general welfare of the residents of the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation, as well as those who live nearby and work on the reservation, the OGLALA Sioux tribe established a COVID-19 task force to address the pandemic and has activated its emergency management plan to mitigate losses to life, limb, and property on the reservation. And whereas the Tribal Council has adopted several ordinances and resolutions addressing the COVID-19 pandemic and establishing public health precautions designed to prevent and contain the spread of COVID-19 on the reservation, including but not limited to a shelter-in-place ordinance and public health checkpoint ordinance. And whereas the OGLALA Sioux tribe is operating under phases 1 through 3 of the emergency response plan for infectious disease to contain and decrease the spread of COVID-19 through a variety of actions and services, including community surveillance, testing, contact tracing, quarantine, and isolation measures. And whereas the COVID-19 task force and its medical work group are working with the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention Tribal Support Field Team to review, compile, and analyze information gathered regarding mitigation activities, including data related to testing, contact tracing, and other relevant containment measures of the tribe to provide statistical data that will help guide further mitigation activities for the tribe. And whereas the Tribal Council has determined that it is in the best interest of the tribe and its members to enter into the attached data sharing agreement with the CDC Tribal Support Field Team in order to allow for exchange of data and clarification of data access, utilization, ownership, and confidentiality. And whereas the attached data sharing agreement contains numerous provisions to safeguard the rights of the tribe and its members, the agreement authorizes the tribe to share certain COVID-19 related information with the CDC in exchange for the CDC's agreement to prepare summaries, reports, charts, graphs, and recommendations concerning COVID-19 on the reservation and the tribe's mitigation activities. The agreement does not authorize or allow the sharing of any personal identifiable health information. Instead, it allows for the sharing of non-personal identifiable information and aggregate statistical information. The agreement provides that the tribe owns all the information that it shares, that is shared, and that the CDC is required to return the information and destroy any copies when their work is finished or when the agreement expires or is terminated, whichever occurs first. The agreement requires the CDC to hold all information confidential. The agreement does not allow the CDC to publish or disclose any information or data provided by the tribe or any summaries, reports, graphs, charts, or recommendations prepared by the CDC without the express written consent of the tribe, signed by the tribal president pursuant to a duly enacted motion or resolution of the Tribal Council. The length of the agreement is 90 days, and it can be terminated earlier by the tribe. The CDC will provide its services free of charge. Nothing in the agreement waives the tribe's sovereign immunity. And whereas the data sharing agreement has been reviewed by the Legal Department, the Finance Committee, the Health and Human Services Committee, and the Law and Order Committee, and the OGLALA Sioux Tribe Research Review Board has also been advised of the proposed agreement. And whereas on August 18, 2020, the Health and Human Services Committee approved a motion to refer the data sharing agreement to the Tribal Council. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Tribal Council of the Oglala Sioux Tribe hereby approves the attached data sharing agreement between the Oglala Sioux Tribe and the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention Tribal Support Field Team. And be it further resolved that the President of the Oglala Sioux Tribe, or in his absence, the Vice President, is hereby authorized to execute the agreement.
Motion.
Second.
Got a motion, was that, Mr. Cross? Or who made the motion?
Yes. Motion, Chair.
Second, Chair.
And a second by who?
Arthur Apple.
Okay. Roll call.
Jim Meeks,
Yes.
Dwayne Yellowhawk,
No.
Garfield Apple,
Yes.
Glenn Gibbons,
Yes.
Lydia Bearkiller, Lydia Bearkiller,
Yes.
James Cross,
Yes.
Jackie Sears,
Uh-huh.
Vincent Tulance. Craig Dillon,
Yes.
Cora Whitehorse,
No.
Valentina Merdanian, Valentina Merdanian, Ryan Jumping Eagle,
Yes.
Bo Little White Man, Bo Little White Man, Chancy Wilson,
No.
Philip Goodcrow,
Yes.
Randy Laisbad,
No.
Richard Greenwald, Nakina Mills, Robin Tapio.
Yes.
Valentina, did you want to vote on that?
I think she got kicked out. She's trying to get connectivity.
I added her back in, but we have a Glenn and Nakina with their hands up.
We have a vote of 11 yes, 4 no, 4 not voting. Motion carried. And we have Mr. Gibbons and Ms. Mills. Mr. Gibbons?
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Zephyr, are you still on? Mr. Zephyr.
Are you looking for Oe or Russ?
Not Russell. I mean, when I talk to Russell, I get in trouble.
Yeah, I'm here.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Zephyr, Ole, the importance, I can't stress how useful this data can be as far as age group, contact tracing, and they're proven data people, and I know we've got proven data people as well, but all data when it comes to information and making decisions is helpful. So thank you and Miss Cindy for working with the CDC. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Mills?
Yes, thank you. Are we going to start seeing any kind of information? Because we are having the positives and the contact tracing being done. So like if a positive says, oh, I went to Bowie's on last Friday, are we going to start seeing any kind of that kind of information? Because I think that's important when we're talking about awareness and the continued education of our people so that they see why we have this shelter in place. Are you guys working on any kind of, I've asked this in the COVID task force, but for the last like probably 2 months. So I just want to know if there's any work being done in that area.
So we just hired 4 more new contact tracers, and they're starting this week. As for the information they all have, I had a little trouble getting the information in the beginning, but it's coming slowly. And as it comes, yes, we'll certainly put that information out, whatever information the contact tracers, without identifying anybody, of course. We could get
okay,
it out.
thank you. Thank you. And then Glenn had a motion prior to the prior motion running, that motion to approve chief of staff, so I'll second it if he still wants to have that motion.
Glenn?
I still want to have that motion.
Mr. Yellowhawk?
This is a question for Chief of Staff Oli. We have a testing schedule that was put out, but why is it that the Eagle Nest District, Wombly, is not identified as a place for testing? Every district has a place for testing, but Eagle Nest didn't have one. Is there a reason why we're doing that?
George, would you be able to answer that?
Is Eagle Nest free of this virus?
No, I don't. I believe everyone's at risk here. We could certainly look into that. I thought George was on, but I don't see her on the list. The medical section of our task force is the one that comes up with that list, and we could certainly make sure that Eagle Nest makes it on in the next round.
When is the next round?
Question.
No. Oh, Whitehorse, Cora, I'm sorry.
That's okay. I guess this question is for, I'm not sure OE or the chief of staff, but when the CDC was doing their exit report, remember when they met with us, they said they were going to train people to organize the data and to create the charts that they would make. Did that happen?
Yeah, George has been working with the CDC since the first round of people left. There was still Mary Claire stayed back from the CDC, and she's been working with George, and they've been creating graphs from what George told me.
Can those be shared with us?
Certainly, when they're ready, we will put them out there.
Okay, thank you.
Tom, I have a question.
Mr. Bear Killer, you have the floor.
Okay, so I was going to ask Owe, and I was hoping George was on there, but when you schedule these testing out in the districts, I was hoping that we utilize the 10 o'clock a.m. sharp to the 1:30. However, some of these, like the one in Pass Creek, they wasn't even there not more than an hour. Do you know why? Why do we set up these testings and they don't keep the 3 hours at the 3.5 hours?
Sorry, I don't know the answer to that. I talked to Brianne about that.
Okay.
Any more questions? Okay, well, we need a motion.
We have a motion by Glenn Gibbons, seconded by Nakina Mills to approve the chief of staff's report.
We have a motion by Mr. Gibbons, second by Ms. Mills to approve the chief of staff. Roll call.
Jim Meeks,
Yes.
Dwayne Yellowhawk,
Yes.
Garfield Apple,
Yes.
Glenn Gibbons,
Yes.
Lydia Bear Killer,
Yes.
James Cross, Jackie Sears, Vincent Tillants,
Yes.
Craig Dillon,
Yes.
Cora Whitehorse,
Yes.
Valentina Merdanian,
Oha.
Ryan Jumping Eagle,
Yes.
Bo Little White Man,
Yes.
Nancy Wilson,
Yes.
Philip Gickrow,
Yes.
Randy Laisbed,
Yes.
Richard Greenwald, Nakina Mills, Robin Tapio,
Yes.
We have a vote of 17 yes and 2 not voting. Motion carried.
Thank you, Tribal Council.
And moving on, since we got done with all the reports, we're going to the 2/3 items.
Chair.
Yes.
Chair, I want to, and I forgot to do it yesterday, but, as we all know, one of our tribal members, one of our land defenders, Nick Tilson, is facing some jail time up in Rapid City. Whenever Christy Noam was threatening to come take down our roadblocks, Nick stepped up and he provided some extra attorneys if needed. Brendan Johnson and the other U.S. State's attorney from North Dakota. Would it be possible that if the Augusta letter of support, he's a tribal member, and I think, we need to support him. He was up there when Trump came, and, he's always there to defend, against the pipeline. He was there, defending the Black Hills against Trump. So I really feel that we as a tribe should support him. He's a tribal member, so I want to make a motion to open the agenda and add that on to the 2/3.
Second.
We have a motion with the second to open the agenda. Me personally, I'd be more than willing to write a character letter for him, supporting him, because we do have a lot of our members. The prisons are the largest growing reservations we have, and we have a lot of members of our tribe and other tribes that are locked up in the prisons, as well as Leonard Peltier. And we do have a lot of our members in Pennington County Jail and other jails here, Sioux Falls, So, recognize the motion and I recognize the second to reopen the agenda. That would probably have to go under law and order in order to support him, but I feel we need to support a lot of our other members that are in the prison system and the jails in South Dakota and other states. So, we have a motion with the second, so let's have a roll call.
Jim
We can
Meeks?
move on.
Dwayne Alehop? Garfield Apple?
Yes.
Glenn Gibbons?
Yes.
Lydia Bearkiller?
Yes.
James Cross? Jackie Sears? Vincent Tulance?
Yes.
Craig Dillon?
Yes.
Cora Whitehorse?
Yes.
Valentina Merdanian? Brian Jumping Eagle?
Yes.
Bo Little White Man? Chancey Wilson?
Yes.
Crow?
Yes.
Randy Laysbad?
Not voting.
Richard Greenwald? Nikina Mills? Tapio?
We have a vote of 13 yes and 7 not voting. Motion carried.
Okay, motion to add a letter of support for Nick Tilson onto the agenda.
No, that was just to open the agenda. Now we have to put it on.
Second.
I have a motion by Mr. Apple, second
That was a
by,
motion by Ryan Jumping Eagle and seconded by Chancey Wilson.
okay. Motion by Ryan Jumping Eagle and second by Chancey Wilson. Roll call.
Jim Meeks? Dwayne Alehop? Garfield Apple?
Yes.
Glenn Gibbons?
Yes.
Lydia Bearkiller?
Yes.
James Cross? Jackie Sears? Vincent Tulance?
Yes.
Craig Dillon?
Yes.
Cora Whitehorse?
Yes.
Valentina Merdanian? Ryan Jumping Eagle?
Yes.
Bo Little White Man? Chancey Wilson?
Yes.
Philip Goodcrow?
Yes.
Randy Laysbad? Richard Greenwald? Nikina Mills? Robin Tapio?
We have a vote of 13 yes, 6 not voting. Motion carried.
Motion to close the agenda.
Second.
We have a motion by,
Question.
let me recognize these motions first and I'll give you the floor, Ms. Weiner. Who was that motion made by?
Ryan Jumping Eagle.
Motion by Ryan Jumping Eagles to close the agenda and second by,
Who was the second?
who was the second on that?
Glenn.
And second by Glenn Gibbons. I'll give you the floor, Ms. Whitehorse, and then I'm gonna run this motion.
Okay, about 2 weeks ago, there was a couple of resolutions that were brought to finance, and we forwarded them to EB&D. They were on, feasibility studies. One was, a small one, and one was a pretty good sized one. And, they were from the Native American Business Institute. Anyway, they were forwarded to EB&D, and then EB&D forwarded them to executive board hasn't met, and those grants are due this week. Can we add those to the agenda? Because I'd hate to lose the grants just because people didn't meet.
Have they been through grants?
Motion, Cora.
That's why I raised my hand before you made the motion, but I wasn't recognized until after.
You know, I was looking at possibly tomorrow or Friday to have an executive committee because we have some other issues. I got one tribal member that's got a contract to work on Billy Mills' roof, and he needs approval by executive committee. So I'm hoping we meet tomorrow or Friday at the latest on that. And with your with what you want to put on the agenda also, we can deal with that. We should be able to get a quorum, I hope, tomorrow or Friday.
Well, yeah, but my concern was that it's been there for 2 weeks and there's been no action, and now their deadline is Friday.
I'll second Cora's motion.
I'll recognize Cora's motion. Recognize Mr. Goodcrow second, and we'll deal with these two issues. And then I'd like for this to close because we have a lot of agenda items to go through yet, and we didn't even start on them. And it's 1:30. So roll call.
Jim Meeks,
Yep.
Dwayne Yellowhawk, Garfield Apple,
Yes.
Ben Gibbons,
Yes.
Leah Bear Killer,
Yes.
Cross,
Yes.
Jackie Sears,
Yeah.
Vincent Tulance,
Yes.
Craig Dillon,
Yes.
Tora Whitehorse,
Yes.
Valentino Merdanian, Ryan Jumping Eagle,
Yes.
Ryan Jumping Eagle,
Yes.
Oh Little White Man,
Yes.
Nancy Wilson,
Here.
Philip Goodcrow,
Yes.
Randy Leesbeth, Richard Greenwald, Makina Mills,
Yeah.
Robin Tapio,
No.
We have a vote of 12 yes, 4 no, 3 not voting. I'm afraid this didn't make the 2/3 vote.
What's the 2/3?
13.
So
I vote yes.
13, that's Richard Greenwald.
Well, it made the 2/3. We have 13 yes, 4
4
no,
no and 3 not, oh, 2 not voting now.
and 2 not voting. So it did make the 2/3 vote.
Thank you, Council.
Okay, now we need a motion to accept the agenda.
Motion by Ryan Jumping Eagle, seconded by Glenn Gibbons to close the agenda.
Okay, we got a motion by Mr. Jumping Eagle, second by Mr. Gibbons to close the agenda. Roll call.
Jimmy? Dwayne Yellowhawk?
No.
Garfield Apple?
Yes.
Glenn Gibbons?
Yes.
Tia Bear Killer?
Yes.
James Cross?
Yes.
Becky Sears?
Yeah.
Vincent Tulent?
Yes.
Craig Dillon?
Yes.
Cora Whitehorse?
Yes.
Valentina Mardanian? Ryan Jumping Eagle?
Yes.
Oh, Little White Man? Chancey Wilson?
Yes.
Philip Goodcrow?
Yes.
Randy Leesbed?
Yes.
Richard Greenwald? Nikina Mills?
Huh.
Robin Tapio?
No.
We have a vote of 13 yes, 3 no, 3 not voting. So it did get the 2/3 vote. Okay, now getting back to our agenda. We're on the 2/3 items. Finance Committee, you have the floor.
Thank you. The first thing we have is the 7-year, 7-generation water project loan. Gary, are you on? Is Gary on? Okay. Can you present it, please?
Okay, this is the loan that has been talked about for several months prior to COVID. It has come to council, and then we had a special council meeting where we had rural development, Tim Potts, the state director, other people there on the USDA side. And this is for a loan for $700,000 that the tribe will sign with D.A. Davidson. And we were supposed to bring it back to the council. The council has already approved this. And I believe, I want to say it was unanimous, but it might not have been, but it was very close. But the stipulation was we would bring it back one more time when we knew what the interest rate would be. Well, then right after that, COVID started, and no one in the bond market was buying bonds or buying loans. And so we've been on hold since March. This past week, we got notice that we do have a buyer for the $700,000 loan for 7 generations, which will be paid back through, as we make progress reports, that will be paid back through the USDA. And we did get an interest rate established of 4%. And so Mario put together the final draft of what you have in front of you that needs to be passed. And then we'll certainly have to work with Tyrell and Casey Peterson and Mason as far as how we draw this money down. We don't have to draw it down all at once. We draw it down as we need it for seventh generation. And then, as I said, USDA will pay it back. And so that's for when we were at the Justice Center, the day that we had the natural gas problem here at the Tribal Council. I believe we all moved out there and everyone was there. All the questions got answered, and this is to help the 7th generation water project. And so it's finally now come to fruition. Mario's been working with Steve Likes, the attorney for DA Davidson. This is not a bond, it's a loan, and the source of repayment is the federal government. That's what I have.
Motion to approve. Motion to approve.
We got a motion by Ms. Tapio to approve. Do we have a second?
A second.
Second by Mr. Apple. Roll call.
Jim Meeks. Dwayne Yellowhawk. Marcus Apple.
Yes.
Ken Gibbons.
Yes.
Lydia Bearkiller.
Yes.
James Cross.
Yes.
Jackie Sears.
Uh-huh.
Vincent Tulent.
Yes.
Craig Dillon. Laura Whitehorse.
Yes.
Valerie Janice. She's absent. Valentina Merdanian.
Uh-huh.
Ryan Jumping Eagle.
Yes.
Bo Little White Man. Nancy Wilson.
Yes.
Philip Goodcrow.
Yes.
Randy Laisbeth. Richard Greenwald. Keena Mills.
I don't mean to be a pain. Was the resolution read for record?
No, there wasn't. It was brought on by finance.
Charlie, I'm moving.
So there's no resolution?
Not attached.
There, I believe there was an.
There is.
Prior, we've had it read.
I believe it was an ordinance, was it not, Cora? I think you have it in front of you.
Yes,
Yes,
it's
it
an
was.
ordinance.
It's an ordinance.
Okay, I mean, you guys, okay. Yeah.
Robert Tapio.
Yes.
We have a vote of 16 yes, 1 no, 2 not voting. Motion carried.
Good job. Thank you, Vice Chairman. You know, USDA and the OGLALA Sioux Tribe, and I know maybe Gary Roos could answer, but you know, we always seem to have this problem in the past, and we say we're going to remedy the situation, but it still goes on, and we always have to make.
Oh, tell it. Yeah, just let her know that.
But what I'm trying to say is this: that maybe this is different. I didn't read the whole ordinance, but in the past we had problems with USDA with payments to OGLALA Sioux Tribe, Mr. Means and so forth, and it's been ongoing. And I hope that we could, through EDA committee, we could remedy this situation. Hopefully, if you know, if this goes on and on, I mean, it will go on and on if we don't remedy the situation. And I know Mr. Roos is well aware of what I'm talking about. Thank you.
Moving on with the agenda. Finance Committee, item B is the Crazy Horse Planning Commission. Looks like there's 3 items with the Crazy Horse Planning Commission. Finance Committee, you have?
Yeah. Is Tyler there?
No, he isn't.
Okay, he's not on either, but he was aware that he was supposed to be here today. For that, he is the Crazy Horse Planning Commission chair. So can we skip over him and move to the next one?
Extending admin leave.
Well, we'll have to move on. There is other items.
Yep, lots of other items.
Number D is extending administrative leave.
Okay, Jennifer Barrigo, can you read that?
Yes, I can do that.
Thank you.
Resolution of the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council of the Oglala Sioux Tribe, an unincorporated tribe. Resolution of the Tribal Council of the Oglala Sioux Tribe authorizing the extension of COVID-19 weather and safety administrative leave for a period ending on September 30th, 2020, and directing the Vice President to grant such administrative leave. Whereas the Oglala Sioux Tribe adopted its constitution and bylaws by referendum vote on December 14th, 1935, in accordance with Section 16 of the Indian Reorganization Act of 1934, 25 U.S.C. Section 5123. And under Article 3 of the Constitution, the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council is the governing body of the Oglala Sioux Tribe. And whereas pursuant to the Constitution and bylaws of the Oglala Sioux Tribe, the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council exercises legislative powers to enact and promulgate resolutions and ordinances. And whereas Article 4, Section 1F authorizes the Tribal Council to manage all economic affairs, and Article 4, Section 1W authorizes the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council to adopt laws protecting and promoting the health and general welfare of the Oglala Sioux Tribe and its membership. And whereas on March 10th, 2020, the president of the Oglala Sioux Tribe declared a state of emergency for the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation, and thereafter the Tribal Council affirmed the president's declaration of a state of emergency on the reservation due to the coronavirus disease 2019 COVID-19 global pandemic. And whereas in response to the COVID-19 pandemic and the risk posed to the health and general welfare of residents of the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation, as well as those who live nearby and work on the reservation, the Oglala Sioux Tribe established a COVID-19 task force to address the pandemic, activated its emergency management plan, and enacted several ordinances and resolutions to address the COVID-19 pandemic and to take public health precautions for prevention and containment of COVID-19 on the reservation. And whereas the Tribal Council enacted Ordinance Number 20-14 to adopt a COVID-19 weather and safety leave policy, establishing a leave fund and authorizing the Tribal President to monitor public health warnings and to grant administrative leave under this fund in order to prevent the spread of COVID-19. And whereas pursuant to this ordinance, COVID-19 administrative leave was granted by the tribal president to employees and programs identified by the chief of staff and comptroller. And whereas such administrative leave is scheduled to end on September 4th, 2020, and whereas the Tribal Council has determined that it is in the best interest of the health and general welfare and the protection of its members to approve the granting of an extension of COVID-19 administrative leave through the end of the fiscal year. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the Tribal Council of the Oglala Sioux Tribe hereby approves and authorizes the granting of COVID-19 weather and safety administrative leave for a period beginning on September 5th, 2020 and ending on September 30th, 2020. Be it further resolved, the Tribal Council of the Oglala Sioux Tribe hereby directs the Vice President, in the absence of the President, to immediately grant such leave. Certification.
Motion to approve.
Chairman, I'd like to second.
Chairman stepped out for a minute. We got a motion by Cora Whitehorse, second by Garfield Apple.
Comment.
Roll call. Glenn Hillhawk, Garfield Apple,
Yes.
Glenn Gibbons,
Yes.
Lydia Bearkiller,
Yes.
James Cross,
Yes.
Jackie Sears,
Uh-huh.
Vincent Tulance,
Yes.
Craig Dillon,
Yes.
Cora Whitehorse,
Yes.
Valentina Merdanian,
Uh-huh.
Ryan Jumping Eagle,
Yes.
Bo Little White Man,
Yes.
Nancy Wilson,
No.
Philip Goodcrow,
Yes.
Randy Laisbad,
No.
Richard Greenwald, Nikena Mills,
Huh.
Robin Tapio,
Yes.
16 yes, 2 no, 0 abstain, 1 not voting, motion carried. Move on to the next agenda item, Chungsayuha contract extension.
Thank you. Jennifer, can you read that also?
Yes, absolutely. However, I do want to note one thing. You had mentioned that the dollar amount.
Yeah.
This should be different. And then I guess I want to confirm the number of locations.
Okay.
Because I understand that it's more than the original contract, which was 9.
It's supposed to be 11.
Okay.
And I believe the amount for that was $350 if you combine both contracts together.
11 locations. Okay. And I will, I will make that correction in the resolution and in the contract itself to reflect that dollar amount and the number of locations.
Yeah. And those 2 new locations were Wounded Knee, 18 Junction, and the Buffalo Gap Road.
I think the confusion
question.
may be that there was another location.
Yes, this is Dan. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, Jennifer, we're currently running the 10 right now with to include Pine Ridge, 407, Gordon Junction, Baseland, Casino, Red Shirt, Exu Hill, Allen, Slim Buttes, 4473, Interior. Those are the 10 that we currently have, and that one was the last month's this current contract, and that was for 320. It was the 20,000 was added for the Slim Buttes, and the 2 that we were waiting on was the WKN 18 and Buffalo Gap. If those were going to be 50,000 to add those 2 to the contract. So it would have came up to 370.
Question.
Go ahead, Ryan.
Wasn't WKN 18 just for the rally? I don't think we would need that one anymore.
That is, that's what was brought up, was WKN 18 was for the rally and the fair.
So it's really up to council what they want to do. If they want to take off that, I think he said it was 25,000 for the other place and that place, 25,000 each. So we would probably deduct 25,000, right? So the total amount would be 345.
Correct.
Question.
Go ahead, Nikita.
Yes. So is there discussions on, I mean, I know how important these, the border monitoring is, and I'm still kind of think that when or is it going to be next month that we take the direction as, you know, transitioning more to the district level than the nation-wide level, because it's here and we're having the intakes in the districts, and that could be maybe more for the COVID task force on if you guys are contemplating that or even discussing it. I just want to know if that's being considered anymore.
What was brought up with Committee on Law and Order was we would come back and do the extension, and during this extension time, make contact. We did speak with Mr. Zephyr and spoke to Steve on helping transition that to them if that's what they wish to do. I know that you guys have voted prior to that on another meeting, another committee, that we were to meet with them, with the Crazy Horse, I believe, planning and the task force, but we never did get any contact or any information back from them how they wanted to transition or what they wanted to do with it. So we just been running operations as the contract says, so until we hear. So we are open to that, to whatever you guys want to do. So it's all up to how you guys want to go about that.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I just know, I'm just thinking about the districts and the communities and the uptake of you know, there's crime and things happening in the districts. So I just feel like I think we'd be better utilized there because people are coming and going. It's not stopping it. So I just think there could be a better way to do it. Thank you.
Dwayne Yamaha?
I think the idea was to take a look at possibly continue. Are we going to continue the monitoring, or the district's going to assume that responsibility? I think what the Census would do is come back with a possible recommendation or phasing out their responsibilities in monitoring the borders. So that's something that we'll work in Law and Order to come up with possibly something that we can all live with. Thank you.
Comment.
Gibbons.
Go ahead, Mr. Gibbons.
Thank you, Chair. You know, the holiday season or the tourist season is kind of going away. I think it's important as we get into contact tracing and quarantine and making sure that people stay in their quarantine areas and don't get crazy. You know, even that might be a possibility of transitioning the monitoring to quarantine sites. I hear stories of people still driving around, still, you know, breaking their quarantine when they've been positive. So that you know, that's out there as well, guys. There's options. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Gibbons.
Do you want to read the
Motion.
ordinance
Okay, we need
or the resolution?
a motion to that resolution.
They didn't read the resolution yet.
Oh, they didn't, no resolution was read.
I have
The attorney will.
I have this, but I did want to confirm. So is it for 11 locations for 345?
Yes.
Yeah.
Adding Buffalo Gap into that. Yes.
Okay. Resolution of the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council of the Oglala Sioux Tribe, an unincorporated tribe. Resolution of the Tribal Council of the Oglala Sioux Tribe approving independent contractor/consultant contract between the Oglala Sioux Tribe and SIOUX Training and Consulting beginning September 3rd, 2020 and ending on October 2nd, 2020 in the amount of $345,000 and to be paid from the OST CARES Act Fund. Whereas the Oglala Sioux Tribe adopted its constitution and bylaws by referendum vote on December 14, 1935, in accordance with Section 16 of the Indian Reorganization Act of 1934, 25 U.S.C. Section 5123. And under Article 3 of the Constitution, the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council is the governing body of the Oglala Sioux Tribe. And whereas pursuant to the Constitution and bylaws of the Oglala Sioux Tribe, the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council exercises legislative powers to enact and promulgate resolutions and ordinances, and whereas Article 4, Section 1F authorizes the Tribal Council to manage all economic affairs and enterprises of the tribe, and Article 4, Section 1W authorizes the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council to adopt laws protecting and promoting the health and general welfare of the Oglala Sioux Tribe and its membership. And whereas the Tribal Council enacted Ordinance Number 20-37 to adopt a special addendum to establish quote, special procedures for coronavirus relief fund procurements, end quote, the special procurements. And whereas these special procedures set forth the requirements for the procurement of goods and services using funds from the tribe's payment from the Coronavirus Relief Fund, CRF, and were further amended by Ordinance Number 20-50. Tribal Council adopted Ordinance Number 20-28, a border monitoring, health order, and coordinated border monitoring plan in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. And whereas there is a continued need for public health and border monitoring services as the COVID-19 pandemic has now reached the reservation, and the tribe and its members are among the most vulnerable populations, and the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation lacks adequate resources to combat increased community spread. And whereas on August 26, 2020, by motion and vote, the Law and Order Committee approved extending services with SIOUX for border monitoring for an additional 30 days to be forwarded on to the Tribal Council for approval. And whereas the Tribal Council has determined that it is in the best interest in the health and general welfare and the protection of its members to approve a contract with SIOUX as attached hereto and to be paid from the tribe's payment from the CRF fund. Now therefore be it resolved, the Tribal Council of the Oglala Sioux Tribe hereby approves the attached contract between Oglala Sioux Tribe and SIOUX Training and Consulting for an amount not to exceed $345,000 to be paid from the CARES Act Fund. Be it further resolved that the President of the Oglala Sioux Tribe, or in his absence, the Vice President, is hereby authorized to execute this contract. Certification.
Motion. Garfield.
Second.
We have a motion by Mr. Apple. Do we have a second?
Question.
Mr. Yellowhawk, who asked for the question?
Little White Man, sir. What was that amount again?
$345,000.
Okay, thank you.
Roll call.
Jim Meeks. No. Dwayne Yellowhawk. Yeah. Garfield Apple.
Yes.
Glenn Gibbons.
Yes.
Lydia Beartiller.
Yes.
James Cross.
Yes.
Jackie Sears. Vincent Tulance.
Yes.
Craig Dillon.
Yes.
Cora Whitehorse.
Yeah.
Valentina Merdanian. Ryan Jumping Eagle.
Yes.
Paul Little White Man.
Yes.
Nancy Wilson.
No.
Philip Goodcrow?
Yes.
Randy Laisbeth?
No.
Richard Greenwald?
Yes.
McKenna Mills?
Huh.
Robin Tapio?
Yes.
We have 16 yes, 3 no. Motion carried.
Thank you, council. We'll get to work. Have a good day.
Okay, moving on to Agenda F, Finance Committee.
Thank you. Jennifer, can you read the resolution for the $300,000 purchase?
Yes.
Thank you.
Resolution of the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council of the Oglala Sioux Tribe, an unincorporated tribe. Resolution of the Tribal Council of the Oglala Sioux Tribe approving the purchase of equipment necessary for public health emergency by the OST Motor Fuels Program in the amount not to exceed $300,000 to be paid from the OST CARES Act Fund. Whereas the Oglala Sioux Tribe adopted its constitution and bylaws by referendum vote on December 14, 1935, in accordance with Section 16 of the Indian Reorganization Act of 1934, 25 USC Section 5123. And under Article 3 of the Constitution, the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council is the governing body of the Oglala Sioux Tribe. And whereas, pursuant to the Constitution and bylaws of the Oglala Sioux Tribe, the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council exercises legislative powers to enact and promulgate resolutions and ordinances. And whereas Article 4, Section 1F authorizes the Tribal Council to manage all economic affairs and enterprises of the tribe, and Article 4, Section 1W authorizes the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council to adopt laws protecting and promoting the health and general welfare of the Oglala Sioux Tribe and its membership. And whereas on March 10, 2020, the president of the Oglala Sioux Tribe declared a state of emergency for the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation, and thereafter the Tribal Council affirmed the president's declaration of a state of emergency on the reservation due to the coronavirus disease 2019, COVID-19 global pandemic. And whereas, in response to the COVID-19 pandemic and the risk posed to the health and general welfare of residents of the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation, as well as those who live nearby and work on the reservation, the Oglala Sioux Tribe established a COVID-19 task force to address the pandemic, activated its emergency management plan, and enacted several ordinances and resolutions to address the COVID-19 pandemic and to take public health precautions for prevention and containment of COVID-19 on the reservation. And whereas Congress enacted several laws responding to the COVID-19 pandemic, including the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act, CARES Act, Public Law 116-136, March 27, 2020, which established a Coronavirus Relief Fund, CRF, and appropriated $150 billion to it for fiscal year 2020, of which $8 billion is reserved for tribal governments. And whereas the CARES Act states that a tribal government may use CRF payments to cover only those costs of the tribal government that, one, are necessary expenditures incurred due to the public health emergency with respect to the coronavirus disease 2019, COVID-19, two, were not accounted for in the budget most recently approved as of the date of enactment of this section for the government, and three, were incurred during the period that begins on March 1st, 2020 and ends on December 30th, 2020. 42 USC Section 801D. And whereas on April 22nd, 2020, the U.S. Department of the Treasury issued Coronavirus Relief Fund guidance for state, territorial, local, and tribal governments and updated it on June 30th, 2020, hereafter Treasury guidance. And on May 4th, 2020, the Treasury Department issued Coronavirus Relief Fund frequently asked questions, hereafter Treasury FAQs, for recipients of payments from the CRF, and updated it several times. And whereas the Treasury guidance and Treasury FAQs identify non-exclusive categories and examples of eligible expenditures under the CRF, including expenditures in the areas of medical expenses, public health expenses, payroll expenses, public health measure expenses, and economic support expenses, and other COVID-19 related expenses necessary to the function of the tribal government that satisfy the CRF's eligibility criteria. And whereas CRF funds have been released to tribal governments, including the Oglala Sioux Tribe. And whereas on May 16th, 2020, the Tribal Council adopted Resolution number 20-106 approving COVID-19 budget priorities for the tribe's CRF payment. And whereas the Tribal Council of the Oglala Sioux Tribe enacted Ordinance number 20-43, July 1st, 2020, to adopt the Oglala Sioux Tribe Coronavirus Relief Fund payment budget, and further amended by Ordinance number 20-48, August 5th, 2020. And whereas the Tribal Council continues to work on the CRF payment budget to ensure that it meets the needs of the Oglala Sioux Tribe and its citizens during the COVID-19 public health emergency. And whereas the Tribal Council enacted Ordinance number 20-37 to adopt a special addendum to establish special procedures for Coronavirus Relief Fund procurements, the special procedures. And whereas these special procedures set forth the requirements for the procurement of goods and services using funds from the tribe's payment from the Coronavirus Relief Fund, CRF, and were further amended by Ordinance number 20-50. And whereas there is a need for a forklift, trailer, and semi-trucks to assist with the public health emergency in response to the tribe's duly adopted health orders and other measures necessary to meet the medical and public health needs of reservation residents, including loading and unloading food for quarantined individuals, transportation of necessary equipment to various quarantine sites. And whereas these expenses were not accounted for in the budget most recently approved of for the OST Motor Fuels Program as of March 27th, 2020. And whereas these expenses incurred during the period that begins on March 1st, 2020 and ends on December 30th, 2020. And whereas the Tribal Council has determined that it is in the best interest in the health and general welfare of the tribe and its members to approve the purchase of additional equipment for the OST Motor Fuels Program as attached hereto to assist in the medical and public health needs and to be paid from the tribe's payment from the CRF fund. Now therefore be it resolved, the Tribal Council of the Oglala Sioux Tribe hereby approves the purchase of the attached equipment for an amount not to exceed $300,000 to be paid from the CARES Act Fund. Certification.
Motion.
Second.
Garfield, motion, second by 2 lines.
Motion by Mr. Apple, second by Mr. Tulance. Roll call.
Jim Mapes. Dwayne Yellowhawk.
Yes.
Garfield Apple.
Yes.
Glenn Gibbons.
Yes.
Lydia Bearkiller.
Yes.
James Cross.
Yes.
Jackie Sears. Vincent Tulance.
Yes.
Craig Dillon.
Yes.
Cora Whitehorse.
Yes.
Valentina Mardanian. Brian Jumping Eagle.
Yes.
Bo Little White Man. Chancey Wilson.
Yes.
Philip Goodcrow.
Yes.
Randy Laisbeth.
Yes.
Richard Greenwolf. Makina Mills. Robin Tapio.
Hello, Jen. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Vote yeah on that.
Robin Tapio.
We have a vote of 17 yes, 2 not voting.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, this is Robin. My vote is yes.
18 yes and 1 no.
We have 18 yes and 2 not voting. Thank you, Ms. Tapio.
Thank you, Council. The next is the resolution to purchase the road graders. Jen, can you read that as well?
Yes. Resolution of the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council of the Oglala Sioux Tribe, an unincorporated tribe. Resolution of the Tribal Council of the Oglala Sioux Tribe approving the purchase of road graders by the OST Motor Fuels Program in the amount not to exceed $1 million to be paid from the OST CARES Act Fund. Whereas the Oglala Sioux Tribe adopted its constitution and bylaws by referendum vote on December 14, 1935, in accordance with Section 16 of the Indian Reorganization Act of 1934, 25 U.S.C. Section 5123. And under Article 3 of the Constitution, the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council is the governing body of the Oglala Sioux Tribe. And whereas, pursuant to the Constitution and bylaws of the Oglala Sioux Tribe, the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council exercises legislative powers to enact and promulgate resolutions and ordinances. And whereas Article 4, Section 1F authorizes the Tribal Council to manage all economic affairs and enterprises of the tribe, and Article 4, Section 1W authorizes the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council to adopt laws protecting and promoting the health and general welfare of the Oglala Sioux Tribe and its membership. And whereas on March 10th, 2020, the president of the Oglala Sioux Tribe declared a state of emergency for the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation, and thereafter the Tribal Council affirmed the president's declaration of a state of emergency on the reservation due to the coronavirus disease 2019 COVID-19 global pandemic. And whereas, in response to the COVID-19 pandemic and the risk posed to the health and general welfare of residents of the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation, as well as those who live nearby and work on the reservation, the Oglala Sioux Tribe established a COVID-19 task force to address the pandemic, activated its emergency management plan, and enacted several ordinances and resolutions to address the COVID-19 pandemic and to take public health precautions for prevention and containment of COVID-19 on the reservation. And whereas Congress enacted several laws responding to the COVID-19 pandemic, including the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act, CARES Act, Public Law 116-136, March 27, 2020, which established a Coronavirus Relief Fund, CRF, and appropriated $150 billion to it for fiscal year 2020, of which $8 billion is reserved for tribal governments. And whereas the CARES Act states that a tribal government may use CRF payments to cover only those costs of the tribal government that, one, are necessary expenditures incurred due to the public health emergency with respect to the coronavirus disease 2019, COVID-19, two, were not accounted for in the budget most recently approved as of the date of enactment of this section for the government, and three, were incurred during the period that begins March 1st, 2020 and ends on December 30th, 2020. 42 U.S.C. Section 801D. And whereas on April 22nd, 2020, the U.S. Department of the Treasury issued Coronavirus Relief Fund guidance for state, territorial, local, and tribal governments and updated it on June 30th, 2020, hereafter Treasury guidance. And on May 4th, 2020, the Treasury Department issued Coronavirus Relief Fund frequently asked questions, hereafter Treasury FAQs, for recipients of payments from the CRF and updated it several times. And whereas the Treasury guidance and Treasury FAQs identify non-exclusive categories and examples of eligible expenditures under the CRF, including expenditures in the areas of medical expenses, public health expenses, payroll expenses, public health measure expenses, and economic support expenses, and other COVID-19 related expenses reasonably necessary to the function of the tribal government that satisfy the CRF's eligibility criteria. And whereas CRF funds have been released to tribal governments, including the Oglala Sioux Tribe. And whereas on March 16th, 2020, the Tribal Council adopted Resolution number 20-106, approving COVID-19 budget priorities for the tribe's CRF payment. And whereas the Tribal Council enacted Ordinance number 20-43 to adopt the Oglala Sioux Tribe Coronavirus Relief Fund payment budget, and further amended by Ordinance number 20-48, August 5th, 2020. And whereas the Tribal Council continues to work on the CRF payment budget to ensure that it meets the needs of the Oglala Sioux Tribe and its citizens during the COVID-19 public health emergency. And whereas the Tribal Council enacted Ordinance number 20-37 to adopt a special addendum to establish special procedures for Coronavirus Relief Fund procurements, the special procedures, and whereas these special procedures set forth the requirements for the procurement of goods and services using funds from the tribe's payment from the Coronavirus Relief Fund, and were further amended by Ordinance number 20-50. And whereas there is a need for road graders to assist with the public health emergency in response to the tribe's duly adopted health orders and other measures necessary to meet the medical and public health needs of reservation residents. And whereas these expenses were not accounted for in the budget most recently approved of for the OST Motor Fuels Program as of March 27th, 2020. And whereas these expenses incurred during the period that begins on March 1st, 2020 and ends on December 30th, 2020. And whereas the Tribal Council has determined that it is in the best interest in the health and general welfare of the tribe and its members to approve the purchase of road graders for the OST Motor Fuels Program to assist in the medical and public health needs and to be paid from the tribe's payment from the CRF fund. Now therefore be it resolved, the Tribal Council of the Oglala Sioux Tribe hereby approves the purchase of 3 road graders for an amount not to exceed $1 million to be paid from the CARES Fund. Certification.
Motion.
Got a motion by Mr. Tulat, second by Mr. Yellowhawk. Roll call.
Jim Mapes? Yes. Dwayne Yellowhawk? Yes. Garfield Apple?
Yes.
Glenn Gibbons?
Yes.
Yes.
James Cross?
Yes.
Jackie Sears? Vincent Tulent?
Yes.
Craig Dillon?
Yes.
Cora Whitehorse?
Yes.
Valentina Merdanian? Brian Jumping Eagle?
Yes.
Earl Little White Man? Bo Little White Man? Nancy Wilson?
Yes.
Paul Kipkerl?
Yes.
Randy Laisbeth?
Yes.
Richard Greenwald? Nikina Mills?
Huh.
Robin Tapio?
Yes.
Jen, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, I'm vote yes.
We have a vote of 18 yes, 1 not voting. Motion carried.
Thank you, Council. Jen, I'll give you a break and I'll read the next one. Resolution of the Tribal Council of the Oglala Sioux Tribe approving the 2020 fringe benefits rate schedule for the Oglala Sioux Tribe at 33.1%. Whereas the Oglala Sioux Tribe adopted its constitution and bylaws by referendum vote on December 14th, 1935, in accordance with Section 16 of the Indian Reorganization Act of 1934, and under Article 3 of the Constitution, the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council is the governing body of the Oglala Sioux Tribe. And whereas pursuant to the Constitution and bylaws of the Oglala Sioux Tribe, the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council exercises legislative powers to enact and promulgate resolutions and ordinances. And whereas Article 4, Section 1(1) of the Constitution gives the Tribal Council the power to delegate, sorry, that was 1L. The Constitution gives the Tribal Council the power to delegate its enumerated powers to subordinate boards or officers, reserving the right to review their actions taken by virtue of such delegated power. And whereas the Finance Committee is a standing committee of the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council and has been delegated the power to oversee financial matters relating to on behalf of the Oglala Sioux Tribe. And whereas on August 6, 2020, by motion and vote, the Finance Committee approved the fringe benefits rate for 2020 for the Oglala Sioux Tribe. The breakdown and schedule of which is attached hereto, and whereas the Finance Committee presented the fringe benefits rate to the Tribal Council for approval, and the Tribal Council finds the rate acceptable. Now therefore be it resolved that the Tribal Council of the Oglala Sioux Tribe hereby approves the 2020 fringe benefits rate for the Oglala Sioux Tribe at 33.01%, the breakdown and schedule of which is attached hereto. Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion by Ms. Whitehorse, second by Mr. Tulip. Roll call.
Jim Meeks.
Yes.
Dwayne Yellowhawk. Garfield Apple.
Yes.
Glenn Gibbons.
Yes.
Kim Killer.
Yes.
Cross.
Yes.
Becky Sears.
Oha.
Vincent Tulance.
Yes.
Craig Dillon. Yes. Cora Whitehorse.
Yes.
Valentina Mardanian. Ryan Jumping Eagle.
Yes.
Bo Little White Man.
Yes.
Nancy Wilson.
Yes.
Philip Goodcrow.
Yes.
Andy Leisbad.
Yes.
Richard Greenwald. Nikina Mills. Nikina Mills. Robin Tapio.
Yes.
We have a vote of 16 yes, 3 not voting. Motion carried.
Thank you, Council. Ordinance of the Tribal Council of the Oglala Sioux Tribe amending Ordinance 20-49, the OST COVID-19 Extended Emergency Assistance Program, as amended by Ordinance 20-53, in order to extend the deadlines to submit an application. Whereas the Oglala Sioux Tribe adopted its constitution and bylaws by referendum vote on December 14th, 1935, in accordance with Section 16 of the Indian Reorganization Act of 1934. And under Article 3 of the Constitution, the Oglala Sioux Tribe is the governing body of the Oglala Sioux Tribe. Tribal Council is the governing body of the Oglala Sioux Tribe. And whereas Article 4, Section 1F of the Constitution of the Oglala Sioux Tribe authorizes the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council to manage all economic affairs and enterprises of the Oglala Sioux Tribe, and Article 4, Section 1W authorizes the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council to adopt laws protecting and promoting the health and general welfare of the Oglala Sioux Tribe and its membership. And whereas on March 10th, 2020, the President of the Oglala Sioux Tribe declared a state of emergency for the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation, and thereafter the Tribal Council affirmed the President's declaration of the state of emergency on the reservation due to the coronavirus disease 2019 global pandemic. And whereas in response to the COVID-19 pandemic, the risk posed to health and general welfare of the residents of the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation, as well as those who live nearby and work on the reservation, the Oglala Sioux Tribe established a COVID-19 task force to address the pandemic, activated its emergency management plan, and enacted several ordinances and resolutions to address the COVID-19 pandemic and to take public health precautions for prevention and containment of COVID-19 on the reservation. And whereas Congress enacted several laws responding to the COVID-19 pandemic, including the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act, PL 116-136, which established a coronavirus relief fund and appropriated $150 billion to it for FY 2020, which is $8 billion, of which $8 billion is reserved for tribal governments. And whereas on April 22nd, 2020, the U.S. Department of Treasury issued Coronavirus Relief Fund guidance for state, territorial, local, and tribal governments and updated it on June 30th, 2020. And on May 4th, 2020, the Treasury Department issued Coronavirus Relief Fund frequently asked questions for recipients of payments from the CRF and updated it several times. And whereas the Treasury guidance and Treasury FAQs identify non-exclusive categories and examples of eligible expenditures under the CRF, including expenditures in the areas of medical expenses, public health expenses, payroll expenses, public health measure expenses, and economic support expenses, and other COVID-19 related expenses reasonably necessary to the function of the tribal government that satisfy the CRF's eligibility criteria. And whereas CRF funds have been released to tribal governments, including the Oglala Sioux Tribe, and whereas the Tribal Council of the Oglala Sioux Tribe enacted Ordinance 20-43 to adopt the Oglala Sioux Tribe Coronavirus Relief Fund payment budget, and further amended by Ordinance 20-48. And whereas the Tribal Council continues to work on the CRF payment budget to ensure that it meets the needs of the Oglala Sioux Tribe and its citizens during the COVID-19 public health emergency. And whereas Treasury's guidance states that eligible expenses include expenses associated with the provision of economic support to businesses, including but not limited to expenditures related to the provision of grants to small businesses to reimburse the cost of business interruption caused by required closures. Jennifer, does that need to be in there?
That particular one, we can, it probably not, because this
okay.
is to,
so strike that whereas. And whereas the Treasury FAQs state in relevant part that Coronavirus Relief Fund payments may be used for subsidy payments to electricity account holders to the extent that the subsidy payments are deemed by the government to be necessary expenditures incurred due to the COVID-19 public health emergency. And the Treasury FAQs further provide that if determined to be necessary expenditure, a government could provide grants to individuals facing economic hardship to allow them to pay their utility fees and thereby continue to receive essential services. And whereas by motion and vote on August 5th, 2020, the Tribal Council approved Ordinance Number 20-49, the COVID-19 Extended Emergency Assistance Program for electricity, propane, wood, and rent assistance for residents of the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation to ensure compliance with the tribe's mandatory shelter-in-place and stay-at-home orders to prevent the spread of COVID-19. And whereas by motion and vote on August 11th, 2020, the Tribal Council approved Ordinance Number 20-53, adopting amendments to Ordinance Number 20-49 in order to extend the deadline set forth therein. And whereas the tribal council has determined that it is in the best interest of the health and general welfare and the protection of its members to further amend this ordinance number 20-49 as amended by ordinance number 20-53 in order to extend the deadlines therein to allow more time for tribal members to apply for the program. Now therefore be it resolved that the OGLALA Sioux Tribe does hereby amend ordinance number 20-49 as amended by ordinance number 20-53 as follows. The deadline set forth in section 4B shall be extended from August 31st as established by ordinance number 2053 to September 30th, 2020. All other dates in this section shall be amended. Due to the extension of deadlines, payments for August, inclusive of July, September, and October may be made as late as November. Tribal members are reminded of their responsibility to pay their utility and rent bills. Deadline set forth in section 7A for appeal shall be extended to October 14th, 2020. The deadline set forth in section 7B shall be extended to October 30th, 2020. Section 7C shall be amended to now read, if the applicant is determined to be eligible, then the monthly payments for August, September, and October shall be made in November. The November and December payments shall be made as originally scheduled. No payments shall be made after December 30th, 2020. Be it further ordained that this ordinance shall take effect immediately and shall supersede, repeal, and replace all prior inconsistent laws of the OGLALA Sioux Tribe. Motion to approve with that one whereas stricken.
Question.
Second.
Second it, and Ryan jumping the ball has a question.
Ryan, did you have a question?
Yeah, so the way that reads that nothing's gonna be paid till after that deadline, right? Is what it sounds like. Cora?
There have been payments made, and extending the deadline doesn't mean that it's going to be put out that far. It means that they have to have all of these applications paid before then.
Okay, so my question is, I've been getting a lot of calls of people who haven't been paid for September yet, but there have been some that have been. So how does that work? And the ones that one called me, she put her application in same time as her daughter. Her daughter's got paid, but she didn't. So I mean, we're running into situations like that, and some of them are getting pink slips now, and yeah, they just have questions, and I can't answer them because, you know, I know the process. The applications go to energy, and then energy determines eligibility. But I'm pretty sure everyone's eligible. So I mean, there's just a lot of questions on why some are being paid and why some aren't. Who can answer that for us?
The only person that can answer that is Susan, and there's a lot of council people who have similar questions, and like the amount, like I have one in my district that the amounts were set in that ordinance, but they told her she was approved for a lower amount, which to me is kind of crazy because the amounts were set. So we're going to try to have Susan at the finance meeting tomorrow.
Okay, because that's the thing. We need to make this process as simple as possible because, you know, some of them don't have income and they're really relying on that 150 to keep their lights on. So we need to make this process as simple as possible to make sure that everyone is being paid.
Ryan, this is Mason. Do you have a specific ones that I could look for? And then when I could actually talk to Susan now, but Cora, the ones that you talked to me about, I got the response. I just didn't send that over to you yet. But Brian, if you could send the ones that you're talking about over to me, then I
had before I was way older. I'll text you them names, Mason.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
Ms. Burial?
Yes, thank you. I just want to point out in the ordinance, the item number 2, which says, due to this extension of deadlines, payments for August, inclusive of July, September, and October, may be made as late as November. Now, that doesn't mean that they will be. It's just giving it leeway so people understand that because the deadlines have been extended, it may cause it to be delayed as late as November. They could be paid earlier, but just keep in mind that they might be. And again, tribal members are reminded of their own responsibility to pay their utility and rent bills.
Jackie?
Yeah, I think we did have this conversation, amongst the council, but I think that it is important that Susan be available, and I thought she might be on because this came up, but I guess we could just address it tomorrow in finance. And Cora, this is just an extension, right, on the deadline?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you.
A long way around about it.
Okay.
Chair, question.
Go ahead, Mr. Gibbons.
Thank you, Chair. I got a problem with maybe paid as late as November. In the meantime, people are going to be thinking that we're going to live up to our word and pay these electrics, and then they get the pink slips, and we're just setting ourselves up for disaster. It's got to be a monthly deal so people know if they got help or not, to be paid up until November. I don't understand that. I mean, either we're going to do it or we're not. How do we fix that, Cora?
The to be paid in November was put in there to allow them, because if we extend it to September 30th and they're still working on the applications that are coming in through the month, it's to allow them a little time to get the payments out. Because it would be unrealistic to say the deadline's the 30th, you know what I mean? I was informed that Susan is making payments weekly, and I did request a list, but I haven't gotten it yet. I'm sure that's what Mason will be sending over.
Well, Lake Creek, those bills are due on the 20th, and I don't. Who's going to ensure that Lake Creek understands this and is not sending out pink slips and trying to shut off electricity?
I'm sure they'll keep sending out pink slips because that's their process, and we don't really have control over that. We can request that they don't disconnect, but there's no guarantee that they won't. But, as long as the person is calling them and working with them, even if they just make a small payment on their bill, then that will keep them on until the payments are made.
So I gotta refer back to Nakina. This stuff doesn't get out to the people the way that it should, and we all get those calls, and we need a public relations person that gets that out, that can get it out or will get it out. It's just not getting out there clearly. there's always questions. So we want to close the gap and have clarification on this kind of stuff because people depend on it. So keeping that in mind. Thank you.
So Glenn, was you implying that I need to get that out there? Just kidding. I'll do my best.
I'm going to get a Facebook just to check out your page, Nakina.
I have a question. Vice Chair.
Mr. Verdanian.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I guess, in the decision, when this first came out to assist with the utilities, we wanted to ensure that these were going to be paid on time so that the individuals were being able to receive their WAPA credits. And I was hoping there was some type of contract made with the utility companies because they're definitely, their payments for the services are, it's guaranteed for a certain amount on each individual's. And, that's a lot of money. And going back, as I stated, just with Lake Creek alone, for the tribe with the assistance in previous years was almost around $2 million. So, the amount that we've set aside for the utilities assistance, we should have something in place and a discount and agreement that they will not shut down our people's utilities. And maybe Cora and Finance Committee, we should be having conversations with these utility companies to ensure that we have a contract in place for the amount of money that we're giving them. Thank you.
Mr. Cross.
I think tomorrow's discussion. I think I hope there's some discussion on the district's COVID money. I know we talked at the beginning that we didn't want to duplicate services, but we're in a situation now that that nobody should be without lights. There should be no disconnect notices, and but we got people that are sitting without lights, and I think the district at some point has to step in and start using some of that money, and I think this situation that how this process is, it seems like it's really kind of confusing for some of our members, and so I think just to make sure that we're looking out for our people, that everything's paid for. Winter time's coming, and a lot of these homes require that you have your electricity on because maybe they're running on an electrical pump or something. So I think we need to really take that into consideration, that the district should be allowed to use some of that money to help with some utility costs. That's my comment. Thank you.
We have a motion by Ms. Whitehorse, second by Ms. Bearkiller. Roll call.
Jim Meeks. Dwayne Yellowhawk. Garfield Apple.
Yes.
Glenn Gibbons.
Yes.
Leah Bearkiller.
Yes.
James Cross.
Yes.
Jackie Sears. Vincent Tulin.
Yes.
Craig Dillon.
Yes.
Cora Whitehorse.
Yes.
Valentino Merdanian. Ryan Jumping Eagle.
Yes.
Bo Little White Man.
Yes.
Nancy Wilson.
Yes.
Philip Goodfellow.
Yes.
Randy Laisbeth.
Yes.
Richard Greenwald. Nikina Mills.
Huh.
Robin Tapio.
Yes.
We have a vote of 18 yes, 1 not voting. Motion carried.
Thank you, Council. Jennifer, can you read the next one?
I'd be happy to if someone could send it to me. I do not have that particular one.
Okay, I'll read it then. I have it right here. Resolution approving the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council of the Oglala Sioux Tribe approving the OST treasurer to set up a separate bank account per statement of work number 11 compliance actions. Will create separate bank account for vehicle operations with a minimum of $50,000 per United States Environmental Protection Agency administrative leave order of consent. Docket number RCRA-08-2016-0002 for the Oglala Sioux Tribe Solid Waste Program. Whereas the Oglala Sioux Tribe has adopted its constitution and bylaws by referendum vote on December 10, 1935, in accordance with Section 16 of the Indian Reorganization Act of 1934. And under Article 3, Section 1 of the Oglala Sioux Tribe Constitution, the Tribal Council is the governing body of the Oglala Sioux Tribe. And whereas Articles 4, Section 1F, Article 4, Section 1F of the Oglala Sioux Tribe Constitution of the Oglala Sioux Tribe has legislative authority to manage all economic affairs and enterprises of the Oglala Sioux Tribe. And whereas the Oglala Sioux Tribe is in an administrative order of consent is entered into voluntarily by the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency and the Oglala Sioux Tribe and the Oglala Sioux Tribe Solid Waste Program. This AOC is issued pursuant to authority granted to the administrator of the EPA under Section 7003 of the Resource Conservation and Recovery Act as amended. This AOC requires the respondents to perform certain tasks that are described in Sections 8 and 9 of the AOC and Appendix A, the Statement of Work at Red Shirt Landfill. The Oglala Lakota County in Oglala Lakota County, South Dakota, in Indian country within the exterior boundaries of the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation. Whereas the Land Committee met on February 3rd, 2020 this is kind of jumbled, but the Land Committee met on February 3rd, 2020 that the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council of the Oglala Sioux Tribe approving the OST treasurer to set up a separate bank account per statement of work number 11 compliance actions will create a separate bank account for vehicle operations with a minimum of $50,000 per United States Environmental Protection Agency administrative order of consent docket number RCRA-08-2016-0002 for the Oglala Sioux Tribe Solid Waste Program. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Tribal Council of the Oglala Sioux Tribe approving the OST treasurer to set up a separate bank account per compliance actions will create a separate bank account per statement of work number 11 compliance actions will create a separate account for vehicle operations with a minimum of $50,000 per United States Environmental Protection Agency administrative order of consent docket number RCRA-08-2016-0002 for the Oglala Sioux Tribe Solid Waste Program. Motion to approve.
Second. I'll second that motion.
Third.
Motion by Cora, second by Robin.
Motion by Ms. Whitehorse, second by Ms. Tapio. Roll call.
Jim Mapes, Dwayne Yellowhawk,
Yes.
Garfield Apple,
Yes.
Glenn Gibbons,
Yes.
Bear Killer,
Yes.
James Cross,
Yes.
Jackie Sears,
Uh-huh.
Vincent Tulent,
Yes.
Craig Dillon, Cora Whitehorse,
Yes.
Valentino Merdanian,
Uh-huh.
Brian Jumping Eagle,
Yes.
Bo Little White Man,
Yes.
Nancy Wilson,
Yes.
Good Crow,
Yes.
Randy Lacebat,
Yes.
Richard Greenwald,
Yes.
Makina Mills,
Huh.
Robin Tapio,
Yes.
We have a vote of 18 yes, one not voting. Motion carried.
Thank you, Council. Jennifer, I'm sure you have the next one.
Yes, I do.
Okay. Can you read that, please?
Yes. Ordinance of the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council of the Oglala Sioux Tribe, an unincorporated tribe. Ordinance of the Tribal Council of the Oglala Sioux Tribe establishing the Oglala Sioux Tribe CARES Act Relief Small Business Grant Program for tribally owned small business enterprises that have experienced business interruption and increased costs as a result of the COVID-19 public health emergency. Whereas the Oglala Sioux Tribe adopted its constitution and bylaws by referendum vote on December 14, 1935, in accordance with Section 16 of the Indian Reorganization Act of 1934, 25 U.S.C. 51, Section 5123. And under Article 3 of the Constitution, the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council is the governing body of the Oglala Sioux Tribe. And whereas Article 4, Section 1F of the Constitution of the Oglala Sioux Tribe authorizes the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council to manage all economic affairs and enterprises of the Oglala Sioux Tribe, and Article 4, Section 1W authorizes the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council to adopt laws protecting and promoting the health and general welfare of the Oglala Sioux Tribe and its membership. And whereas on March 10th, 2020, the president of the Oglala Sioux Tribe declared a state of emergency for the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation, and thereafter the Tribal Council affirmed the president's declaration of a state of emergency on the reservation due to the coronavirus disease 2019, COVID-19 global pandemic. And whereas in response to the COVID-19 pandemic and the risk posed to the health and general welfare of residents of the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation, as well as those who live nearby and work on the reservation, the Oglala Sioux Tribe established a COVID-19 task force to address the pandemic, activated its emergency management plan, and enacted several ordinances and resolutions to address the COVID-19 pandemic and to take public health precautions for prevention and containment of COVID-19 on the reservation, including but not limited to a shelter-in-place ordinance, curfew ordinance, and public health checkpoint ordinance. And whereas Congress enacted several laws responding to the COVID-19 pandemic, including the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act, CARES Act, Public Law 116-136, March 27, 2020, which established a Coronavirus Relief Fund, CRF, and appropriated $150 billion to it for fiscal year 2020, of which $8 billion is reserved for tribal governments. And whereas the CARES Act states that a tribal government may use CRF payments to cover only those costs of the tribal government that, 1, are necessary expenditures incurred with respect to the coronavirus disease 2019, COVID-19, 2, were not accounted for in the budget most recently approved as of the date of enactment of this section for the government, and 3, were incurred during the period that begins on March 1st, 2020 and ends on December 30th, 2020. 42 USC Section 801D. And whereas on April 22nd, 2020, the U.S. Department of the Treasury issued Coronavirus Relief Fund guidance for state, territorial, local, and tribal governments and updated it on June 30th, 2020, hereafter Treasury guidance. And on May 4th, 2020, the Treasury Department issued Coronavirus Relief Fund Frequently Asked Questions, hereafter Treasury FAQs, for recipients of payments from the CRF and updated it several times. And whereas the Treasury guidance and Treasury FAQs identify non-exclusive categories and examples of eligible expenditures under the CRF, including expenditures in the areas of medical expenses, public health expenses, payroll expenses, public health measure expenses, and economic support expenses, and other COVID-19 related expenses reasonably necessary to the function of the tribal government that satisfy the CRF's eligibility criteria. And whereas CRF funds have been released to tribal governments, including the Oglala Sioux Tribe. And whereas on May 16, 2020, the Tribal Council adopted Resolution number 20-106, approving COVID-19 budget priorities for the tribe's CRF payment. And whereas the Tribal Council of the Oglala Sioux Tribe enacted Ordinance number 20-43, July 1st, 2020, to adopt the Oglala Sioux Tribe Coronavirus Relief Fund payment budget, and further amended by Ordinance number 20-48, August 5th, 2020. And whereas the Tribal Council continues to work on the CRF payment budget to ensure that it meets the needs of the Oglala Sioux Tribe and its citizens during the COVID-19 public health emergency. And whereas Treasury's guidance states that CRF monies can be used for, quote, second order effects of the emergency, such as providing economic support for those suffering from employment or business interruptions due to COVID-19 related business closures, as an example. And whereas Treasury's guidance states that eligible expenses include, quote, expenses associated with the provision of economic support, end quote, to businesses, including but not limited to, quote, expenditures related to the provision of grants to small businesses to reimburse the costs of business interruption caused by required closures, end quote. And whereas Treasury's FAQ reiterates that Treasury's guidance provides that expenses associated with the provision of economic support in connection with the public health emergency, such as expenditures related to the provision of grants to small businesses to reimburse the costs of business interruption caused by required closures, would constitute eligible expenditures of fund payments. And whereas Treasury's FAQs provides recipient tribes discretion in identifying what businesses should be provided with financial assistance to reimburse business interruption costs due to COVID-19 and in tailoring a grant program to financially assist such businesses. And whereas business enterprises owned by the tribe have experienced significant business interruption costs resulting from the required closure and other increased costs due to the COVID-19 public health emergency. And whereas in recognition of such business interruption and increased costs, the Tribal Council now desires to establish a grant program to provide financial assistance to the tribe's small business enterprises using monies provided to the tribe from the Coronavirus Relief Fund. And whereas the Tribal Council has determined that this grant program complies with the requirements of the CARES Act and guidance issued by the Treasury Department as of the date of this ordinance. Now, therefore, be it ordained, the Tribal Council of the Oglala Sioux Tribe hereby creates the Oglala Sioux Tribe CARES Act Relief Small Business Grant Program in order to provide financial assistance to Oglala Sioux Tribe-owned small business enterprises that have experienced business interruption and increased costs as a result of the COVID-19 public health emergency. Be it further ordained, the Tribal Council will fund the grant program with $1 million from its Coronavirus Relief Fund. Be it further ordained that no individual grant from the grant program shall exceed $500,000 and no grantee shall receive more than a total of $1 million from the grant program. Be it further ordained that the Tribal Council has determined that for purposes of the grant program, eligible small business enterprises shall include all Oglala Sioux Tribe owned business enterprises with fewer than 500 full-time employees. Be it further ordained, any request for financial assistance from the grant program shall be made by completing a written application on a form that shall be substantially the same as the document included here as Exhibit A for submission, along with any supporting documents as required by such application to the treasurer. Be it further ordained, the treasurer, the comptroller, and OST consultant Casey Peterson are authorized to review the applications for the grant program to ensure they meet the requirements of the grant program as described in Exhibit A and to recommend approval or denial of each application to the Finance Committee, which, upon consultation with the legal department, is authorized to provide final approval or denial of each application and to notify applicants of the approval or denial of their application, and that if their application is approved, grant program monies shall flow through the Oglala Sioux Tribe accounts payable voucher system. Be it further ordained, for approved applications, the Oglala Sioux Tribe accounts payable shall provide grantees their grant program monies for payroll expenses on a reimbursable basis, provided the grantee submits its time reports and employee check stubs to the Oglala Sioux Tribe accounts payable within 5 business days after the applicant makes its payroll. Be it further ordained, for approved applications, the Oglala Sioux Tribe accounts payable shall pay the grantee's vendors directly for business necessities, including but not limited to equipment, supplies, utilities, and rent, provided the grantee submits its vendor invoices to the Oglala Sioux Tribe accounts payable for review, approval, and payment within 5 business days after receiving such invoices. Be it further ordained, the following protocol shall be followed for the issuance of any grant program monies by the Oglala Sioux Tribe accounts payable. The Oglala Sioux Tribe accounts payable is authorized to make payments up to $75,000. The Oglala Sioux Tribe accounts payable is authorized to make payments between $75,000 and $250,000 only with the approval of the Oglala Sioux Tribe Executive Committee. And the Oglala Sioux Tribe accounts payable is authorized to make payments over $250,000 only with the approval of the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council. Be it further ordained that grantees shall be required to submit a detailed final report to the treasurer and the finance committee showing how funds were expended in a form and format to be approved by the treasurer and FAO, and grantees shall retain all their documents related to this grant program for a period of 5 years and provide the treasurer access to such documents, including to review and copy them upon request. Be it further ordained that the grant program shall automatically end on December 30th, 2020, and no applicants shall be funded after this date. The grant program may end prior to December 30th, 2020, if all funds are expended. Be it further ordained that the ordinance shall take effect immediately and shall supersede, repeal, and replace all prior inconsistent laws of the Oglala Sioux Tribe. Certification.
Motion.
I got a question.
Second.
Garfield, but Chancey has a question.
Go ahead, Mr. Wilson.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, this is all fine and dandy to get the casino back open and the Oyate store there in Oglala, but because of our laws, we've also hindered our small businesses on this reservation as well. Some of them may not recover, and here we are looking out for ourselves when there's a lot of businesses, private businesses, that have endured the same problems as the tribe, and this money was set up to help not only the tribe, but it was set up to help the individual members and stuff, and our small businesses are few and far between, and they need some help too during this pandemic. So they've got to be included in this as well. You know, from there's a movie theater still sitting empty in Kyle that hasn't been able to open since all of our non-essential businesses are still closed. And the list goes on and on and on. And even the ones that was able to open, that stayed open, not the regular hours, they're hurting as well. You know, we got the shelter in place and maybe they're not seeing the business that they usually do. So we need to take care of the people that make this reservation. Not everybody works for the tribe. Not everybody lives off the tribe. And we need to take care of these small businesses as well.
I thought that was included in this, Chance.
That's not, according to this deal, it only says tribal businesses. And there's a lot of small businesses that are not tribally owned. Unless I'm mistaken, the way this is wrote, this is just for tribal businesses. But I can't support something that ain't going to support the entire reservation and just support, once again, just the tribe. Thank you.
You have a comment too.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I agree with Mr. Councilman Wilson there in regards to tribal businesses, and I think we need to, if possible, according to the CARES funding guidelines and facts, if it can be opened up to any business within our boundaries. With that, you know, it brings up a lot of questions and red flags, because I've been getting calls as to, you know, council's recent actions of extending the border monitoring and the admin leave, but yet we're looking at, you know, providing the resources to open up the casino. So it kind of sends a mixed message to a lot of our people. And so with that, my question is for the attorney, according to the facts and the regs, could it be opened up to enterprises, businesses within the Pine Ridge Reservation?
This is Jennifer. So we would need to take this back and do some research and amend it. The way it's prepared now and the way the application is drafted, it is intended to only cover tribally owned business enterprises. We would have to make some changes to this and do a little more research on what the additional reporting requirements may end up being that could change some of the criteria we have in here.
Alrighty, thank you. So I think my motion is to table it and send it back to committee until that research can be done.
I'll second.
There's a tabling motion, second by Mr. Meeks. And
Mr. Meeks, I thought that was Chan.
no. Well, we have two council members, then I'm going to run the tabling motion. Ms. Tapio and Glenn Gibbons. And
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just going to redact that, my motion. I was going to take it back because I thought that included small businesses too. So I was just going to take my motion back, redact that motion I made. Thank you.
Mr. Gibbons.
Thank you, Chair. I'm in agreement with Mr. Wilson and Ms. Medanian. You know, we got tribal member businesses, and I thought it might be changed with just tribal member businesses instead of tribal businesses. But I see the work that it's going to take to open that up for tribal members who have businesses here. Very unfair. Very unfair. Thank you, Chair.
Garfield Apple.
Yeah, I also would like to withdraw my second and go with Chauncey's motion, because when we were doing this, I thought of the small businesses, basically Pinky's and Manderson, and she needs help. But it was outvoted thing. So, yeah, I would like to go with that, Chauncey. I would like to. That sounds good. What you're proposing. So, I'll withdraw my second.
Okay, I'm gonna run that tabling motion.
Jim Meeks,
Yeah.
Dwayne Yellowhawk,
Yes.
Garfield Apple,
Yes.
Glenn Gibbons,
Yes.
Jacob Bear Killer,
No.
Ross,
Yes.
Andy Pierce,
Uh-huh.
Vincent Tulance,
Yes.
Craig Dillon,
Yes.
Cora Whitehorse,
Yes.
Valentina Merdanian,
Uh-huh.
Ryan Jumping Eagle,
Yes.
Bo Little White Man,
Yes.
Chancey Wilson,
Yes.
Philip Goodcrow,
No.
Randy Laysbad,
Yes.
Richard Greenwald,
Yes.
Nikina Mills,
Huh.
Robin Tapio,
Yes.
We have a vote of 17 yes, 2 no. Motion carried.
Next on the agenda, we have the internet connectivity. Tina, would you like to speak on that?
Thank you, Miss Councilwoman Weiss. I do appreciate it because this is greatly needed. As the superintendent did talk about a blanket waiver for those installation of the internet wiring and so forth for our students across the reservation. You know, having over 5,000 students, you know, and the amount of residents within the, you know, the Pine Ridge Reservation, that's about a third of our population. And this is greatly needed at this time. And I recall the discussions we had as standing committee chairs meeting regarding the budget modification. And this was a priority of $1.9 million to assist 3,200 households. And at this point, working in collaboration with tribal education, they have identified and working with the schools, identified those students who need the internet access. And this is greatly needed just infrastructure wise. And so with that, I'm requesting, it was passed in committee, correct, Cora? And so I really wish this would be added in the budget because according to Treasurer Big Crow, it has not been confirmed that it's been added to the budget modifications. Even though it's listed, he has no documentation that it was approved.
Right, and it was approved at council as well in that budget mod. Remember that last budget mod we did?
Yes, and that was my understanding as well. However, being sent that budget for the COVID funds and the budget modification, it's saying not approved. And I don't know if, Mason, you want to speak to that as far as the internet connection, the $1.9 million?
I just don't have any documentation. That's why I put it on there as not approved yet. So unless you guys have it, send it over.
So that's why I wanted to reaffirm that action. And if we could just do that to reaffirm that action to add that $1.9 million for internet services for our students.
Are you gonna make a motion?
My motion is to reaffirm that action to include that.
And I'll second that. And maybe if Jennifer Berrigo can get that last modification to Mason, I believe that was in there, but
So
I'll second her motion.
This is Jennifer. If I could comment on that, I drafted that last budget, that last ordinance amending the budget. It was supposed to have the attached Excel spreadsheet laying out all those changes from the treasurer, and I actually don't have that spreadsheet, so I think that's from Mason. But the ordinance itself, adopting those amendments, adopts the amendments as attached here too, and so those should have been in the attached here too. And that would have been ordinance 20-48.
Valentina. Second by Cora. Okay, we have a motion by Valentina, second by Cora. Roll call.
Jim Meeks. Dwayne Yellowhawk. Garfield Apple.
Yes.
Glenn Gibbons.
Yes.
Lydia Bearkiller.
Yes.
James Cross.
Yes.
Vincent Toulant.
Yes.
Craig Dillon.
Yes.
Cora Whitehorse.
Yes.
Jackie Sears.
Uh-huh.
Is Valentina?
This is Jackie. I said,
Okay, Jackie, I have you for yes. Valentina Mardanian.
Uh-huh.
Ryan Jumping Eagle.
Yes.
Bo Little White Man.
Yes.
Chancey Wilson.
Yes.
Philip Goodcroft. Randy Laisbeth.
Yes.
Richard Greenwald. Nikina Mills.
Huh.
Robin Tapio.
Yes.
Yes, 1 no.
We have a vote.
I mean, 1 not voting.
One not voting. We have a vote of 18 yes and 1 not voting. Motion carried. Next on the agenda is the census update. Ramon Bearrunner. Ramon back here? Yeah. Yeah, you would, thank you. Ramon's on his way in.
Is that a, what we read it about that? Yeah. Motion to reaffirm. Yeah, you're reaffirming it. Okay. Should you put motion to reaffirm? Yeah.
Yeah. Mr. Barron is here.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Members of the OGLALA Tribal Council, Mr. President, members of the
Press the button, please.
Good afternoon, members of the OGLALA Tribal Council and members of the Executive Committee. I'll introduce myself, but all of you know me.
For the record.
For the record, my name is Ramon Bearrunner, and I've been working in the Tribal President's office for going on 6 years now. On January 7th, I presented a resolution to be designated as the liaison for the OGLALA Sioux tribe to the United States Census process on the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation. So that was passed. Shortly after that, I started the process to how the tribe could develop an effective strategy to make sure that the account was done. I didn't really have the all of the information about the previous history of what was taking place on the reservation in the past maybe 20 years over the past two census processes here in 2010 and in 2000. So I didn't really know what I was getting myself into, but I knew that it was really an important process because on many occasions I had an opportunity to go to many meetings throughout the United States and have the question posed to our tribal representatives as to what our population was, what our unemployment rate was, and some of these vital questions and questions about our demographics. So that's what really intrigued me. And then in the process of working with other tribal programs and in particular with the veterans issues, I understood that the information about our demographics was extremely important. As I went to a meeting in Denver, Colorado in regard to housing for veterans, and at that time there were 3 federal agencies there. There was the Department of the Interior, Department of Veterans Affairs, Department of Health and Human Services. There was 4, I guess, and the Department of Agriculture. Each one of them had different demographic information about the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation, and that was bad. And they all were, their counts were all low, with the exception of the Bureau of Indian Affairs, the Department of the Interior. Their count was current and pretty close to our enrollment numbers, and also pretty close to the amount of people that were living and working on our reservation. But to get back to this process here, in early part of February, we were all informed, I'm sure all of you remember that the COVID-19 pandemic was announced nationwide and that it was happening. And it wasn't really a serious thing here at that time. If I remember correctly, Pine Ridge, a lot of places in South Dakota weren't really taking it seriously, other than the fact that it was a serious issue because it was hitting New York City really hard at that time. And that eventually we were going to see the effects of that in this area. But the process was ongoing and continued. On February 19th, we were invited to attend a regional census meeting that was going to be attended by all of the tribes representatives in South Dakota and by all of the tribal members who were hired by the United States Census Bureau were going to be at that meeting, plus the regional offices out of Denver and Dallas, and also from Washington, D.C. were all going to be present. So I went to that meeting along with several other tribal members, and we did get to meet all of the census people there at that time. And we also got to meet a famous football player that was representing the census there too, Johnny something from, used to run for Nebraska. Johnny Rogers used to run for Nebraska. Yeah, we met him. He was representing the United States Census at that time, and we got to meet him. But it was at this meeting that came to reality that something was definitely wrong, because the United States Census officials specifically directed this message to the people who are from the OGLALA Sioux tribe, and they said, in 2010, the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation was seriously undercounted, seriously, and that they were going to provide as much support as necessary to help our tribe do at least close to a complete count. That was the message we got at that time. On February 26th, which was about the next, I think, 7 days, the OGLALA Sioux Tribal Council passed Resolution 2058, demanding that a complete count be conducted on the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation. In the early part of March 2020, the tribes in South Dakota were informed that due to COVID-19, to the pandemic, the dates for the start and the completion of the U.S. Census were changed. So the start date, which was originally supposed to begin on April 1st, 2020, was changed to June 1st. And the completion date, which was supposed to be July 31, was changed to October 31. So these were kind of like a positive message for the OGLALA Sioux tribe because it gave us more time. On March 31st, the OGLALA Sioux Tribal Council passed Resolution 2078 establishing a complete count committee, which is what every region has to have. So the recommendation of the tribal council, they wanted the district chair people and all of the district workers to be part of this complete count committee. So we put that in a resolution, the council passed that. So the Crazy Horse Planning Commission is kind of the lead people in this process. So during that time I did call several and spoke with several district chairpersons and most of the time I kept most of my contact with Tyler Yellowboy, telling him that we needed to meet, or they needed to tell me what they were going to do, or what they would need from the tribe, or what it was they needed from the or the office of the president, or the HHS committee, or the finance committee. So that was ongoing. Also during that time, we were waiting information from the United States Census Bureau as to how many enumerators there were going to be. We were told at the Wakawashita meeting that there were going to be approximately 80 enumerators, which is what really made us happy. But between April 1st and July 31st, we were still not getting any information. Finally, we did get a letter from the, not a letter, but an email from an office out of Sioux Falls telling us that they were trying to recover some equipment from 2 field supervisors. And I didn't know what was going on, but these 2 field supervisors only had the opportunity to talk with one of them. And right after I talked with them, a little while after that, they were no longer working with the census process. So I didn't know who their field supervisors were. So on April 1st, this became kind of a crisis. So I came before the HHS committee and I asked for their support, and I asked that I be allowed to make a presentation every week to update the tribe as to how this process was going. And so I started doing that. And I also started a process to have meetings every Monday for all of our district workers and all of the district chairpersons. And we started that. In the first meeting, only 4 people showed up. So I made a report to the finance committee the next time because I couldn't be with the HHS committee because they didn't have a meeting when I wanted to meet with them. So I met with the finance committee. The finance committee, and I'm sure all of you were here and heard that they were directing their district chair people, and they're also the some of the workers in their district, also the your what they call your federal monitors to assist in this effort. So on the next meeting that we had on August 17th, all of these people showed up. We had a very productive meeting. Mostly all the districts were present, and it went very well. And they all talked about the issues they were having. And at that time, the representatives from there was one field supervisor that they hired. She came to the meeting, and on that date, she told us on August 10th that there were only 6 enumerators working on the reservation, the whole reservation. And as you know, none of the district, or I want to tell you, maybe you don't know that the district people, myself or anybody else that works for the tribe, we're not allowed to do these surveys. I mean, we can't go out to actually go out there and represent the United States Census Bureau. So we're really relying on the enumerators to do this. And we're trying to work with them the best possible way we can to try to get the people to report. So the only thing we're doing, like, is what most of you are probably doing, is encouraging people to do this online or to do this by phone. And you can always refer your district members to the CAP offices, because we've been having meetings, and the CAP offices have agreed that they will have somebody present in their office to assist anybody. So we had 3 meetings since that time in the month of August. And then on August 30th, the last meeting on August 24th, they asked that we move to a Zoom, because some people were complaining that you're not supposed to have more than 10 people in a room, and we had like about 30 people. So we moved to the Zoom meeting, and we had like eight districts who called in on that meeting. I wouldn't be able to see. Give me some water. So what I would like to request, and is for the OGLALA Sioux Tribal Council, because we're still ongoing. We in one of our district meetings with the finance committee, they made a recommendation that Lance Ferguson has to help this process. So I don't know if he's made contact with the Census people yet. And also they made a recommendation that I make a trailer and a cart with KILI, so I did that. I don't know if it's being played. Tom Casey hasn't sent me an invoice yet, but it's supposed to be. I told him to play it as much as possible for all during the month of September, and so that's being done. I mean, I did it. I don't know if they're doing it. And then I'm asking for at least 2 or 3 times a week. If every day, if I can every day, to go up to KLA and keep talking and talking and talking until this month is over about this process. But what I would like to request is that the OGLALA Sioux Tribal Council seriously consider having one of our attorneys file a lawsuit in federal court to go back to the original deadline of October 31st. The reason why I'm doing this is because on August 13th, Congressman Dusty Johnson came here, right? He was here. I was here in the morning. I made my report to him. I gave him my recommendations, and I had to leave for another meeting. But I know Randy was there at later on that day. You rode around in that caravan or whatever, and you know what they were doing. They were there. They were not only they were here for other issues, but I told him on that morning that there was only 6 enumerators, and that he said it was going to be a high priority for him as soon as they got back to their office to contact the representatives of the Census Bureau and try to help us. So we did get one email from the state census representative here and indicated, she didn't give it to us, she gave it to Congressman Johnson's office, that if we had a name of 20 people, that they would hire them immediately. So I said, can you contact me back? We'll send them the 20 names for people to are ready to work right away. They never contacted me. So I really would like the OGLALA Sioux Tribal Council to seriously consider having one of our attorneys file a lawsuit in federal court. And let me tell you why. When the federal census people came to meet with in our group meetings, they told us that, and the United States Census people also confirmed that no census surveys were mailed to any tribal members living on the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation. And the reason why they didn't do that is because we don't have street addresses. I mean, we have physical addresses, but no mail is delivered to our physical addresses. All of you know that. We all get our mail from the post office boxes. So nobody got surveys. Secondly, we can't, even if we could get a survey and copy it, we don't have the authority, legal authority for anybody, tribal worker or not, to take that survey over to a house and have that filled out. They won't accept those anymore. They're not accepting them anymore. There was a process that went on here where they hung those, according to their records, the people who didn't get them in a mail, they had their names and they hung those surveys in those plastic bags, supposedly at their doorways. And a lot of people didn't even get those either. So the only alternative that's available to our tribe right now is that somebody has to go to these people's houses or to encourage them, and they have to take a laptop or an iPad, and they have to go to 2020census.gov and have them file. Or they can call the 888 number on their cell phone. If they don't have a cell phone, that somebody has to go out there and say, I'll sit with you. And it usually takes about 8 minutes to do this. The cell phone's address is 888-262-5935. That's the only alternative left for us these next 28 days. So this is really a crisis that's happening. Also, they've told us, the census people told us there that if the head of household refuses to do a census survey, that any person in that household that's 15 years or older can do the survey for that household. Secondly, if no one in that household is willing to do it, then this neighbor can do it. A neighbor can go and you can, one of the census people can go ask that neighbor to fill out a census survey for that household. That's another alternative they have. Or one of our district workers can go and do, like I said, take a laptop or an iPad or a cell phone to that person's house and do that survey for them. So those are the only things that are left to us these next 28 days. And I wish I could do that. I wish I had the time to do that. But we have to really count on our district workers. And if there's any monies or any resources available, count on another group of people to go out and do this. Thank you.
We have a question from Makina Mills.
Okay.
Yes, thank you. So my first question is, I was contacted by Jacob Cousin. He's a student at Brown University. I'm gonna actually share your contact info with him, with the two of you. He is a student that was allocated some funds through his school to do some promoting some community, kind of had his own plan on what he wanted to do for community involvement. And his thing was to promote the 2020 census within his community. So he wants to be able to put up banners in Pine Ridge and in OGLALA. He's actually from the White Clay district. So I'm going to be sharing his information with you so that he can coordinate that with you, since you are the lead by resolution for this project. That's my first comment. Secondly, I've been saying this since February, March, April. Why couldn't we do what you just now said? Doing that, one person going door to door. So I just feel like we need to stop talking and we need to start doing. So whatever actions, I was hoping that you would come and have, things to, recommendations, support, hey, you need 25,000. That was another recommendation back in EB&D. I had said, come back and get 25,000 so that you can hire people to do that. Whatever we needed to do, it needs to be done. We're at 19.5 response rate. We have 28 days to get something going. So I just think we as a council need to make some strong decisions within the next 5 minutes so that we can make sure we're counted in this 2020 census. Thank you.
Philip Dicker.
Thank you. And I don't know if you know about this one, but Scotty Clifford is offering, along with Thunder Valley CDC, on September 12th, and I think it's from 12 to 6 p.m. They're going to be inviting the people to come up, the community members to come up and register to vote. But not only that, I think it says, and to comply with 2020 census. And I don't know what it means by that. It's on his email. But they're offering that, and during the whole session, they'll be offering the music in the background. You could park, and there'll be social distancing. They'll be giving out hand sanitizers and masks and so forth during that time. So it'll be an event if anybody wants to go down there and also register to vote. And whatever he means by to comply with 2020 census, I think maybe you can make a call to him and get that clarified. And so maybe, and hopefully, I just wanted to bring this out so that people would know out there that maybe you could get hold of them on that issue with that, what the census is all about.
You know, I don't know how many times I put my phone number out there, and all of the district people, every one of them, I think everyone, all the ones that came to our meetings, I gave them my phone number, my email address, and so anybody is welcome to call me at any time. If I have to get up at 3 in the morning, I'll get up and take the call. But they're welcome to call me and tell me, and I welcome anything. At this point in time, we're beyond meetings. We actually have to do, like Nakina said, we're way beyond that now. We have 28 days. We've got to get people out to their homes. All the reason, and I kind of agreed with that, the reason, I think it was Chauncey Wilson made that recommendation that we include a district chairman, is if anybody knows the districts, it's the district chairman and the council representatives. You know your district. You know who lives where, and you know who in the district offices might be available to go out. We're also working with Susan Schrader, who works in the energy office. And one of the finance committees, they made a recommendation to put the question on those applications. So they did that. They put those questions as to whether or not they filed a census survey on those applications. So it's on there. So she compiled a data, and that we're getting to all the districts of those people. And I don't know how legal that is, but to show what people filed for energy and didn't do the surveys. So at least if we have that information, we can give it to the district workers, and they will know what homes have not done it yet. And they can at least ask them, contact them someplace and say, you have 8 minutes of your time, we'll do the census survey.
That is a tough job, but I know you're persistent, so, and I sure hope it pays off, because we only got 1 more month to go, right?
This goes till September 30th. That's it. Yeah. That's over. September 30th, this is over. Unless, like I said, if our tribal lawyers file a lawsuit in federal court saying that they really disenfranchised our tribe, because if we got it by mail, that's a different story. You know, if every one of us got it in the mail, that would be a different story. And then we could if they got it in mail, then that would give us the opportunity to make copies of one that somebody has and take it out to somebody who hasn't filed, and then we could sit down and help them fill it out. The paper, do that by paper. But as of this, there's a certain deadlines in that whole the census process that we have no no control over is done by the United States Census Bureau, and they have these processes and time frames, and so that passed. So like I sat down to do my own, and I timed it, and it took me 8 minutes to do it. We definitely could do that, but that's up to you. That's up to the tribal council. The day labor people can do that. That would really, really work well because they know the people, and anybody who has a cell phone can do this. And the only areas that we might have problems with is, I guess, out this way. And then in Porcupine, right, in by Sharps, not Sharps, but OGLALA area, cell phones. Yeah, that's Evergreen. Yeah. And Evergreen, like there's some areas in your districts that have issues with cell phones. I don't know, Jim Meeks, whether you guys have cell phone issues out there, internet services and stuff like that. Those are the only places that we have really, but your district people know that. When they were at the meetings, they've been to all the meetings that we've been having, they were very active. They had a lot of good ideas about what they're going to do. Like, I'll go ahead and read that activities, but Medicine Road, Wakpamni, OGLALA, Wounded Knee, and Porcupine, they're all, like they really know, they go by their own census things, and they're contacting these people, and they're telling them, well, this is not the district census now, this is the United States Census, and that's what they're telling them. You need to do this. And we get a lot of calls. I get a lot of calls saying, why should I fill this out? This is not going to do me any good. I said, yes, it is. It's going to do your family a lot of good in the long run. You may not see a check in the mail every month, but somehow your kids at school, or something that as a public service to you as an individual is going to get better if we have the right count. So that's the only way to respond to them. And then Lake Creek and Pass Creek, they're in the process of putting key personnel. They're in the process of putting key personnel to do this. And then Eagle Nest and Pine Ridge, they're in the process of submitting their strategies to me right now. But they've always been to all the meetings, and they're active. They're really active in trying to do this. I just asked all the districts to give me a strategy of what they were doing, so at least I can report to you. I'm going to still be coming to the committees for the rest of this month, either to the HHS committee. If you don't meet, I'm going to come to the finance committee. If the finance committee don't meet, then I'll catch you in the economic business development committee. I'll come to one committee just so I make a committee meeting every week. But the primary committee is HHS committee.
We still have questions.
I have council members. I have Robin Tapio, Mr. Merdanian, and Nathan. Robin.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Okay, so did somebody make the motion then to do the litigation part of what Ramon was asking for?
There was no motions out yet.
Okay, I'll make that motion then, that we have the attorneys review and do the request what that Ramon was talking about with the census, asking for an extension on the deadline date, I believe it was. There's kind of loud here. I'm out somewhere. I'm at the post office, but I'm still paying attention. So yeah, I'll make that motion that we have the attorneys do the litigation part of what his request was. Thank you.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Robin, second by Lydia, but I'll run that motion, but I have 3 more people, and the next one would be Valentine Merdanian. You have the floor.
Thank you, Vice Chair. At this point, given, the discussions and so forth regarding the census, maybe with the one nation, one number, the second portion of that was to do the census portion of that effort. Have we done anything in regards to trying to coordinate with that? And then the other part of that question is because those processes were developed, is there the resources still available to utilize for that assistance regarding the census? Those are the two questions that I have. And then just as a reminder, there's also online. And we have a fairly large population that is younger that can go online to complete the census. And it's fairly quick. And I was told by several community members who completed their census online, and they said it was very quick and they got their confirmation number in no time. And I think that's the other thing we need to be encouraging, is that our people can get online to complete the census. So with that, I really think that if the strategies were already there, we should be utilizing those strategies, because that's what the tribe did support in the last administration. So if you could answer those two questions, I sure would appreciate it.
All right, thank you, Tina. Yes, Tina, those a lot of the district participation stated exactly what you said, that they knew and that they worked firsthand in that process, so they knew, and they were doing that right now in trying to assist in this effort. So yes, they are. A lot of the district, OGLALA district especially, and Wakwani district, they were using that process, and so that's working. And the second one, Tina, say that again.
The available funding from the One Nation, One Number.
Did you say the available funding?
Yes, where's that at? I mean, where are we with that? And is the funding still there to continue with the second portion of that, which was the census?
No, I don't think the funding is there, because if you remember, I don't know if you remember, but when that project was being done, that was contracted to an attorney. I don't remember his name, but he was working through housing, and he was the main contractor. So all that money was going to him. So he was relying on the tribe's kind of like voluntary participation in that process. If they hired somebody after that time, I'm not aware of that. The tribe actually hired anybody, but that was another process where the district officials were being utilized.
I see. And then the reason I was asking is because, Ramon, you were the lead on the One Nation, One Number. So I just wanted an update regarding that.
I was for a little while until because they said I had no authority, they turned it over to Jake Little, remember? Because he was working as the assistant to the executive director. So they believed he could make at that time they believed Jake Little could make the people in the districts jump, because he was kind of like in charge of them at that time. So they kind of like, they didn't relieve me of my duties, but they put him in charge of it because of that fact.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we're very fortunate to have one of our United States Federal Census Bureau officials here. She's a field supervisor, and I want her to talk about the alternatives that we have at this point. And she's going to give an update too, where we are right now and how far we have to go and how many enumerators we have. I'm glad she's here. But she's an employee of the United States Census Bureau. So her name is Violet Fasthorse, and I'm going to let her speak, and she's going to give you an update and let you know. I mentioned that the alternatives that we have when somebody just refuses to complete a survey, and she's going to tell you. Go ahead, Violet.
All right. Hi, my name is Violet Fasthorse. I'm a Census Field Supervisor with the 2020 National Census. right now, with where the counting is going on for our reservation, we are on schedule to finish by the 23rd of this month. Right now, we have 16 enumerators working in the field. They're the ones that are going around counting people. Let's see. Okay, and then, you know, we can do the census online. You can call by phone. And I don't know if I should check with the number.
Yeah.
Okay.
Put that census back up to the online.
All right. So online, to do the census online, you can go to 2020census.gov, or you can call. You can also call on the phone to complete your census at 844-2020. And if anybody out there also has the packets that were sent out to their homes, they can also fill those out and mail those in as well to complete their census. Any questions?
I have Mason Bickrow and Glenn Gibbons. Go ahead, Mason, you have the floor.
Oh, so this one is for Mr. Bear Runner. He was requesting the day labor to do that. If you just give us, you know, what you need and whatever council is going to give us as a staff or whatever, we can get the day laborers to work on this. You just got to let me know what they need to do, what specialized portion they need to do, or what they need and everything, just to get this done. But I need something, you know, I guess from you. So just let me know what we were going to do on that. That's all the questions I had for that one. So.
Okay. Okay, Mason, thank you. What I'll do is I'll sit down with Violet, who's here, and we will look at some of the districts where they may not be able to be getting to these homes, or if they're just no responses or whatever. And we have to match up our records with the records from the Susan Trader's office to see what homes have not completed these surveys. So we are still doing that. We're in the process of doing that yet, and I will get some information to you by Friday, Mason.
So is that it, Mr. Bickrow?
Yeah, that's it. Thank you, guys.
I have Glenn Gibbons.
Thank you, Chair. Hey, Ms. Fast Horse, is it allowable to make copies of a blank census and put it in every mailbox on the reservation? Can we do that?
No, not for the 2020 National Census. We can't make copies of the packets that were handed out during the update leave session. Right now we are in the NARFU session, and that's the non-response follow-up. So any packets that were handed out that were hanging on your fence or at your door, if those weren't mailed back in, then that's why the enumerators are going out right now to count people, or anybody who didn't fill that out online or mail in the packet. But if people do still have the packet, they can still fill it out and mail it in like that. But by law, because they are PO box addresses for mainly everybody on the reservation, they cannot be mailed to the person. It would have to be mailed to a physical address.
So knowing that, the online option is I'm not going to regurgitate what Ms. Merdanian mentioned, but I think the younger people zip through these phones like crazy, and I think we've got to get it through to the head of households that, you know, this is a good thing, and allow these young people to do that. But thank you for coming. Thank you for coming and sharing.
Thank you. I can also add more to that. Anybody who is 15 years or older in the household can answer these questions as well when a enumerator comes to their door. If anyone older is not there, they can, you know, like you said, the young people can get online and do the census for the whole family if they would like to. And then, you know, they could also still mail in the packets. And with like the enumerator side of everything right now with everybody counting, where we want to utilize the districts is if we can't get to a lot of the quarantine sites, our enumerators would have to attempt these addresses 4 times before they become proxy eligible. And then that is when we can utilize another source for that information to count a household. So that's where we are right now. So we're waiting for a lot of the addresses to become proxy eligible, and then we can utilize the districts to get that information. Any other questions?
I have 2 more, Council, Ms. Tapio, you have the floor. Ms. Tapio? Mr. Yellowhawk.
Okay, it seems to me like we got 30 days, whatever, and you all know what to do. It's just a matter of doing it.
Yes, we do. The deadline was the 30th of this month, but it got moved up to the 23rd. But, you know, where we are right now, we are on schedule to finish the count by the 23rd. So our enumerators are working extremely hard, and they're getting the job done. So I give them a lot of credit because they deal with a lot out there, and, you know, they face a lot of challenges. So I'm very appreciative for them going out there and working hard.
Very good. I think it seems to me like we're on the right track. It's just a matter of letting our people do the job, and that's it.
Yeah, and then, you know, a lot of that comes with education. A lot of people think that the count is going to violate their privacy, but that's not the case. It's just about getting them counted so that way we can get those funds coming to our county.
Okay, thank you. I think Ramon, you know what to do. It's just a matter of walking and talk. Thank you.
Talking the walk.
Any other questions?
Mr. York was the last one. I want to also thank you too for coming in and sharing your responsibility, you know, Census, you and Ramon. I just want to say thank you for coming. If there's anything else you want to share, you have the room. Yeah, you can do it. But thank you again.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh,
We got the
we got a motion out there.
motion by Robin Tapio, second by Lydia Bear-Kelly.
Got a motion by Robin Tapio, second by Lydia Bear-Kelly. Roll call.
Jim Meeks,
Yes.
Dwayne Yellowhawk,
Yes.
Garfield Apple,
Yes.
Ken Gibbons,
Yes.
Yes.
James Cross,
Yes.
Jackie Sears,
Uh-huh.
Vincent Tulent,
Yes.
Craig Dillon, Cora Whitehorse,
Yes.
Valentina Merdanian. Oh, wow. Ryan Jumping Eagle,
Yes.
Bo Little White Man,
Yes.
Chancey Wilson,
Yes.
Yes.
Randy Laisbeth,
Yes.
Richard Greenwald,
Yes.
Keena Mills, Robin Tapio,
Yes.
We have a vote of 18 yes, 1 not voting. Motion carried.
Question, Vice Chair, for Ramon and Miss Fasthorse, are they still on?
Oh, they left the council chambers.
Oh, they did, huh?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Now we're going into OST Education Committee, and we'll start with A. Got anybody from education here?
The attorneys draft the proclamation. So,
yes.
Yes. So I want to have Attorney Adams read the proclamation.
Sure.
Please.
Okay. Proclamation declaring December 16th as Philomene Lakota Tonwea Washtewin Day. I, Tom Pourbear, Vice President of the Oglala Sioux Tribe, hereby proclaim that Philomene Lakota, a Lakota language and culture instructor at Red Cloud Indian School for over a decade, shall be honored as an exceptional member of the Oglala Sioux Tribe. And whereas Philomene Lakota has accomplished the following. 1. As a fluent community elder, she was a keeper of the Lakota language and culture and has been instrumental in the creation of the nation's first comprehensive K-12 Lakota language curriculum at the Red Cloud Indian School. 2. She is presented at regional and national conferences on education and language preservation and is seen as a role model and unchi, grandmother, by her colleagues and the students she teaches. In 2015, she was nominated by the National Life Group to receive the Life Changer of the Year award. Number 4, Philomene was a role model for the Lakota way of life and lived the life she taught others, endearing her to generations of Lakota students. And whereas these accomplishments are worthy of an honoring by the Oglala Sioux Tribe, and whereas Tonwea Washtewin was a living embodiment of Wolakota and an example for all tribal members to follow. She walked in beauty with a humble spirit. We koshkalaka ki wowachala yuha nachiomani. And whereas it helps the morale of all tribal members to have one of their own recognized for his or her accomplishments in life. Therefore, in accordance with the authority vested in the President of the Oglala Sioux Tribe, under the Constitution and bylaws of the Oglala Sioux Tribe, I do hereby proclaim that Philomene Lakota, Tonwea Washtewi, shall be honored today and every day as her spirit lives on through the people whose lives she enriched, and declare her birthday, December 16th, as Philomene Lakota Day. In testimony whereof, I have hereunto signed my name and have officially caused the Oglala Sioux Tribe seal to be affixed to this proclamation at my office in Pine Ridge, South Dakota, on this first day of September 2020.
Motion.
Second.
Tina,
Second by
Makina,
Motion by
Valentina Mardanian,
Valentina Mardanian and second by Nakina Mills. Roll call.
Jim Meeks,
Yes.
Dwayne Yellowhawk,
Yes.
Garfield Apple,
Yes.
Glenn Gibbons,
Yes.
Lydia Bearkiller,
Yes.
James Cross,
Yes.
Jackie Sears,
Uh-huh.
Two Lance, Craig Dillon, Cora Whitehorse,
Yes.
Valentina Mardanian,
Wow.
Ryan Jumping Eagle,
Yes.
Bo Little White Man,
Yes.
Nancy Wilson,
Yes.
Philip Goodcrow,
Yes.
Randy Leesbed, Richard Greenwald,
Yes.
Tina Mills, Robin Tapio, Robin Tapio,
Jennifer, this is Craig. My vote is yes.
okay.
Mine is yes too, if you can hear me.
Got you. Anyone else? 17 yes, 2 not voting.
We got a vote of 17 yes, 2 not voting, motion carried. And now, Going back to the finance committee, we have the Crazy Horse Planning Commission, and we have Tyler here, so I'm gonna introduce him.
Good afternoon, Council, Mr. Chair, Madam Secretary. For the record, my name is Tyler Yellowboy, Chairman of the OGLALA District, and also Chairman of the Crazy Horse Planning Commission. Today, I am presenting 3 resolutions that were met on and passed by the Crazy Horse Planning Commission at various regular meetings, and so I do believe that copies were distributed and copies were emailed. So for the first one, I'll read the first one here. The resolution of the Crazy Horse Planning Commission of the Oglala Sioux Tribe. The resolution of the Crazy Horse Planning Commission petitioning for the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council to support a resolution requesting to seat all 9 district chairmen as the interim board of the Oglala Sioux Housing Authority. Whereas the Crazy Horse Planning Commission of the Oglala Sioux Tribe are elected officials of the Oglala Sioux Tribe and have been recognized as the Crazy Horse Planning Commission to be part of this governing body of the Oglala Sioux Tribe. And whereas each of the 9 districts have passed resolutions to support the chairmen in each of the 9 districts, and whereas there's an astounding rate of methamphetamine use, alcohol use, violence, suicide, and lifestyle-related illnesses due to inactivity. And whereas there's a lack of positive recreation and activity for children, youth, elders, and adults youth, adults, and elders throughout the Pine Ridge Reservation. And whereas the former Housing Authority Board successfully instituted a policy and procedures to establish housing in each of the 9 districts. Whereas each of the 9 districts also support the effort to ensure all residents of the districts have adequate representation in having housing. Whereas the Crazy Horse Planning Commission will meet with the HHS Committee of the Oglala Sioux Tribe, and whereas the Crazy Horse Planning Commission included the full proposal within this resolution. Whereas the Crazy Horse Planning Commission hereby petitions the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council to take immediate action to pass this resolution. Now therefore be it resolved that the Crazy Horse Planning Commission petitions the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council to support the districts in their plan to help the residents in their districts. Be it further resolved that the Crazy Horse Planning Commission is requesting that any and all other tribal programs and federal state entities utilize relevant and available resources to prioritize the development of housing authority within the boundaries of the Pine Ridge Reservation for the health and safety of their residents.
Question.
Go ahead.
This is Jackie. I just wanted to say that HHS did take action already to advertise these positions. And so I'd like to table this and send it back to the appropriate committees. And maybe the Crazy Horse Planning Committee or Commission can attend the meeting and discuss this before, to get more information on the committees on what they already did with these positions, with land, on the Parks and Rec, and housing. So that's my motion, is to table. Send back to the appropriate committee.
Made that motion.
Jackie.
Oh, okay, Jackie. I got a motion by Jackie and second by Vincent Tuat. Roll call.
Jimmy?
Yes.
Dwayne Yellowhawk?
Yes.
Garfield Apple?
Yes.
Gibbons?
Yes.
Lydia Bear Killer?
Yes.
James Cross?
Yes.
Jackie Sears?
Uh-huh.
Vincent Tulance,
Yes.
Craig Dillon,
No.
Cara Whitehorse,
No.
Valentina Merdanian, Ryan Jumping Eagle,
Yes.
Ryan Jumping Eagle,
Yes.
Bo Little White Man,
Yes.
Nancy Wilson,
Yes.
Philip Goodcrow,
No.
Randy Laisbad,
Yes.
Richard Greenwald, Nikina Mills, Robin Tapio,
Yes.
Sheet, was that you?
Yes.
Robin Tapio,
She was getting cut off again. Her mute button isn't working.
She said she can't hear.
We have a vote of 15 yes, 3 no, and 1 not voting. Motion carried.
Resolution number 2. Resolution of the Crazy Horse Planning Commission of the Oglala Sioux Tribe. Resolution of the Crazy Horse Planning Commission petitioning the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council to support a resolution requesting parks and recreation in each of the 9 districts with 1 recreation parks ranger and financial support. And whereas the Crazy Horse Planning Commission of the Oglala Sioux Tribe and the elected officials of the Oglala Sioux Tribe have recognized the Crazy Horse Planning Commission as part of the governing body of the Oglala Sioux Tribe. And whereas each of the 9 districts have passed resolutions to support the development and support for parks and recs, recreation, and tourism for economic development in each of the 9 districts. And whereas there's a astounding rate of methamphetamine use, alcohol use, violence, suicide, lifestyle-related illnesses due to inactivity. And whereas there's a lack of positive recreation and activity for the children, youth, adults, and elders throughout the Pine Ridge Reservation. Whereas there's enormous potential for parks and recreation, tourism, and job creation. And whereas the former Parks and Recreations Authority Board successfully instituted a policy and procedure to establish parks and recreation in each of the 9 districts. And whereas the former OST Parks and Recreations Authority Board successfully approved committing carryover monies from the gate receipts to support parks development in each district and a park ranger position in each of those districts. And whereas each of the 9 districts also support the effort to promote tourism and economic development through parks, recreation, cultural museums, and hiking. And whereas the Crazy Horse Planning Commission will meet with the Land Committee of the Oglala Sioux Tribe. And whereas the Crazy Horse Planning Commission includes the full proposal within this resolution. Whereas the Crazy Horse Planning Commission hereby petitions the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council to take immediate action to pass this resolution. Now therefore be it resolved that the Crazy Horse Planning Commission petitions the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council to support the districts in their plan to develop parks and recreation in each district and authorize the carryover from the gate receipts as well as to uphold the commitment of the 15% of the gate receipts sustained to develop and staff. And be it further resolved that the Crazy Horse Planning Commission is requesting that any and all tribal programs and federal and state entities utilize relevant and available resources to prioritize the development of parks and recreations within the boundaries of the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation for health, economic development through tourism and recreation for the youth.
Question?
We have Chancey with his hand up, and then Jackie.
Okay. I think I'd like to motion to table this as well and send it back to committee. The finances of Parks and Rec are going to be very stressed with the pandemic. The gate receipts, National Park was closed for 2, 3, 4 months, something like that, and the revenue did not come in, so we aren't going to receive nearly the gate receipts, as well as hunting licenses weren't sold, and at as near as many as they've sold in the past. And the lawyers are doing some research right now as far as the Parks Board and how that's going to shape and look, and there is a working session in the works, so I'm going to motion to table this.
We have a motion by Chancey.
Question.
Mr. Meeks, and I have Jackie on the floor.
Yes.
Go ahead, Jackie.
Yes, I know that in the past, before the board was dissolved, I attended a meeting with the board, and at that time they did approve this. So, you know, I agree with Chancey that we need to table it, because due to the finances, we need to look at if that money's still there, which I doubt. But, you know, we need to look at it, and then due to the pandemic, and like he said, so I just wanted to say that it was approved prior. So that's good if we can table this.
Roll call.
Jim Meeks,
Yes.
Dwayne Yellowhawk,
Yes.
Garfield Apple,
Yes.
Glenn Gibbons,
Yes.
Tia Bear Killer,
Yes.
James Cross,
Yes.
Jackie Sears, Vincent Tulance,
Yes.
Craig Dillon,
Yes.
Cora Whitehorse,
No.
Valentina Merdanian, Ryan Jumping Eagle,
Yes.
Bo Little White Man,
Yes.
Chancey Wilson,
Yes.
Philip Goodcrow,
Yes.
Randy Laisbad,
Yes.
Richard Greenwald,
Yes.
Akina Mills, Robin Tapio, Robin Tapio,
Looks like we lost her again.
We have a vote of 17 yes, 1 no, 1 not voting. Motion carried.
All right, last one. Resolution of the OGLALA Tribal Council approving the Crazy Horse Planning Commission's request to divide the motor fuels tax, equipment, and other assets between the 9 districts utilizing the Buffalo method of distribution. Whereas the OGLALA Sioux tribe was organized under Section 16 of the 1934 Indian Reorganization Act by adopting a federally approved constitution and bylaws. And whereas the Crazy Horse Planning Commission was established to represent. Whereas the OGLALA Sioux tribe is governed by the elected representatives to act in accordance with the powers granted by its constitution and bylaws. And whereas there exists funds from taxes to motor fuels that the state of South Dakota collects from the fuel purchased from the residents and or businesses located within the exterior boundaries of the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation. And whereas the OST Department of Motor Fuels Program has not and does not directly engage or assist in planning or development of any road projects to create or enhance development of roads. And therefore be resolved that the OGLALA Sioux Tribal Council does hereby approve the Crazy Horse Planning Commission's resolution to divide the motor fuels funds and equipment and any other assets the OST motor fuels program has acquired, and the districts will conduct its own maintenance, planning, and development of roads. And be it further resolved that this resolution requests immediate negotiations with regard to the budgetary requirements of the proposal undertaking and accordingly request technical assistance from the OST Office of the Treasurer and the OST Property and Supply Departments for equal dividends of assets of the Department of Motor Fuels.
Do we have a motion for this resolution?
I'll make a motion to table and send back. I think it's under E and BD because you have a program and you have employees that will be affected. So I think they need to go back and address that with the committee as well.
Okay.
That's my motion.
Motion by Jackie, and we have a second where? By Mr. Vincent Tumach. Roll call.
Jim Inks?
Yes.
Dwayne Yellowhawk?
Yes.
Garfield Apple?
Yes.
Glenn Gibbon?
Yes.
Lydia Bear Killer? Lydia Bear Killer? James Cross?
Yes.
Sonia or Jackie Sears?
Uh-huh.
Vincent Tulance?
Yes.
Craig Dillon?
Yes.
Cora Whitehorse?
Yes.
Valentina Merdanian?
Uh-huh.
Ryan Jumping Eagle?
Yes.
Bo Little White Man?
No.
Nancy Wilson?
Yes.
Philip Goodcrow?
Yes.
Randy Laisbad?
Yes.
Richard Greenwald?
Yes.
Nikina Mills?
Huh.
Robin Tapio?
Yes.
Jen, was that to table?
Yes.
I'll vote yes. I kind of lost service here.
Okay. 18 yes, 1 no. 18 yes, 1 no.
We have a vote of 18 yes, 1 no. Motion carried.
Thank you, Council. And for the record, I want to say thank you to Cora and Councilwoman Janice for taking time out of their busy schedules to attend their Resource Planning Commission meetings. You know, we try to do what's best for the people in our district because we're part of the district government too. And we invite council representatives to our meetings, but the only ones who show up are Council Representative Janice and Councilwoman Whitehorse. And so, you know, we're going to go back. You tabled these, so we're going to go back and we're going to look at how to approach these, because out there we get those calls too. So don't think you guys only get those calls. We get those calls too, and we try to do our best to help in our districts because we're district chairmen as well. In fact, I think we have a better communication with our district people than council representatives. So with that being said, I want to say thank you for your time today, and we'll be coming back.
Thank you, Tyler.
Chair, comment.
Go ahead.
I would gladly participate in any of the Crazy Horse planning meetings. However, for the record, I have not gotten any of the, well, I think I'll take that back. In the last 2 months, I've seen one of their invites. So just for the record, I would gladly participate and want to come together to figure this out in one unified front. Thank you.
Okay, back to the Education Committee. We're on item B. Education Committee.
Thank you. Attorney Adams, resolution?
Yes, and I apologize for the size of the title of this resolution. I worked on it with Dana, so we got the terms right. Okay, resolution of the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council of the Oglala Sioux Tribe and Unincorporated Tribe. Resolution of the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council supporting the Oglala Sioux Tribal Education Agency and the education departments from the Oceti-Sakowin, collectively the Great Plains Tribal Education Department, requesting the return of the Director of Education position to the South Dakota State Department of Education from the South Dakota State Department of Tribal Relations Office of Indian Education. Whereas the Constitution and bylaws of the Oglala Sioux Tribe were adopted by the tribal membership and duly approved on December 14th, 1934, and the Tribal Council is the governing body of the Oglala Sioux Tribe, and whereas the Tribal Constitution authorizes a Tribal Council and Article 4, Section 1W to protect and promote the health and general welfare of the Oglala Sioux Tribe and its membership, and whereas the education of tribal members relates directly to their health, safety, and welfare, and whereas the Director of Indian Education has carried out his or her duties within the South Dakota State Department of Education until April 2019, when the state of South Dakota ostensibly to, quote, fill the gap, end quote, in educational achievement between Native and non-Native students, created the South Dakota State Department of Tribal Relations Office of Indian Education. And whereas the Oglala Sioux Tribal Agency does not believe that switching the Director of Indian Education from the State Department of Education to the newly created Department of Tribal Relations Office of Indian Education is in the best interests of the Oglala Lakota students. Now therefore be it resolved that the Tribal Council of the Oglala Sioux Tribe does hereby support the Oglala Sioux Tribal Education Agency and the education departments from the Oceti-Sakowin Tribal Schools, collectively the Great Plains Tribal Education Department, in their request to return the Director of Education position to the South Dakota State Department of Education from the South Dakota State Department of Tribal Relations Office of Indian Education, certification.
Motion.
Second.
Motion by Tina, seconded by Makina.
Motion by.
Valentina Mardanian.
We got a motion by Valentina Mardanian, second by Makina Mills. Roll call.
Jim Meeks.
Yes.
Dwayne Yellowhawk.
Yes.
Garfield Apple.
Yes.
Glenn Gibbons.
Yes.
Lydia Bear Killer. James Cross.
Yes.
Jackie Sears.
Uh-huh.
Vincent Tulance. Cora Whitehorse.
Yes.
Valentina Mardanian.
Uh-huh.
Ryan Jumping Eagle.
Yes.
Bo Little White Man.
Yes.
Chancey Wilson.
Yes.
Philip Goodcrow.
Yes.
Randy Laisbeth.
Yes.
Richard Greenwald.
Yes.
Akina Mills. Robin Tapio.
Yes.
We have a vote of 17 yes, 2 not voting. Motion carried.
Thank you, council. That is we have one more item listed under education. And I believe this is the discussion on the suicide declaration. And so with that, I believe there was questions regarding the declaration and we needed clarification. Is that correct? I believe it was Robin who 2/3 did onto the agenda.
Yes, thank you, Tina. It was me that. Yeah, we needed clarification on the declaration. Is Steve Gunn on? Is Steve Gunn on the call right now?
I don't see him on.
Robin.
Yeah.
Just also too, because I think I had told you this in Law and Order, there was action taken to have the attorney just review that executive order. So if Mr. Zephyr's on, that was one of the tasks that I do believe that came out of Law and Order. I could be wrong, but just to reference that executive order, the declaration that we were talking about.
Okay, so I guess I was kind of hoping that Steve would be on, Steve Gunn, but I guess where I'm putting this on here is that, had this come out of HHS committee, then as council, we probably would have all been on the same page as far as this declaration is concerned. And I don't know how many of you have actually read the declaration. It was brought to my attention after I called WIAKI at HHS headquarters in DC regarding some concerns I had about IHS, and I think I shared that with some of you. And at the time, he asked some questions about the declaration, and at that point, I could not answer those questions because, number one, I hadn't read the declaration, and number two, I wasn't sure the tribe's position in what they were asking from the people in Washington, D.C. So that's why I put it on the agenda for discussion. And I also tried to get the minutes. I believe I've asked Jennifer like 3 times for the executive board minutes approving that declaration. And the other question for the attorney was, is the declaration valid if there has not been council approval on a declaration? Now, I know we've asked this a lot of times, and Steve Gunn, that's why I was wishing he was on so he could clarify that. And because I know in the past, when we did declarations and things like that, when we sent a request to Washington, D.C. for, say, assistance or help or something, there was always an accompanying resolution with that declaration in the past, okay? And I don't know if that's how it has to be. I know it's been that way in the past. So, and I know that right now with the COVID here, and, we're just kind of fragmented with our committee meetings and things like that. So that's what I wanted to know, because I couldn't answer those questions that they were asking me regarding the declaration. So, because I know on the last page of that declaration, the president was asking for them for intervention, some intervention strategies and intervention resources for the tribe. So that's where I'm at with that. So if you want to send it back to Law and Order, that's fine. But I just thought that as council, I don't know how many of us have read that declaration and how many of us know what the tribe was asking, because I think that it's important that we knew about that declaration. So that's why I put it on here for discussion. And I did talk to Steve, and he said, well, put it on the agenda for discussion and maybe we can figure it out, So I guess if you want, we could just send it back to Law and Order. It was just the not knowing part for me as a council representative and not being able to answer questions that they had. So if anybody has any recommendations on this, that would be greatly appreciated.
Sure.
Go ahead, Mr. Gibbons.
Yeah, sir, thank you, Chair. I have not seen this declaration, so I'd make a motion to send it to Law and Order and let's review it, see what it says. Thank you.
I have a motion on the floor. Second by Mr. Yellowhawk. Roll call.
Jim Meeks.
Yes.
Dwayne Yellowhawk.
Yes.
Garfield Apple.
Yes.
Glenn Gibbons.
Yes.
Lydia Bear Killer. James Cross.
Yes.
Jackie Sears.
Uh-huh.
Vincent Tulent.
Yes.
Craig Dillon. Cora Whitehorse.
Yes.
Valentina Merdanian.
Uh-huh.
Ryan Jumping Eagle.
No.
Bo Little White Man.
Yes.
Chancey Rose.
No.
Philip Goodcrow.
Yes.
Randy Laisband.
Yes.
Richard Greenwald. Makina Mills.
Yeah.
Robin Tapio.
Yes.
We have a vote of 13 yes, 3 no, 3 not voting. Motion carries.
Chair.
Yes.
So I'm like concerned as well. I mean, because it doesn't look good as legislators when we're contacted from DC about something the president or executive committee is taking action on, and I do believe that there was a motion for the attorney to provide a personal opinion on this, or a legal opinion. So I'm going to motion to have our attorney look at this declaration and provide a legal opinion and bring that back to Law and Order, because I believe that was action in committee. But I'm going to take action. I want to take action through as full council, so we make sure it gets done.
I'll second that motion.
Question, Nakina?
Yes.
Can you include that the correct data get it put in there also?
Yes, I agree with that as well, because I'm also wondering where that data came from and the numbers and stuff cited in there, because it's not references. And I was hoping the chief of staff would have been on, or Dolores Puyer with health admin, or IHS, to specify on those numbers, but that wasn't in there. So yes, I will include the correct data.
As well as the resources that we were asking for. Remember, because there were some resources that the tribe was requesting in there.
Yeah, they were requesting that. Yes, to look into the legal opinion on that as well.
Right, and also the minutes. We need the minutes.
Right, and the minutes just weren't provided at the time because they were not signed, and we didn't.
Okay.
Have to sign it. They are done now.
Okay, thank you.
It should probably include the education committee minutes that they did approve a declaration. I think it was August 18th or 19th or something like that.
We didn't approve a declaration.
That's what it says in the declaration that it was
okay.
by Education Committee.
Oh yeah, okay, yes. Yeah, that didn't happen, but yes, I'll include that all in there.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Mills, second by Ms. Tapio. Roll call.
Jim Meek, Dwayne Yellowhawk, Garfield Apple,
Yes.
Glenn Gibbons,
Yes.
Lydia Bear Killer, James Cross,
Yes.
Jackie Sears,
Uh-huh.
Vincent Tulance,
Yes.
Craig Dillon, Laura Whitehorse,
Yeah.
Valentina Merdanian,
Uh-huh.
Ryan Jumping Eagle,
Well.
Bo Little White Man,
Yes.
No.
Philip Goodcrow,
Yes.
Randy Laysbeth,
Yes.
Richard Greenwald,
Yes.
Makina Mills,
Huh.
Robin Tapio,
Yes.
We have a vote of 16 yes, 1 no, 2 not voting. Motion carried. And now, next on the agenda is the OST Land Committee.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Chair. We do have one. It's on the having BIA do all them clerical evaluations within 30 days. If Russell is still on, if he could read the resolution, please.
Yeah, I'm still on. And I'd just like to say in regards to that suicide proclamation, I didn't receive any action item from the Secretary of the Law and Order requesting me to do that. So I'm not sure if it was done at the Law and Order, but I'll look at it and do what you guys requested. The resolution. Resolution of the Tribal Council of the Oglala Sioux Tribe directing the Bureau of Indian Affairs, Great Plains Regional Office to complete the assessments and categorical exclusions within 30 days on all residential leases upon the Pine Ridge Reservation. Whereas the Oglala Sioux Tribe adopted its constitution bylaws by referendum vote on December 14th, 1935 in accordance with Section 16 of the Indian Reorganization Act of 1934, 25 U.S.C. Section 5123. And under Article 3 of the Oglala Sioux Tribe Constitution, the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council is the governing body of the Oglala Sioux Tribe. Whereas the Oglala Sioux Tribe Land and Natural Resource Committee is a standing committee of the Oglala Sioux Tribe Tribal Council. Whereas the Oglala Sioux Tribe Land and Natural Resources Committee did meet on the 17th day of August 2020 with a quorum present to conduct business and did approve this resolution and did direct that it be forwarded to the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council for their action. And whereas, scroll up here, whereas the inaction of the Bureau of Indian Affairs Pine Ridge Agency in regards to the completing of the assessments and categorical exclusions for residential leases upon the Pine Ridge Reservation is causing a major backlog in these home site leases. Whereas the Oglala Sioux Tribe is aware that there are currently over 100 residential lease assessments that need to be completed by the Bureau of Indian Affairs Pine Ridge Agency, and that the Oglala Sioux Tribe is of the opinion that the Bureau of Indian Affairs needs to be more responsive in the duty and service that they owe the Oglala Sioux Tribe and its members. And whereas the Oglala Sioux Tribe will and does feel that the Bureau of Indian Affairs Great Plains Regional Office, since it seems the Pine Ridge Agency is unable to should complete these residential lease assessments and categorical exclusions. Now therefore it be resolved that the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council does hereby, based upon the recommendation of the OST Land and Natural Resource Committee, direct the Bureau of Indian Affairs Great Plains Regional Office to complete all assessments and categorical exclusions of all residential leases upon the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation within 30 days. Be it further resolved that the President or the Vice President, in the absence of the President, is directed to sign this resolution. Certification.
Motion.
Motion by Chancey Wilson.
We have a motion by Chancey Wilson. Second by Jim Meeks. Roll call.
Jim Meeks,
Yes.
Dwayne Yellow, Garfield Apple,
Yes.
Glenn Gibbons, Lydia Bearkiller,
Yes. Turn some back on.
Yes.
Jackie Sears,
Uh-huh.
Vincent Tulance, Craig Dillon, Cora Whitehorse,
Yes.
Valentino Merdanian,
Uh-huh.
Ryan Jumping Eagle,
Yes.
Bo Little White Man,
Yes.
Chancey Wilson,
Yes.
Philip Goodcrow,
Yes.
Randy Laisbeth,
Yes.
Richard Greenwald, Nikina Mills,
Huh.
Robin Tapio,
Yes.
Yes.
Richard Greenwald. That was your vote.
That was a yes.
Got it.
We have a vote of 16 yes, 3 not voting. Motion carried. And now we're moving on to the E, B, and D committee.
Thank you, Chair. Vice Chair, I'll ask the Secretary to read the resolution.
Jennifer, do you have the resolution for this one?
Yes, I do. I can read it.
Okay.
Resolution of the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council of the Oglala Sioux Tribe, an unincorporated tribe. Resolution of the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council of the Oglala Sioux Tribe selecting and appointing Norman Standing Soldier to the Oglala Sioux Hemp Regulatory Commission Licensing Board pending the final results of a satisfactory background check and for final confirmation of results by the Executive Committee. Whereas the Oglala Sioux Tribe adopted its constitution and bylaws by referendum vote on December 14th, 1935, in accordance with Section 16 of the Indian Reorganization Act of 1934, 25 U.S.C. Section 5123. And under Article 3 of the Constitution, the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council is the governing body of the Oglala Sioux Tribe. And whereas, pursuant to the Constitution and bylaws of the Oglala Sioux Tribe, the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council exercises legislative powers to enact and promulgate resolutions and ordinances. And whereas Article 4, Sections 1F, 1K, 1M, and 1W empower the Tribal Council to manage the economic affairs of the tribe, protect and preserve the property of the tribe, adopt laws governing the conduct of persons on the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation, and adopt laws protecting and promoting the health and general welfare of the Oglala Sioux Tribe and its membership. And whereas Article 4, Section 1T of the Constitution gives the Tribal Council the power to delegate its enumerated powers to subordinate boards or officers, reserving the right to review their actions taken by virtue of such delegated power. And whereas on April 1st, 2020, the Tribal Council of the Oglala Sioux Tribe adopted Ordinance Number 20-27, which included the establishment of the Oglala Sioux Hemp Regulatory Commission. And whereas Section 500, Subsection 2 of Ordinance Number 20-27 provides for the Tribal Council to appoint the Oglala Sioux Hemp Regulatory Commission Licensing Board. And whereas a vacancy in the Oglala Sioux Hemp Regulatory Commission Licensing Board has occurred as William Shorty Brewer has resigned from this position. And whereas the Oglala Sioux Hemp Regulatory Commission Licensing Board has recommended that Norman Standing Soldier be appointed to fill this vacancy, all pending satisfactory final results of the criminal history check and thorough background check. And whereas the Tribal Council agrees with the recommendation of the Licensing Board and has determined that it is in the best interests of the Oglala Sioux Tribe and its members to fill this vacancy. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council hereby appoints Norman Standing Soldier to the Oglala Sioux Hemp Regulatory Commission Licensing Board for the remainder of the initial 2-year term, pending satisfactory final results of the criminal history check and thorough background check, ending May 2021. Be it further resolved that the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council hereby delegates the authority to finalize this appointment to the Executive Committee upon the confirmation of the satisfactory final results of the criminal history check and thorough background check within 30 days. Certification.
Motion to approve.
Second.
We got a motion by Ms. Weinhorst, second by Mr. Yellowhawk. Roll call.
Jim Meeks,
Yes.
Dwayne Yellowhawk,
Yes.
Garfield Apple,
Yes.
Glenn Gibbons, Lydia Bear Killer,
Yes.
James Krause,
Yes.
Jeff,
Oh, huh.
Vincent, Craig Dillon, Cora Whitehorse,
Yes.
Valentina Merdanian,
Uh-huh.
Ryan Jumping Eagle,
Yeah.
Bo Little White Man,
Yeah.
Nancy Wilson,
Yes.
Philip Goodcrow,
Yes.
Red Bed,
Yes.
Richard Greenwald,
Yes.
Keena Mills,
I thought they said,
Robin Tapio,
yes.
We have a vote of 16 yes, 3 not voting. Motion carried. EB&D committee.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair. This time I turn it over to Bill, and I think Bill and Stanley's there, so I'll turn it over to Bill right now.
right, they're both here.
Yes, they're both here. So.
Okay, whoever wants to go first, they could flip a coin or arm wrestle or something.
They had a deck of cards. Stanley won first from Mike. So, okay, Stan, that's all you're okay.
Well, I guess basically we're both here for the same reason, and that is whether or not the tribe will allow us to open up the casino. If it happens, it will be on the 15th this month. I think we've submitted our reopening plans several times already. that's basically why we're here, I guess, find out whether the tribal council will allow us to proceed and open based off of the reopening plans. What else can I say or ask?
Does anyone have a motion or?
I'll motion, Vice Chair.
Question?
That's the motion by Mr. Cross, second by Mr. Meek. And questions before I run the vote.
Who's first?
Jackie.
Okay, I have a question on the hazard pay for employees. You know, if they're being called back to work and put in a situation of working with the public, are they going to be paid hazard pay? And that's some of the questions that are coming from some of the my community members, district members. And also another question, do you have a safety and health plan in place written so that we could see it? I haven't received one, and I don't know if ENBD did, but I think we need to see those before we talk about opening up the casino.
Okay. To the first question regarding the hazard pay, I believe you guys tabled the tribal business grant program request. I believe both the casinos did have plans to request some funding from that for hazard pay. For East Winds, it was $158,400, which would be able to carry us up to, I believe it was December 31st. But that's kind of in the back burner. I believe maybe it might have went to finance again. I'm not too sure on that. However, on the second question regarding safety plans, those were also attached to the reopening. I had hoped that you had all received it. I know EB&D received them. I don't know what else to say other than, yeah, the plans were submitted.
And also, I think there was a question on providing PPE for employees. Is that going to be provided by the casino? But because we were hearing that the employees had to provide their own.
Well, I can't speak for Prairie Winds. However, at East Winds, we do have the PPEs available for our staff. Just kind of in a nutshell, I can tell you some of the stuff, since you haven't received the reports in that, or the reopening plan. First off, for your information, East Winds will require the customers to be wearing a mask. If they don't have a mask, we will provide masks. However, we felt that it was a personal responsibility on the customer to listen to the tribe and continue to wear masks. So for that, we were going to charge a fee for masks if they come there without one. The idea there is that it's going to hopefully teach some responsibility for customers to carry masks around with them every place they go. The second one is that customers will be screened for their temperature, just like you do right here coming into the tribal building. We will offer gloves. If the customers would like to wear gloves, we will have those available to provide it to them. They will have to use the hand sanitizer at the entrance when they're given their thermometer check, so to speak. So they have to put on the hand sanitizer before they walk into the casino. The other things that we will do is that we're going to be suspending smoking for 30 days. And then we'll review after 30 days again to see where we stand with the pandemic. So there will be no smoking, there will be no beverages served. And the purpose for that is we all know that this virus travels through saliva in both cigarettes and the cigarette butt, plus cups, so forth, do carry saliva, and we don't our staff to the virus through the trash receptacles. The other one is there will be no promotions for the first 30 days. We will suspend those. And again, the purpose for that is that through our experience, we've had customers come in and sit around waiting for promotions. And if we're going to try to keep down the amount of people that come into a casino, they should, be the playing customer. So we will be suspending the gaming promotions. I know one of the quick questions everybody's going to come up with is free play. Free play is continuing. It's the other promotions that are suspended. Before the shutdown happened, one of the things we did was we did place orders in for these PPEs. However, they were stuck in warehouses, and we weren't able to obtain them up until yesterday. So we do have our hand sanitizer stations up and ready. We will be placing them through the facility. There are additional hand sanitizer stations on the walls as well as within the bathrooms.
Okay, I know you're putting it all out there verbally, but is there something in writing, the plan that's approved by the committee and ready to bring it forward so it can get passed and things like that? I feel like it's backwards, cart before the horse, and I believe that we should have a plan in place, a solid plan, because when you're talking about the hazard pay, there's not really a solid plan there yet. And this is in 2 weeks, September 15th. And I believe that, I'd like to make a motion to table this. And if we have to have a special meeting, then I think we need to do that, because I think council needs to have this all in writing. And we need to address it before we make a decision on opening on the 15th. So that's my motion.
Second.
I recognize your tabling motion, and I believe it's seconded by Valentina. But before we do a vote on it, I have Valentina, Miss Wales, and Ryan Jumping Eagle. So go ahead, Valentina.
I believe that, we do have the shelter in place, which stipulates that no more than 10 people shall gather. We also have the border monitoring ordinance, which says we track non-essential travel, no outside visitors. So my question, given our current health orders in place, is who's our target audience then? Is it our own people? So I have a lot of questions regarding that. And with that, these need to be answered. And I agree with what Councilwoman Sears said about having solid plans in place, is knowing where the funding is and where it's coming from. And if that's not going to fall through, then there better be an alternative. So with that, that's why I second the motion, but also ensuring that our employees are going to be covered and that they receive the same benefits for being, out there in the front line as well. So with that, those are my questions, is who is this for? Then is it just going to be recycling our own funding is basically the way I see it at this point, given our current health orders in place. Thank you.
Ms. Mills?
Yes. So, I have some of the same concerns. I did attend EB&D committee a couple of weeks ago and did share my concerns with the committee about, that our shelter in place, there'd have to be an amendment to that if we were going to proceed forward with the plan to reopen. And there was no action taken out of that committee, and I'm not a sitting member on that committee. So yes, I have the same concerns. We should be able to, when employees are reaching out and saying, what about this and that and PPEs and hazard pay, it's just, there's still a lot of things that need to be ironed out. I do also, if Jackie would include in her motion, the CDC written recommendation report. Because when they did come and share at that final session, we heard some things, but we still never really heard if there was a recommendation to open, and we're having an uptake in numbers now. So I don't see how we can balance saying that this is okay to do it when we're having an increase now. So those are just my concerns. Thank you. And if Jackie could include in her motion to have those CDC written recommendations on the walkthroughs.
I'll include that, Nakina.
Ryan, Jumping Eagle?
Yeah, I have the same concern. We closed the casinos down in the springtime when there was hardly any cases here. Now South Dakota's if you watch the news, we're one of the hot spots, us, and we're right up there, probably number 1 or 2. So we closed it down when there was hardly any cases, and now we're opening back up when there's more cases, and majority of them are West River. So it's just something to think about, Thank you.
Go ahead, Dan.
Okay, Council, one of the purposes for us being here is that you did, by resolution, say that we were closed up until September 1st, which is the reason why we're here. Now, it is your decision to continue to keep us closed. That is your prerogative. However, it's still a resolution that was forced us to be here today on the question of whether or not we should open or not. That is up to you. So all I'm saying here today for East Winds is that we did have a reopening plan. The questions that you asked, those are all in the reopening plan minus the CDC recommendations. But I believe the recommendations, we are following those. It doesn't take CDC to tell us to open. I believe it's a tribal council. So, that is your choice. All we're here is because it is after September 1, and that's where the resolution ends. And it's a choice that you have to make today. We leave it at that. And you can read the reopening plan with EB&D. That's where it's at. That's why we're here. Thank you.
I have one more council member, Bo Little White Man, then I'm going to run the motion?
No, Ryan said it. It's all good.
Before I give Bill the opportunity to speak, I'm gonna run that tabling motion. I don't know if that's for both casinos or just east-west.
It's for both. They need to come back with their solid plans, and then maybe we can have a special, because we need to have all the information, financial, hazard pay, and things like that, and the safety plan.
Okay, well, I want to give Bill the opportunity to share some words with us. Go ahead, Bill.
Good afternoon, Counselor. Good evening. I'm in the same line with Stanley. We did submit our safety plan to EB&D and to Tribal Council several times. CDC was out for 2 walkthroughs. They submitted recommendations to us. We updated or modified our plan to show those recommendations. You'll see we did have training for the entire staff at the Dome. Everyone had their mask on. We had proper spacing. It was a 2-hour training by CDC that went well. I did submit a budget to you of $2 million that we need to reopen. We did go to the First National Bank based on minutes from the Tribal Council showing that we would open on September 15th. And based on that, the First National Bank did award us a loan of $1 million. The security for that loan would be the Pinnacle Bank payoff difference that we're currently closing out, because the difference of the payoff and what they're going to lend us is about $2.3 million. So we're still $1 million short. We were looking at applying for that grant, but I understand that was tabled, and understandably so. So at this point, I don't understand those minutes. I thought when I read those minutes, I thought we were going to reopen on the 15th. And I've already sent out word to all our customers, not only on the reservation, but off the reservation, that will be opening up on the 15th. So that kind of puts me in a dilemma, because I thought we was past that point. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Yeah, we sat in EBD committee and we talked about this. We talked about the casinos that opened up back in Deadwood and how they're using social distancing, mask, washing stations, for hand cleaner. And that's why we brought this back, is because the reality is the tribe is pretty hurt for dollars in the general fund because there's none being generated. The districts haven't had allocation since February. Now, I don't know about the rest of you guys, but my district's hurt right now. And we use caution and common sense. There's no reason, I don't believe, we couldn't open this casinos back up, give the people at the door the discretion to turn anybody away, and question people who are coming in and ask them if they've been exposed. And if they have and they lie to us, then we'll ban them for life. We can take precautions like that, and we can get our people back to work, and we can get back to helping our peoples in the districts, because we are hurting for dollars in my district. Now, I don't know how much more or longer we can go on without having any district allocations, and the need and the want is still here. Granted, there is a virus, but we have to look at both ways. I mean, both avenues here. If we can do it safely, we should do it.
Mr. Council, I just want to add on to that. We did order all our supplies yesterday, the PPEs and so forth. We are looking at hazard pay and working on our attorneys with that in terms of that language. I know that's a concern of our staff. Just to kind of summarize our safety plan in terms of entrances, we're going to have each of our entrances screen everybody, and we're going to make sure they wear those protective screens for their face, kind of like the plexiglass type of thing to cover their face. We'll make sure all that happens. We make sure they clean their hands, do the temperature stuff. We ordered all this material already. We ordered all of the sanitation devices, the temperature checks, everything you can think of. And those are all CDC recommendations. We have plexiglass in all the restaurant, the coffee shop, the cage, the players club, the bingo. Even made recommendations how we're going to space out our bingo players to the table, make sure the proper distance is there, the 6 foot distance. So we did modify our existing plan with all those recommendations by CDC. So again, we ordered all this material, and like I said earlier, we're ready to open up on the 15th. I just following those minutes I saw based on the motion that was made by the council.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Cross.
Way back in July's council meeting when you know, every month we brought the casinos back and we council addressed the casinos on whether to keep them closed for another 30 days or open. And so when we started in March, every month they came back to tribal council, and then in July session, council took action to open the casinos, or to look at opening the casinos up September 15th. And so council was aware that the September 15th was coming. And so we took action on it, and I know there's a tabling motion on the floor right now, but I don't know when would if that motion maker was going to set up a date and time if the motion passes, you know. If it does, then I think sooner the better. So that way we can, in the meantime, we can get the plans so the council that don't sit on EB&D, and I'm pretty sure mostly everybody has those plans. And so I just wanted to make that a point to look at time frames. If the motion does pass, the tabling motion does pass, you know, I think you need to consider that. And so those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Yeah, I think, James, this is Jackie. I believe that, we need to set one up right away, but we need to make sure there's solid plans. You know, what I'm hearing is the possibility of getting a loan, it's not even final, for these hazard pay for employees. That's what I'm talking about. I ain't trying to hinder anything, but we have to look at even the shelter in place law. All that is being affected. So we do have to put those in place. And maybe my motion can be to extend also the opening of the casino rather than the 15th or the 1st, but extend it until we meet on it in a special with everything in place. That's my tabling, was to do that.
I have 2 council members, and then I'm going to give them the floor, and when these 2 are done, I'm going to run the motion. I have Mr. Apple and Ms. Mills. Go ahead, Councilman Apple.
Okay, with this opening of the casinos, I think Bill took all the precautions that there is possible to do this. Just like Craig said, we do have a financial problem right now. Everybody was asking about the COVID money. We got $68 million and we don't have a cent here, so we had to let them know that the money's for the COVID thing. And now we have to look at a lot of this COVID thing, people. Life goes on. I keep stressing that. We blame everything on the COVID. So now Bill took all the precautions that he could possibly do, and both him and Stanley have the right to close down if they feel that the customers are in jeopardy from the COVID. It's something you can't see. If somebody's coughing, there's precautions for that. There's masks. There's, I suggested to Stanley, greeters. Put greeters back out there and let them check your temperature. And there's a lot of precautions that they have done. So I feel that tabling this because of the probabilities, what Jackie's saying. This has already been thought out in EB&D. We need to continue with our opening of our casinos, and if there is any possibility of catching COVID or any likeness to the people who are attending, then Bill can close it down. Stanley can close it down immediately, and we'll wait until the COVID eases out. But we need to give it a try at least, and those are my thoughts. So, thank you,
Ms. Mills. And when she's done with the floor, then I'm gonna run the motion.
Yes, I would like to hear from the COVID task force on their recommendation at this time. Then I would like to hear from Miss Jennifer Bear Eagle for her to state for the record, for the council record, on the legal, on the shelter in place amendment that we would need to make for this.
Well, we're gonna run the tabling motion. Huh? Who made the request?
We don't have anyone on from the task force, I don't see, but we can have one of the attorneys do the legal opinion first.
Yes, this is Jennifer. I can discuss the shelter in place. So the councilwoman is correct that the shelter in place would need to be amended to allow for the reopening of the casinos as essential businesses, because right now they do not fall into that category. However, I do want to let the council know that I am working on some proposed amendments to the shelter in place with this in mind, knowing that this was forthcoming, but also from a motion from a previous Law and Order Committee meeting asking us to look into what impact rescinding or otherwise amending the shelter in place ordinance would have on our CARES Act funds. So that is something that we have looked into, and we do have recommendations for the Law and Order Committee when they're able to meet again. But I am with keeping in mind the intent, the desire of the ENBD committee to move forward with the casino reopening. I have been working on those amendments, a couple of different amendments to the shelter in place policy. One would be an easing up of the shelter in place ordinance health order in response to the question, and I believe it was Council Member Wilson, I believe, asked that for that motion, but then also a different amendment that would specifically address the casinos. So those are things that would need to take place prior to reopening. As of right now, with the laws that are in place, you couldn't reopen and follow the existing current shelter in place policy. So yes, those would need to be amended, and those are amendments that we are researching and working on. Thank you.
Roll call.
Jim Meeks,
No.
Dwayne Yellowhawk,
No.
Garfield Apple,
no,
Gibbons, Glenn Gibbons, Lydia Bear Killer,
Yes.
Not voting.
James Cross,
No.
Uh-huh. Did you get my vote?
yes.
Okay.
Vigilance, Craig Dillon,
No.
Cora Whitehorse,
No.
Valentina Merdanian, Ryan Jumping Eagle,
Yes.
Bo Little White Man, Chancey Wilson,
No.
Philip Goodcrow,
Yes.
Randy Laisbad,
No.
Richard Greenwald,
No.
I didn't get your vote.
No.
Nikina Mills,
Oha.
Robin Tapio,
Yes.
We have a vote of 7 yes, 9 no, 3 not voting. Motion failed.
No. We have the motion here by James Cross and seconded by Jim Meeks.
And what's that? Okay. We have a motion by Mr. Cross, second by Mr. Meeks, and that's to open both casinos. Roll call.
Jim Meeks,
Yes.
Dwayne Yellowhawk,
Yes.
Garfield Apple,
Yes.
Glenn Gibbons,
Yes.
Lydia Bearkiller,
No.
James Cross,
Yes.
Jackie Sears,
Yeah.
Vincent Tulance, Craig Dillon,
Yes.
Cora Whitehorse,
Yes.
Valentina Merdanian,
Yeah.
Ryan Jumping Eagle,
Nope.
Bo Little White Man, Chancey Wilson,
Yes.
Philip Goodcrow,
No.
Randy Laisbad,
Yes.
Richard Greenwald,
No.
Nikita Mills,
Yeah.
Robin Tapio,
No.
We have a vote of 9 yes, 8 no, 2 not voting. Motion carried.
Valentina has her hand up.
You're up.
Valentina Merdanian.
Oh, Valentina?
Thank you, Vice Chair. With that, Chair of EB&D, Mr. Cross, Councilman Cross.
Was it a close-up?
Hey, Jen,
It's probably bad.
Jen, our chair.
Yes. Yes.
Bo's phone died. He's right here. He wants to vote. Is it too late?
A precedent was set before, so I think he can vote.
A precedent has been set both ways. The vote was called and it was tallied. It's done.
Well, if I get to, I'm voting no on this.
The vote's over. And Stan, what's the floor? So I've given him the floor.
Chair, I still have the floor.
Oh,
Tina never got to speak.
okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mrs. Verdanian, you have the floor.
Thank you. My concern is with this action, we're kind of sending mixed signals out there. We went ahead and extended the administrative leave. We went ahead and extended the border monitoring contract. And with all of this, then we're taking action to open this casino by September 15th with none of the shelter in place being revised or amended or the border monitoring. So when is that supposed to be done? Because it needs to be done and council needs to vote on it before they can open their doors, or they'll be in violation of our health orders. This is a question for the attorneys. I would like an answer.
This is Jennifer. My intent was to have these drafts to the Law and Order Committee at their next meeting. I don't know when council plans on meeting after that. I can't answer that question, but my deadline for that I set for myself was the next Law and Order Committee meeting.
Chairman.
I believe Law and Order is next Wednesday. I have
But it doesn't address my question. Council has to amend an ordinance. An ordinance has to amend an ordinance. A committee cannot amend the ordinance alone.
Are you done, Ms. Mills? Or you still got the floor?
It's Merdanian, and I just asking when are we going to do this? So I think an action needs to be taken to amend those ordinances before they can open their doors. Anyway, moving on.
I got Stanley wants the floor, then I have Mr. Goodcrow, and then I have Ms. Mills, Mr. Goodcrow, and Ms. Whitehorse. Go ahead, Stanley. Give me the floor for now.
Regarding Ms. Merdanian's question, we won't open the doors until you do address the shelter in place. That was a part of the first part to the reopening plan, was that we understood that there had to be modifications made to the shelter in place, and that was one of the things that we also brought to the EB&D. We understand that part of it. We won't open the doors until you guys have your meeting. I believe Jackie already mentioned something about having a special to get that done in the very, very near future here. So it's not as if we're going to be opening the doors tonight or anything. We will wait for you to complete your legislative duties regarding the shelter in place. We have no problems with that. All we wanted to know was, would we be able to open? And I guess you gave us that question, you answered it. So now we'll allow you to finish the shelter in place stuff. I believe you guys already mentioned Law and Order, so you guys are pretty much close to it. And 15th is still quite a ways away, so we'll wait for the shelter in place modifications. Thank you.
Mr. Poirier.
But just for the record, we started working yesterday. After our training, we're going to continue working and getting things ready to open. We've ordered plexiglass. They're doing all the work. They're cleaning everything that's necessary. The slot machines, the table games, the restaurant carryout orders, the beverages, everything. We're going to continue working as we always have until, like I said, the particular ordinance is amended. So I can allow outside customers to come in and so forth. So we'll just wait to see what you guys decide. But in the meantime, we'll just continue as we are because we do have $1 million. Unfortunately, we had to use some of those dollars already to have a right to return incentive award given to all my staff because everybody was hurting. And also we had to pay our property insurance by last Monday. If we did, there would have been no insurance out there at all. That was dangerous. So we had to take care of some bills already. So like I said earlier, we did order our supplies yesterday. Hopefully they'll arrive by Friday, beginning next week, so we'll begin our work. Thank you.
Ms. Mills.
Yes, I just want to comment to the listening public and to the listening casino employees. I apologize. I cannot answer the questions that you are directed towards me regarding the casino and the plans. So I just want to state for the record, please reach out to the EB&D committee members or the 9 individuals that voted for that the casino reopening. And again, I apologize. I don't know are the specifics in regards to hazard pay and such because I've never seen it. So please direct your questions to them. Thank you.
Mr. Goodrow.
Thank you. Oh, that was my one of my main concerns is that changing shelter in place to allow. Chairman, if it's appropriate at this point in time, I'd like to entertain a motion to have Jennifer start the process. Oh, she did. Okay. If it's already in process, then let's roll, I guess.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Weinhardt, Ms. Weinhardt.
Mister. I just had a couple of issues and as council knows, you know, once the shelter in place amendment ordinance is done and the border monitoring amendments are done, everybody has signed a petition previously for an emergency meeting to be held. So that shouldn't be an issue to have an emergency meeting to amend those. But I did have one concern that I keep getting from casino employees, and that's about PPE. I remember in your plan that was given to EB&D that you did state that all employees would be required to use PPE, but now they're saying they got word from their managers that they're required to provide their own PPE. Is that correct? Either one of you?
Or at this point, they'll have to provide their own because we just ordered them yesterday. And we'll have to look at our budget, but we're going to order a lot of masks and so forth for the customers, and the employees come to work and don't have one. Of course, one's going to be furnished for them. And we're going to try just a lot of sanitizers too, the little bottles and everything for people, and just help the customers with that. And also employees will have to have access to it as well. So I'm not neglecting them. I'm going to do everything I can to make sure we have all those things covered for them.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that the employees would be safe. So you will be providing it, just not right now? That's what you're saying?
Just not right now, because the way I understood when we had our little talk the other day, I thought you meant right now, and I just don't have the funding right now. But like I said, I'll sit down and see what we can do to help our employees down the road here after we get situated.
Mr. Kraft.
I don't know if Stanley wanted to answer that Cora's question, but since I got the floor, I'm just gonna make a motion that we set up a special meeting to deal with this shelter-in-place ordinance and border monitoring. Maybe after Law and Order meets, right? Is that how we're gonna proceed with this?
Yes, I'd like to have this presented to the Law and Order Committee, and then the Law and Order Committee can decide if they need further amendments or how they want to proceed. But yes, I'd recommend doing the meeting after. It doesn't have to be the same day, but sometime after the Law and Order Committee meets.
So after the 9th?
Okay, Cora, this is Stanley. We do have all the equipment we need for the staff. We've even tested our temperature checks on the employees as well. Some of the modifications to our daily employees will be a temperature check at the beginning of shift and at the end of the shift, see if there's any variations and so forth. So we'll monitor all our staff. They will have the masks, gloves, everything they need. We have.
After Law and Order.
Comment.
Ms. Mills.
This is Jackie.
Nikita Mills?
Yes, thank you. Just want to state again, like Jackie's tabling motion, it was to have a special and was to try and get this ironed out before September 15th. So, I'm just confused. We should have just passed that and did that. But anyway, I'm still not going to support opening the casinos right now with an increase of numbers. It just doesn't make any sense to us as elected officials to even go down that road right now. But that's just me. Thank you.
Ms. Sears.
Yes, I'm receiving a lot of text messages from employees. They're concerned. When Garfield, Mr. Apple was talking, he was concerned about the customers, but we have employees that we have to look out after. I know we need money, but what's more important, lives are money, so we have to make sure everything is covered. Just like the rally happened and we had a spike everywhere, people going to Minnesota, taking it back, South Dakota on the reservation. We had families that were affected by this. So we need to really think about this when we're trying to open up that casino, because think about those employees. Some of them want to speak up, but they don't want to get in trouble for speaking up. So you got to talk to them too. Maybe they have concerns.
James, did you get a date for when you want to have this special meeting?
Well, I think it was up to Law and Order Committee after they meet.
Okay, so we're going to leave the date open.
11th, you can use on EB&D's Friday if you have to.
The 11th?
Yes, I'll just make that motion.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor.
To set up a special meeting on 9/11.
Second by Mr. Laidbad. Roll call.
Jim Meeks? Dwayne Yellowhawk? Garfield Apple? Gwen Gibbons? Lydia Bearkiller?
Yes.
James Cross?
Yes.
Jackie Sears,
Yeah.
Vincent Tullett,
Yes.
Craig Dillon, Cora Whitehorse,
Yes.
Valentina Merdanian,
Yeah.
Ryan Jumping Eagle,
No.
Bo Little White Man, Chancey Wilson,
Yes.
Philip Goodcrow,
Yes.
Randy Laisbeth,
Yes.
Richard Greenwald,
Yes.
Nikina Mills,
Yeah.
Robin Tapio, Garfield, did you want to vote
Yes, yes, I did. What was the motion again?
to set up a special meeting on 9/11?
Okay, yes.
We have a vote of 9 yes, 4 no, 6 not voting. Motion passed. Okay, we're gonna go on with the agenda. We got a HHS committee.
Ryan?
HHS committee.
Ryan, do you want to present that? Or I can read the resolution.
Are we on the one about letter of intent?
Yes.
Do you want me to read it?
Yes, please.
Okay. Resolution of the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council of the Oglala Sioux Tribe and Unincorporated Tribe. Resolution of the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council of the Oglala Sioux Tribe approving the letter of intent for the Oglala Lakota College, OLC, to utilize and take ownership of the physical therapy modular currently located on the Siouxsan campus. Whereas the Oglala Sioux Tribe adopted its constitution and bylaws by referendum vote on December 10th, 1935, in accordance with Section 16 of the Indian Reorganization Act of 1934, 25 U.S.C. Section 476, and under Article 3, Section 1 of the Oglala Sioux Tribe Constitution, the Tribal Council is the governing body of the Oglala Sioux Tribe. And whereas the Tribal Constitution authorizes a Tribal Council at Article 4, Section 1F to manage all economic affairs of the tribe, and at Section 1W to adopt laws protecting and promoting the health and general welfare of the Oglala Sioux Tribe and its membership, and whereas the physical therapy modular building located on the Siouxsan campus can be used by OLC to promote the health, safety, and well-being of tribal members who attend OLC, and whereas per their letter of intent, the OHC is willing to absorb the cost of moving the physical therapy modular to OLC. Now therefore be it resolved that the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council hereby approves the letter of intent under which OLC will take ownership and use the physical therapy modular building located on the Siouxsan campus, and be it further resolved that the president or vice president in the president's absence is authorized to sign the necessary documents to effectuate the purposes of this resolution. Certification.
Motion.
Oh.
A motion by Jackie Sears,
Second.
second by Lydia Bearkiller. Chair stepped out. I'll run the vote. Jim Meeks. Wayne Yellowhawk. Barfield Apple,
Yes.
Glenn Gibbons, Lydia Bearkiller,
Yes.
James Cross,
Yes.
Jackie Sears, Vincent Tulance,
Yes.
Craig Dillon, Cora Whitehorse,
Yes.
Valentina Merdanian, Ryan Jumping Eagle,
Yes.
Bo Little White Man, Chancey Wilson,
Yes.
Philip Goodcrow,
Yes.
Randy Laisbad,
Yes.
Richard Greenwald,
Yes.
Nikina Mills, Robin Tapio, Thirteen yes, 6 not voting, motion carried.
Okay, thank you, Council. This is John Frank. I really appreciate it.
You said you want to read the next resolution?
Yeah, I'll read it. Resolution of the Oglala Sioux Tribe and Unincorporated Tribe. Resolution of the Tribal Council of the Oglala Sioux Tribe approving an amendment to the Design Build Agreement approved under OST Resolution number 18-176 between the Oglala Sioux Tribe and O'Brien Construction Company for the renovation and construction of the Ampetulota Otipi Residential Treatment and Detox Center, formerly the Central School Building, to upgrade the fire and water systems at a cost of $198,000. Strike that, $198,650.06 to be paid from Ampetuluto Otipi's 2020 year-end funds. Whereas the Oglala Sioux Tribe adopted its constitution and bylaws by referendum vote on December 14th, 1935, in accordance with Section 16 of the Indian Reorganization Act of 1934, 25 U.S.C. Section 5123, and under Article 3 of the Oglala Sioux Tribe Constitution, the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council is the governing body of the Oglala Sioux Tribe. And whereas the Oglala Sioux Tribe Constitution at Article 4, Section 1F authorizes the Tribal Council to manage all economic affairs and enterprises of the Oglala Sioux Tribe. And whereas the Health and Human Services Committee is a standing committee of the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council and has been delegated the power to oversee social services programs such as the Ampetuluta Otipi ALO Comprehensive Alcohol and Substance Abuse Treatment and Prevention Program on behalf of the Oglala Sioux Tribe. And whereas on November 9th, 2018, the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council passed resolution number 18-176 approving a design build contract with the O'Brien Construction Company to renovate the Central School Building for a residential treatment and detox facility for ALO. And whereas ALO was advised by the contractor that the fire and water systems require updates and requested an amendment to the O'Brien construction contract to carry out the necessary updates to those systems to meet current National Fire Protection Act codes and standards. And whereas ALO has 2020 year-end funds that it can expend for this purpose, and the amount necessary to complete the upgrade is $198,650.06. And whereas the Health and Human Services Committee met on August 18th, 2020, and determined that ALO's use of the 2020 year-end funds for this purpose is permissible to pay for the costs associated to the fire and water systems for ALO's residential treatment and detox facility. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Tribal Council of the Oglala Sioux Tribe met on August 25th, 2020, strike that, on September 1st, 2020, and approved an amendment to the design build contract with O'Brien Construction as approved in Resolution 18-176, and be it further resolved that the Tribal Council of the Oglala Sioux Tribe hereby approves the use of ALO's 2020 year-end funds for this purpose in the amount of $198,600, strike that, $198,650.06. And be it further resolved that the president or the vice president in the president's absence is authorized to sign the necessary documents to effectuate the purposes of this resolution.
Motion.
Motion by Ms. Bearkiller.
Second.
Second by Garfield Apple. Roll call.
Jim Meeks. Dwayne Yellowhawk. Garfield Apple.
Yes.
Glenn Gibbons. Lydia Bearkiller.
Yes.
James Cross. Jackie Sears.
Yes.
Vincent Tulance.
Yes.
Craig Dillon. Cora Whitehorse.
Yes.
Valentina Merdanian. Ryan Jumping Eagle. Bo Little White Man. Chancey Wilson.
Yes.
Philip Goodcrow.
Yes.
Randy Laysbad.
Yes.
Richard Greenwald.
Yes.
Nakina Mills.
Huh.
Robin Tapio.
We have a vote of 12 yes and 7 not voting. Motion carried.
Mr. Chair, I'm gonna question the quorum.
No, we have 12 and how many didn't vote? 7?
That's why I'm questioning it, because 7, you didn't get an answer on 7 council reps, so I'm questioning the quorum.
Roll call.
You know, we'll do a roll call and see how much members respond. And if we stay at 12, that's not a quorum.
Do a roll call.
Yeah, Dwayne Yellow. But
Can I do a roll call?
we'll do a roll call. We don't have I think we need what, 13 or 14? We don't have 14, then we don't have a quorum. But we'll do a
Jim Meeks. Dwayne Yellowhawk. Garfield Apple.
Here.
Glenn Gibbons. Lydia Bearkiller.
Here.
James Cross. Sonia Littlehawk Weston's excused. Jackie Sears.
Here.
Vincent Tulance.
Here.
Craig Dillon. Cora Whitehorse.
Here.
Valerie Janice. Valentina Merdanian.
Present.
Ryan Jumping Eagle.
Here.
Roll appointment.
What's the vote? What's the motion?
Roll call.
Roll call.
Oh, present.
James Cross for the record. Chancey Wilson.
Here.
Philip Goodcrow.
Here.
Randy Laisbeth.
Here.
Richard Greenwald.
Here.
Nakina Mills. Robin Tapio.
$13.
14.
13.
I counted 13.
13 present, 7 absent, and 1 excused.
Sounded like supper was calling anyways.
You have to declare it adjourned, I guess.
We had the 2 items left from that were 2/3 on today. You're gonna declare it adjourned?
Well, I'm gonna have to declare it adjourned because we don't have a quorum. So. Yeah, we can meet on that, executive, on that.
I don't know about the feasibility contract. So.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm gonna adjourn council meeting at 6:10. Or to be correct, 6:08 then. Okay, well, sorry, council, but I'll have to adjourn. It's been a long day.
Yeah, well, we could always meet tomorrow.
I gotta go to, Long Beach.
Hey, Chair. Tom, maybe, you could just, I don't know if it needs council action or you for that support letter for Nick. Can that be taken care of in XB?
I was just looking at that. I was gonna take care of that in the morning.
Okay, that and them other 2 that Cora added on, remember, them are time sensitive too.
We can take care of that in
XB.
XB.
Oh, good evening, you guys. Have a good evening.
Yeah, okay, everybody. Have a good day.
You all as well. Good night.